the lows. क्या बोलती पब्लिक्स? What's up? La 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 la. What is up chat? कैसे याद रखना तुम्हारे लिए है? नो साउंड. हेलो आ तो रहा है साउंड. ये तो मैं आवाज नहीं किया. शो मैच बोलते हैं यार. मेरे को मेरा PRX की जर्सी नहीं मिल रही है यार. मेरे को मेरी जर्सी नहीं मिल रही. टोस्ट बोलते, तारिक बोलते, कैडी बोलते. PRX ऑन टॉप. ट्वीट देखो, ट्वीट थंबनेल चेंज कर रहा पॉजी.
We have our competitors here today. Let's go ahead and introduce them. Fighting to my right side.
भाई सेंटिनल ऐसे खड़ा है. क्लो को देखो भाई.
ACS total and a combined weight of 4,037 pounds of solid muscle. It's Team Toast. And they're
मैसेज कर रहा
fighting to my left side with a clutch percentage of 437% total and a combined weight of 5,632 pounds of solid muscle. It's time.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? टेन जीतेगा बे. अकेले मारेगा वो. हाँ?
All right, gentlemen. I want a nice, clean Valorant match. No cheat codes, no glitches. Protect yourselves with smokes at all times. Protect your neck from headshots at all times. And I want good communication. If not, this match is over. Do I make myself clear? Now touch mice. Let's give them a show.
Well, folks, we have one question for you. Are you ready, Toronto?
थंबनेल चेंज हो जाएगा.
I don't think they heard you.
मैं 10 अकेले मारेगा रे.
Are you ready?
बस मैं पेनाटिक छोड़ दे. तू आगे. सारे PRX में भी सारे. गुड.
Okay, that was really
ये अकेला मारेगा रे. अकेला मारेगा.
sick start to things here today. I don't know who I'm backing more or who I'm more excited for.
I'm pumped for this
But we've
now.
got a whole new map to talk about, Mike.
क्या ये?
Again,
हेलो.
the
हाँ
trailer.
मैं क्या बोल रहा था?
Just
भूल गया यार.
so many exciting aspects there that I can't wait to see how I play
थंबनेल
down
चेंज कर
again.
लो.
And look,
अरे
you're
मैं
still
नहीं
with us,
कर
right? So we
सकता
need to
भाई.
actually really dive into what
Fauzi कर
Kumo
लेगा.
is, because you kind of talked about it there, right? Those last 5 years of experience have brought you to this point, and it looks kind of classic, right?
Yeah. So
हाँ
we
मैं
really
क्या बोल
wanna
रहा था?
just
ये
go
बेस्ट
straight,
ऑफ 5 मिलेगा.
kind of back to basics, you know, like we
Excuse
want to
me,
build on
Virgin
what we
squad?
know, but also like take into account everything we've learned, like you mentioned.
Chat,
And so
तुम में से
with
कौन
Kuro,
गया है
like
वहाँ पे?
we're coming with the
Virgin
idea of
squad
layered
था
defenses, we really want to hammer that home and really, you know, bring
इसमें
that to
मेरे
the
हिसाब
forefront
से
of the match
काइडे
design.
मारेंगे और तारिक भाई
Because
मारेंगे.
I saw a couple areas
Josh
in
की
that map, some
कौन
of them
है?
were open, but the post plants didn't
बड़े
seem
player है क्या?
as spammable, for example.
Sid
So like
City
some of those sunset,
बहुत
memories,
मारती है.
but it feels like that's already been adjusted.
Sid City
And again,
बहुत
the other
मारती है
side
भाई.
was also indoors, if I'm not mistaken.
टेन
So
स्मेल भाई जीत
it
गए
feels
बे
like
लोग.
it's kind of
हाँ?
leading us to a new
क्या
way
मटो,
to
भगा यहाँ से.
utility and
Yeah.
approach it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think what you called out, A site being completely interior, is like one of those ways in the map's design that we can go and like say like, hey,
विनी
you can still use
कुत्ता
utility as an
मारेगा.
attacker, but it has to be very
तो तुम दूर रहना. पता
intentional.
चला तेरे को
You
देख के
know,
मार दिया
you can't
उसने.
just send like across the map lineups. It has to be either through doorways or through windows in
PRX.
and around the site, and that's just
Bunks
you know,
by
one of
love
the many
you,
ways
love
to try
you,
to
यार,
tackle,
Bimbek.
the feeling that you can actually hold the site.
And
Yeah.
I'm so glad this is going up now.
Yeah.
What I see in a sense.
भाई ये मैप खेलने वाले क्या नया मैप?
Sort of
How
set up
many
here.
walls are like this?
Yeah, so I think that is maybe the only one that you can like get
Okay.
decent value from.
Angle
Well,
है.
the window up top, it's sort of aligned more to, I guess, a similar setup to outside
Exactly.
B, but a util set piece out
Yeah.
to try and punish those.
So exactly, yeah. So if you see that Omen has been doing that for a couple of rounds in a row, it's like, hey, let's throw a dart,
भाई
let's
ये
throw a Dizzy,
क्या है?
let's counter this
But
Omen.
it works both ways.
It works
obviously.
both
Yeah.
ways, yes.
And it feels like there's quite a bit of verticality too, right? Which I love seeing.
Yeah,
right?
once you get to the sights, it's
Oh
there's
my.
layers to it.
Yeah, so I think A is a little bit more flat as you're seeing here, a little bit just more of like slight elevation, but B site does have a bit more elevation. There's that tower position, there's the hut in the center of the site,
ऐसे
and
क्यों लग रहा है सब
there's
कुछ
like the
spammable है?
railings and the staircases.
And I guess we're seeing some really good examples here of kind of what you were alluding to about kind of opportunities in terms of setting things up. There seems to be more
कैसे
kind of
दिसना पे?
confined spaces
कैसे
ahead
मैं
of the
देखा नहीं
sites
कभी?
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
allow for engagements on both sides for
Exactly.
attackers
Yes.
and defenders,
Yes.
and it's kind of util
Ahem
oriented.
वाला
There's
map
not
लग
the
रहा है
kind of
यार।
corners to clear,
Yeah.
but it's not just kind of a clean lane up to side.
Yeah, so we want you to
Yeah,
kind of
blue-
stage your utility, right? So it's like, hey, we need something
Serious
to
बना
clear
रहे हो
main.
game
We need
को?
something to like
क्या मतलब यहाँ पे भी great
as
opening
you're an
करेंगे अपन?
attacker and you're going up towards the site, there's things that you want to clear,
Yeah.
and so we want that utility bleed happening before you get onto the site. So it's like, hey, we want to
New
try to
map के
save our
लिए
dark
new
site.
bundle भी use
That's a
करेंगे।
really big piece.
कौन सा bundle
Let's try
champs
to
का
see
क्या?
what we can do to like save it for the rest.
Ooh, and we are seeing the agent select here.
Right, an interesting
Lordy
approach.
don't
Pause
forget
it,
this is
thumbnail.
He gets it though.
Your roulette.
That's true. That's true. But in your mind, is there comps that you've played, obviously internally testing, that you felt worked
what-
quite well here? Like
what's the
what's
go-to?
the-
Random
what's
लेने वाला
the
है।
go-to?
Yeah, so our gameplay analysis team really helps us figure out those
मेरा
comps.
web
And so I think
WhatsApp ही नहीं
the
खुल
comps
रहा,
that they
पता नहीं
found were the
क्यों।
best. Kind of was like an Ascent Plus. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
like Vice, Omen, Jet, Gecko, and Soba.
कौन दूसरा
Okay.
लगाया बे?
I like it. I
Yeah.
like it. I do see a Phoenix, though, and I'd kind of like
दोस्त
to see
अच्छी
that
है
too.
bundle
Those
की
flashes
Vandal
feel
है क्या?
nice around
Vandal
those,
लगा तो
like,
मेरे लग
Yeah,
गया।
again, so
boxes
even some of the
and,
use of the
right
wall,
angles,
yeah, the
yeah.
use of the wall in the trailer as well makes it really. And again, with kind of that
Yo.
leapfrog approach where Phoenix kind of doesn't have a
Random
first
कर रहे
wave,
लोग, मैं बोला ना।
scale up really effectively.
मैं नहीं कर
so
सकता।
Maybe we can hope.
लग गए।
I don't, yeah,
I'm still,
I
I'm
can't
still
wait.
seeing a Reina hover.
Look,
So,
I'm just seeing
मैं
a
भी नहीं कर
10 block
सकता,
jet,
net ही नहीं
so
चल
there's
रहा।
no pulling punches.
well, actually, yeah, we've got the Jet and the Gecko again swapping out instead of a Sober. We've got the Fade, so
कैसे
we
तुमने
feel like
change
Toast
करे
is
बिना
almost
WhatsApp
on
के?
meta here.
Yeah, I think Tarek's doing some cooking for sure with the Reyna Sage. So I think it should be an interesting matchup.
Okay.
Look, Mel's on Omen, I'm locked in.
Well,
I'm a
I guess
believer.
from comp alone, then, if you had to pick,
Yeah, who's confident?
who's taking this?
I mean, if they've got the meta comp on the Toast
Yeah,
side, I
loading
think they
it
might be able
alright.
to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. With maybe they got some Grim Walls in their pocket on the Tarek side.
Yeah, true. Now, are you seeing this lean a little more attack or defense in your mind from your testing? Obviously, that changes when the players and the pros get their hands on it, but did it feel either sided to you, or is it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like
Example.
up to the actual team performance. You know, it's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but you know, if you can't control mid, the sites will fall apart.
And it feels very centered around that mid long line of sight,
Exactly.
right? This is Oppa's paradise. I'm imagining
Yeah.
chamber.
किधर है मेरा
I'm
mouse?
seeing all
यार
these
हर
It's interesting, some of these
भाई
combat-
क्या click
I'm
हो
interested
गया?
to see actually if these fights do occur kind of ahead of sight, how easy it's going to be to anchor. Because again, we have examples, especially currently now, in the
Points
meta
on the
of, well, just coming out of Tejo, where
Yep.
it comes down to your sentinel, your kind of last
Yep.
line of defense really
Yeah.
that holds onto the side. So I'm really interested to see how that
Let's
pans out.
screen.
So I think
Oh.
a common, I guess, setup.
घुस
is
जाओ,
go
घुस
1,
जाओ।
2, 2.
आओ,
So you're
घुसो।
hard anchor
Drop
on
में
B,
घुसो।
2 people mid and 2 people on A.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Oh,
It looks like you have the
here
hard
we
anchor
go.
on B right here.
This is
भाई ये तो
beautiful
mid
stuff
heavy वाला है
to
बे।
dive in on. We are going to be seeing. Oh my God! Look,
Wow.
these reveals already.
Who's got the lineup?
No, honestly, who's
What?
been cracking this?
5 जन
Well,
भी
Mel,
लोग हैं?
Mel said
Yeah.
they've been scrimming for
True,
months.
true. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion. She's somewhere new. And it's just a brawl on the side. Tarek instantly did
Tarek
fight
got
Tens,
in
no
दोनों
shot
मारा।
there. But still, the fight continues. Kaide next in the feed, and it's just going to be Tens.
Ten
Posted
अकेला
up.
मारेगा।
He said he ain't pulling punches. He said he's going to be fighting this out. And it's all down to Sid City now.
किधर गए टेंस?
Brutally difficult to try and play this back in up against the
भाई
three here.
ये क्या मैप है ये?
The good glimpse here
मेज
of
मैप
how
लग
the
रहा है बे।
site's actually laid out here.
50
City.
जगह पे छुपने का और एंट्री का
Try and
वो
take it.
है।
The wall goes up, but actually it cracks. Blocked
Yeah.
by the archway there.
I like these kind of like close choke points almost. You still got access to be able to play into it, but it does definitely herd you forward. A
क्या
difficult
तुम मैप
situation.
देख रहे हो क्या?
Kaide.
Kaide बोलते हैं।
Start, dude.
A 3K on the pistol for. And yeah, really interesting. Some of the
Tarek
things
भाई
talk to
खड़े
us
हो
about
रहे।
this site in particular because it looks quite confined. There's lots of possibilities. Actually,
That's a lineup.
That's
right?
a lineup.
They've been
Off
sweating.
rip.
They've been
Wow.
sweating.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, I mean, something that maybe the Toast team could have done a little bit better is actually split more like left and right. It
क्या
looks like
मतलब
they all
gambling
five
वगैरह
went
आ रहा है?
elbow,
नहीं, नहीं,
where
मालूम नहीं आएगा
you
उससे।
saw that they were getting some friction coming into the site because they were all
मालूम है
clubbed. I
impossible।
think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you can make the decision. Oh,
मैं कुछ नहीं
There's
कर
no
सकता।
way this is a tech
Did we
wars.
just get techers?
Have we just been teched?
We can't be teched like this. You can't.
Welcome to the Pan Park.
Show match में
Well, we
tech
get to
match.
talk about the map though, right? Now
Yeah.
we can actually slow down a bit. Because again, it was quite all in, but I love the fact we're already seeing
भाई
the
Toast
value of
बहुत
that.
बढ़िया
Fake
बंदा है
utility
लेकिन.
straight over the top. The reveal was excellent. Then you can kind of hit those rotates. You get that
A
information
side
of
full
the middle.
spam में
Because
बना
actually
है.
the ping was so close
मेरे
to
को
where the
बहुत सारा
barriers
वो
were.
दिख रहा
So I guess one of the things that you
बहुत
were
सारा.
hitting on is kind of how deep, I guess how far forward for the defenders these engagements can come. Is that
Kill
sort
banner
of
देख,
typical
किधर
of
दिख रहा
how
तुम
you
लोग
see
को?
an early round start, particularly for an aggressive take forwards?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think defenders should feel like they have some decent
अरे
options
जिमर
to, like,
पे
kind of fight
thumbnail
forward.
मंगाओ.
I think with the way that it's laid out,
W,
you
baby.
can like sort of line up
You
a
are
Fade Out,
right.
you can line up an Omen
You are
Paranoia
right,
or
baby,
Breach
you are
Stun,
right.
Stuff like that, and really try to take the early space. But again, it's kind of a gamble where it's like, if you're going to be putting a lot more
Thumbnail का
pressure
काम
on like a
करने
main,
दो.
you're leaving mid susceptible to a potential like late lurk or someone being deposited in there from smoke.
किसमें इतना दिमाग क्यों नहीं है
yeah.
So I'm
बे?
just looking at now on the minimap, the mid splits can be
They could-
wild. There's so many
that
options.
pathing towards A looks
Yeah.
so nice. Again, we're staring at the map, you're staring at the players. Unlucky for you. But yeah, it does feel like mid is just so critical at this point. Because otherwise, you are kind of not necessarily funneled, but it's such an encouragement to hit those splits.
And also, like you were talking about the long sight lines and stuff, it actually
ठीक है,
there's
मैं
lots of
खुद को
spots
mail
where
भेजा.
operators tuck in as well.
Yeah.
It's not like an ascent mid where there's kind of like, you know, one or
One
two
or
walls
two.
for the defenders. So yeah, interesting if we get any action in there.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring up Ascent because I think while we were playing, we
Can you
actually found
let
like
me
there
go
was like an
with the
M1, M2, M3
Chat,
smoke
खुद
setup
को
that you
mail
can
भेज
do, like
सकते हैं ना?
smoke on stairs is like your M1, smoke in top arch, M2, and then all the way at the top window is M3. So you can kind of, as an attacker, you can have options of what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's smoke M1, let's split A.
Let's
Smoke
go
M2,
PRX,
let's
love
take
you,
mid
thank you
control
for
and
मेरी
kind
जान
of
के
just sit around and
टोटे.
see where defenders are
Thumbnail
going.
change please. काप में घुस
I like
जाओ.
this as well, almost playing off site here for Toast side as well. Kind of, you know, the dart coming through towards A, relinquishing the space.
कर
And
दिया,
gonna play
कर
back
दिया.
through, potentially seeing Harry's team take the long road. And there's some of those kind of cubbies, right? Trying to be played out by Toast, kind of like exploring what could be held,
Yeah.
like how you could sit maybe. Even
Toast
with
पे
the
बहुत cute है,
it
मैं
is
सुना ये
quite
game
close
में.
quarters. As you said,
Yeah.
you need that utility to clear
Exactly.
the space. You know, your fades,
अकेले ने
your
fake किया, देख रहे हो
skies,
Toast में?
geckos.
Yeah.
They're gonna be
बताया
well and
कूद
truly
कूद के मैं
needed.
इधर
Yeah,
हूँ.
I think a lot of this map, at least from in my experience, is like a lot of initiators setting up their duelists, like clearing the space and saying like, hey, we're good to go.
भाई ये
go get
ऑफ
friends.
वाला मैप लग रहा है भाई.
Trying to work mid.
First time we're actually seeing I guess a group in mid.
Chat.
Oh yeah, here's the M3 smoke.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right now. She's ready to spring a trap.
Just you wait, just you wait, just you wait. See? Oh,
Oh, that's not pretty.
Anti.
observers, why do you, you know?
It's a Prius moment.
Classic.
बाप रे. भाई
Kade
कायदे फॉर्म
has
में.
been scrimming.
Nah, honestly,
कायदे फॉर्म में.
Kade looks locked in. This is 5 Alive.
फुल सीजन वाला वाइब्स आ रहा है.
Shaking.
मैं देखा नहीं है,
Nerves
लेकिन
getting the
वो
better of him.
कलरिंग में ऐसा वाला
Anyone
वाइब्स
else's
दे
way
रहा है.
At all. Let's see. Come on, Tosh, you got this. Be brave.
अरे यार ज़रीफ
Don't
कहाँ से
think
आ
it's
गया?
Good for one, even? What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe in.
Kade
it's
clears this.
Kade's knifing, bro. Kade.
Oh! Yeah,
Go, Kade, go! Oh!
W.
I believed.
बच गया.
I was all on board.
I mean, we're round 2 going for knife kills. I'm here for it.
Really very nice. So, 2 rounds towards Tarek.
बेचारा.
Is this kind of playing out? I don't want to say as you expected.
ऐसा लग
It is
रहा
a
है
little bit
प्रिंस ऑफ
different, right?
पर्शिया का
We've
मैप
got-
है.
Oh, no,
Oh no, don't leave me.
अरे.
Nice.
Thank
Even
God.
the crowd was
The
nervous.
synergy's just not there yet for
It's
Team
not there
Toast.
yet. You've got to work it out. I put it on Mel mostly.
Tom's issue.
Okay.
You know, high expectations. And
I'm
the
glad
replay,
yes,
we
and
we
it's
put that in
peak.
replay package, yeah.
remaining.
Damn, Kade, take it easy. Yo, it's like,
That is actually cooking. 5 to 1. Okay, buy round coming out for Toast boys. We got to see them lock this down a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of default. You know, you have Vice lurking over towards A, and I think that's the Astra work, or...
I like this
भाई
layer.
क्या मैप है
Like you can
भाई?
again, you can kind of have someone on site. A little
ये
close
game
like Toast
already
is, and then
अच्छा
play
है.
that verticality from that
Exactly.
gecko, right? This
Yeah.
is.
Kind of playing
That
almost
judge.
like off
ये
their
क्या
contact.
है?
Are we gonna have a jumping judge from down here? Why do I feel like that's a real possibility? Tarek already removes
भाई
that
ये
layering
भी
element
spammable
of the
है
play
क्या?
off towards that top side. Toast, nice little camera here.
They don't clear him. Not cleared.
Oh my god, Toast lock in. Those hands from shaking. Jump up! And it's giving me flashbacks!
He got him!
Googly, I can't believe it! Tarek goes down!
Reddit
Oh, you
तुम्हारा
love to see
इसमें?
that. That's filthy.
Oh, Tenzo.
लड़का.
Oh, no! I can't.
diabolical.
That's nasty. I mean, to be fair, Tens is being out-fragged by Kaide, so I think he's got to, you know...
You got to win the mental game now.
That's true.
You have to.
It's mental warfare.
भाई ये तो मेरे जैसा निकला.
This
is a great smoke.
Oh my god, no! I'm getting flashbacks! I mean, are we calling that corner toast right now? I think it might
we can coin it now.
I think it might have to happen.
I guess a good example though, the difference here, because on A, you kind of have to clear this almost horseshoe wall that is it's obviously spammable or wallbangable with the recon coming through, but here, it's almost like the site opens up once you come through this archway, and I guess unless you're splitting through the other side, that choke point could be nasty for Util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the mid splits would have to come in, right? It's like you, with all the extra positioning that defenders can take, you really wanted to take a mid split and pinch them and force them to take uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Aldrone had just looked down, it would have been different. Bit of a trade through in mid, Ten's only going to get one this time, but again, that Aldrone was right there. If it had just checked that cubby, it would have been cleared, so there are outplay options. It's getting a little scrappy towards B. This choke point is going to be brutal. Host this time does go down. You're not going to get Kaide twice like that. She's already taken towards site. Again, I love this scaling up towards it. Great.
भाई ये क्या मैं पे?
Mel, my goat.
Swept through. We'll need an ace.
No.
No, Tarek.
No, Mel, please, bro. Please.
Somebody trade him.
Oh, God. Josh is running, man. Josh is trying to get there. Oh dear.
Sexy मैप पे भाई बीटी होने वाला कितना एंगल से यार.
I really need you to focus. So far, is there anything
Heavy calling
your
there,
right there doing that you guys had in your play test, or is it kind of
भाई
playing out
एंगल
somewhat
से
as
कोई
you
एक बार
expected?
भी
Is it
कितना
kind of
है?
along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing a little bit as we expect. You know, I mean, this.
I mean, maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not that.
Which mouse
But
to
yeah, I
be
think
hold?
it's like kind of what we're seeing. You know, again, if it's a
England
you know,
बात
normal
की है
attack
ना?
map, three lanes.
Excuse
you know,
me?
there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather than anything else.
Down A.
But yeah, here's some nice aggression actually.
Again, it
W
feels like
map,
you really
W
can't
rage होगा
take your
team
foot off
में
the gas
भाई
on either
लड़ाई
side,
होगी.
because you can get these early
ये
balls.
क्या एंगल
This
है?
contact comes through so quickly. Oh, it can do. Oh. Ten's diffed again. Same as round one.
Okay, 3 players. Mel's got a vandal. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Mel.
नहीं समझा रहेगा उसको. कहाँ से आया?
I'm believing in this, like it's going to help it
भाई
happen.
मेरे को
It's
देख
not.
के वो रह
As it
रेज.
stands.
खेलेगा तो क्या होएगा?
Good work coming out from Tarek's side, and again, like punishing this, keeping these like late positions down middle, seems so valuable, right? This is perfect examples of how much control you get by keeping that space. I mean, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Split in a way, Ascent in a way. You're getting those moments where it's like so key to keep that map control for rotating.
Yeah, I think Split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really hamper the defender.
ये एंगल क्या है?
And you cut that. Oh wow.
Yeah, but that's devious.
लैग हो गया था. नेट खत्म.
Well, I'm curious actually if we do see anybody hop onto a, well, who else but Ten?
Tyson's not
I was going to
happy about what I
say,
did to him.
whoever's going to pick up the
thumbnail
operator
कर तो
first.
दिया चेंज.
There we go. Again, these are the sort of lines of sight, and you're already seeing that util kind of trying to facilitate a push-up. I like what Mel's doing off the back of this too, right? But Tarek on the other side's been gunning today.
लेकिन मिड लर्क करना इतना इजी नहीं है ना.
Nice defaulting kind of around mid.
I guess you were talking about what the defaults kind of, or I guess the formation looks like.
भाई एक बार मैप में देखो
The
बे
1,
ए
2,
स्प्लिट
2,
देखो बे
right? You're
कैसा
talking
हो
about 2 towards
सकता
mid
है.
and then 2 toward A
Check.
side, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, there's that mid pressure, right? There's
Yeah.
layers to
split
this. You
देखो
can't-
बे.
you don't get that full freedom. Nice lockdown here, actually. This is stunning stuff.
भाई रोटेशन पे
For now,
एकदम
you're
एनएच
looking at
के.
the remnants.
और बंदे लोग ए पे और बी पे प्लांट हो गए ना सीधा
It's going to
सरेंडर
be
वाला
difficult
मैप
with
है.
Toast. Oh no, apparently it's easy. My bad. That's on me. I overestimated you drastically. So down to the spike having to be picked up here. But Vinny and
आप
Josh.
किन इस मैच में
और deadly duo.
सब खेलेंगे तो देखेगा कौन सा
TP to safety as well, so we'll actually see a full 2v2 in the post here.
You are divided.
So this is
सच्ची
kind of
बोलूं
like what
मेरे
we're
को
talking
बुलाया
about
था.
with the
Divide to
layered
go out.
defenses. Yeah.
मैं बोला कि
Yeah,
अगर मैं
with the layered
देखूंगा तो
defenses here,
सचिन
Mel is
भाई
able to
40
kind of,
देंगे.
the
इसलिए
retake is
मैं
very easy now for
खेला
the
नहीं.
defenders because they're not taking any forward positioning in the elbow or in heaven. So now
फ्रैक्चर
you're
असली
seeing
आईडी से आ भाई फ्रैक्चर
it'll
से
start
गंदा
to
लग
kind
रहा है
of
मेरे को ये
fall
मैप.
apart for the attackers because they didn't take that extra space.
And Josh completely unaware. You're right. It does kind of force the hand a little bit if you want safety.
Exactly. So I think
Sunset
if you're an
जैसा
attacker
है.
and you take the site, you might want to go and
देखे
maybe
तो
greed a little
ना
bit more for that elbow space, kind of like stop the rotation a little bit earlier, like in this area here. Because if you don't, as an
Sunset
attacker, you're just
ज़्यादा
going
अच्छा लग रहा है ये
to
देखने के
get
बाद
shot
मेरे
from
को
a lot of different angles.
I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to
ऐसा
go
लग
through
रहा है
the elbow
lurkers
first
और
and then up the staircase.
एंगल वालों के लिए
towards either clearing
जन्नत
ahead of
मैप
the
है
plant
ये
or I guess as cycle, because
Yeah.
that's usually where your anchor's going to slip into, much like Split again, coming back into elbow behind and maybe towards
TDM वाला
stairs.
मैप जिस दिख रहा है
I
हाँ
think
ना
also it's like,
ऐसा
hey,
लग रहा है
if, like,
TDM
your
मैप
duelist
है
wants
ना
to path into heaven on the way to sight, like hey, if
TDM
there's
vibes
like
दे
a
रही
waylay, or
है
even Noman too, like TPing into heaven and gets
yeah.
that forward positioning.
Think about that. Okay, 2 to 4.
Also interested to see if there's actually any kind of B post line where they can kind
Nats
of tuck
तो
a couple
मिलेगा
of players
Nats
in and
भाई
then somebody come back and cheese a little bit.
Nats भाई का
I guess
मैप
it's
स्पेशल
playing out.
निकाला बे
Ooh, hold on. Tens might be doing tens things.
He knows about more as well, but swinging a miss on the
ना
second.
मान रहा 10 ना मान रहा
He's still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like playthrough for him. And again,
अबे
I feel like
देखना
you'll be able
चाहता
to
है
hear a lot of
इसलिए
these
बोल रहा हूँ
rotations too, because
रूट
like as
डूड
much as it is quite a big map, again you
मैं
can kind
अगर
of
कल
slip through into those
स्ट्रीम किया
mid-connectors
तो आज
sort of
मैं
areas.
उधर
You
जाके
can hear
शो
these
मैच कैसे
rotations,
खेल
they
सकता
start
हूँ
making
रे
noise.
Yeah.
हाँ मेरे बाजू में क्या रे
Even now looking at the mini-map, you think about the size of Ascent on the mini-map, it looks massive actually.
Prius, thank you. Thank you! Tens, just a hit and run. Again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that mid-space. Ace player on our show is
ना
Josh
मान
to
रहा
finally
10
deal
ना
with
मान
him.
रहा
But Vinny and Josh got their work cut out now. There is a firing
Three here,
squad.
yeah.
Mel's getting greedy. There it
क्या
is.
किया यार
They take away Vinny.
एक knife बनता है
Just Josh alive.
30 seconds left.
टोस्ट को
Chase him
देखो
down now.
Toast. Toast is the
Again,
worst kind
man,
of player,
yeah.
bro. Like,
My
I appreciate
favourite kind of player, I've got to say.
Oh.
Spamming through with it.
Okay, all good, all saved in the end. We're actually getting close game now. I think like, everyone's kind of getting the tempo of the map as well, kind of getting the control of space. I'm trying to have a little look around for like little goodies. Like the observers normally show me it. You know what I mean? They normally like fly around and find some good stuff. Thank you. I'm already seeing it ready and lined up. And again, I kind of like. Where's the little salt dudes? Where's the
कल
little salt
करेंगे
dudes?
सुधांशु
Yeah,
भाई
we're not seeing enough of Easter eggs just
Early
now.
access कल करेंगे
Can we cook a little harder on that, please? Again, we have like a half buy-ish. Ish. I think it's just Kaide down on the Sheriff. I mean, you got to give your gunner the rifle. What are we doing? I mean, Kaide against Mel. The age-old. Tens want to take space. And I quite like that we're seeing this aggression from Tens, kind of showing
मेरे को
what
लगा
you can
dash
do
करके मार के
space-wise. And aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test.
Whoa.
Putting the pain towards him. Kaide does go down. But again, I love the fact that you can take kind of considered aggression.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, again, it comes back to that sort of...
Oh,
actually, Mel tucked in here next to the smoke. Good for two.
There she
All
is!
of them.
There she is! Take a stand, Mel. There it is! We're waiting
बहुत
for it!
एंगल
This is a
है
feel-good map, though. Like, I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles.
मैं
Right?
tail
It was something that was
को
in my mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing.
support
That just being
in
conscious
next
of it,
VCT.
but already seeing, like, the way it plays out, you just got to be
Nah,
checking
man,
your
Dre.
You just got to be using that util. Nothing is safe. It's that instant reminder, right?
Yeah, I think as well, like when you push up through the map, you know, corners will start to like clear themselves.
It is
like,
the
as you
largest
slice
map
the
to
pie, right?
rotate
As
for
you're checking
attackers,
stuff
bro.
one by one,
Same as
things will
Breeze
naturally open up to you
2.0.
and well, it won't feel as
यार
complicated.
ब्रीज में लगे इतना एंगल्स नहीं थे बे
Oh, actually, mid-split coming through. This is what we were talking
चक्कर आ
about.
रहा है चक्कर आ रहा है
And the late vice look here.
Oh,
Nearly.
W
But
W
they've been wrapped on, yeah.
that's smart as well. Getting up just in time.
13 HP.
Lucky for her.
ओ मैं नल देख के मेरे को बस एक ही का याद
What they
आता
tried to do with that split there, utilizing mid, kind of cutting through that path, and they gambled right. We saw the
3
Toast side
सेंटीज
was
होता है
stacked
भाई
up on
इसमें
that
एक्चुअल में
side.
3
Just
सेंटी
quickly
वर्क कर
on the
सकता हूं
walls here,
मजाक
is
से
it only the
हटकर
Odin with the high penetration?
Yes,
that will go
3
on these walls, so
सेंटी
yeah,
only
एक
rifles,
इनिशिएटर
not
एक
yes, correct.
स्मोकर
Okay. All swiftly dealt with.
Spike planted.
And that's a little awkward for them now, coming through this
Can't
stage
use
wall.
that yet.
Yeah, not going to be easy.
Well, this flank could be
भाई
huge,
स्ट्रेट अब
actually.
एग्जीक्यूट वाला मैच
Opting to
लग
go
रहा
back
है
through
ये
mid.
I quite like that they're trying
सीधा
to
B-rush
find a
करो।
new pathway.
Yeah, Mel just TP'd into it. Corner smoke.
वो लोग घंटा रोटेशन नहीं आ
here.
सकता भाई
Josh
2
could be
to
now
1 रहेगा
fresh
तो
and
भी
cleared on
रोटेशन
the
नहीं आ
corner as
सकता
well.
है
I thought these Sniggers might have really thrived in these close quarter. Oh, okay, they are. Yvonne and Tarek are doing very well. They found some stability here.
बहुत
But
मार रही है
they've
तारिक
got to
की
get moving. Mel and Sin City
Player standing.
trying to work this back through, but a 1v2 is brutal.
नहीं लग रहा
Yvonne there.
बेचारे का नहीं
Shut
लग
it
रहा
out.
शॉट नहीं लग रहा
Real close.
Again, another example of kind of how, actually on a lesser purchase, if
This
you
is
can
a
get
new
into this
ranked
site,
map,
it can be
जो
really
अभी आएगा
difficult to
4-5
find back
दिन
in.
बाद.
So we talked about the flank coming through, didn't wrap all the way through spawn, but come back
Ban
through
नहीं
mid.
करेगा तो
It could be
1-0
really,
से
really
चालू
rough to
होएगा
actually
score
retake
line.
it.
Yeah, I think the stage, yeah, the stage is actually a really nice
remaining.
pick for the attackers because once they get the site, it like flips the castle. Now they are the defenders almost, and now it's like, okay, how do we?
Retake के लिए
when the
अच्छा
when the
stage
script is
इसमें
flipped,
actual
How do
में.
we, as the defenders, take the site?
Because I guess the main thing here with this kind of, I'm calling it the horseshoe there.
Yeah.
हो
The
सकता है
wall around
CHW
A,
pick.
that's typically how you'd expect it set up for a defender. It's open for the attackers to walk onto site. So it's actually really interesting. I said another example potentially for the
भाई
post
Sage Killjoy होने वाला है मेरे हिसाब से. Sage Killjoy.
And I quite like the fact that you can
Fade.
see how much value just that single smoke in mid gets you. It allows you to cross up, right? Because I know a lot of people were scared about that, maybe operator controlling too much space. But Sid City got to respect this now and fall. Bang!
Oh!
He got a tag on Darren too, I'm pretty sure here, Tens. Oh dear, he's hungry. He's hungry. Oh dearie me.
बाप रे इतना कैसे हिल
It's
रहे
an
हैं
aggressive take actually.
गोल्डी भाई मिस.
He's got to be made.
1v5?
हंस रहा है बड़वे.
So in this
गोल्डी
situation,
भाई गोल्डी भाई मैं क्यूटी भाई. चैट सब लोग गोल्डी भाई को वड़ा पाव दो. कैसे गोल्डी भाई? WWW कैसे गोल्डी भाई? यार मैं इसलिए हंस रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को मर्सी भाई का वो आया मैसेज इट बिट क्वालिफाई करके. ये मर्सी भाई के लिए खुश हूँ मैं. गोल्ड भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, चालू करें हम लोग गायरो. हाँ आप मेन असोल्टर, मैं आईजीएल, डेडली डू, दोनों घोड़े पे बैठ के जाएंगे फाइनल जोन. मैं बोल रहा हूँ एक बार ट्राई बनता है, एक बार ट्राई बनता है. इस मैप से मेरा वैलो कमबैक होगा. मैप एकदम टीडीएम वाला वेव्स दे रहे गोल्ड भाई.
Yeah, that was a reveal over the top as well, yeah.
Really, really lovely.
गोल्ड में मैं उस दिन देख रहा था घोड़ा पानी में चल रहा है.
Tense.
The fun Felisa here.
टीवी में देखा था मैं एचडी में.
Sat there as well, like played in so nicely.
And look at Cypher at mid. He knows they're contained. He hears the rotates.
Yeah, that is so smart. I get this sort of presence, right? Keeping that like even late fight to the middle is so valuable. Slipping a player down there gives you so much security towards the B site, for example here. Sid City doing well, just hold that down.
ना कर अभी चेक कम ना
With the judge. I guess that's why Vice is kind of nice too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, touch it after this round. Res comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. Actually a push onto the side here, kind of tagged
मैं
up.
पता मैं टीवी में देख रहा था
Down
टीवी पे.
15 but still standing. Could do with some support
इससे
here.
एक बगे
Again,
आगे का
slow
सीधा टीम
and
बंद कर दिया
steady,
मैंने.
but Mel clean stuff. Hell, calm down.
Just thinking back to comms, actually, just touching there on the
सीधा.
vice, but also
तब
the
मेरे को
opportunities
एहसास
for
हुआ लोग जब भी
deadlock
बोलते
as well.
ना
You're talking
अपना
about the
टीम
Sage
टीवी
wall,
पे
but,
देख रहे करके.
I mean, it could be really, really
तब मेरे
interesting
को
in terms of util for
चैट
the
के साथ
post
एकदम connection
aggressively
feel हुआ.
take space,
Yeah.
deny kind of ways back into sight. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think when this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot of things could potentially work. Especially with when it comes to compet, you'll have the RR reduction on your losses.
So you can really play around.
You can really play around and learn the map. Experiment with some stuff. If you're
याद
feeling
रखना
like it.
लेकिन डाउन के बाद there is always up and
again, I'm
onwards
pretty sure I just
baby.
noticed
क्या
that
बोलते हो
Coach is
चैट?
using the Among Us crosshair, I believe it is.
yes, I do believe that is.
And that would upset me further if I died to him with a judge in
Well-
closest corner. Just knowing that now compounds
That's
issues.
why he's a judge player.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
You're not hitting headshots with that thing.
स्मोक तो मारा 10 ने 10
And this is what I was
होगा.
talking about, that playable space. kind of
Toronto
top
land
right?
पे baby.
Again, it does feel
Chat
like
में
super
गोल्डी भाई
close
है.
kind of, I guess, choke points, but very swingable, very playable from those deeper angles. And I kind of like that synergy then between Tens and I think it was, Kobe as well. Kind of like both working that. Let's go, Vinny.
Binks मत चिल्ला please.
Now,
Sorry माफ करो.
Just 3 of them remaining. Kaide, Vinny, and Josh.
ये किसने मारे ज़्यादा kills?
Bolt's in play here too. Sid City gonna get diffed here. Gonna say it. Vinny clearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? Kobe, a little too late
कैसे
for
नहीं
that.
हुआ पचक करके.
Another push out here. 10's still looking for something. Lines him up again. Starting to get a little warmed up.
It's 7-5. It's a respectable.
Yeah,
though.
for sure.
Oh my god. Oh, they're all standing.
Oh! That's a bold maneuver at 7-5.
अरे पूरी team.
But why not?
Yeah.
And I heard there is like a something if you lose.
भाई इसमें रेकन rotations NH के ना पूरा NH
I
के
don't
bro.
bring it up.
भाई
I saw a sneak preview.
तुम लोग देखो एक बार जहाँ पे एस्ट्रा खड़ा है वहाँ पे बंदा है और लोग बी पे चल गए, तुम लोग कहाँ से घूम के जाओगे बे? 15 जगह है जहाँ से तुम लोग बी पे जा सकते हो. 15 क्या है ये मैप भाई?
The map itself looks great, but the environment on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, shout out to the art team. Oh, they found one.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Look
the
at
art.
this.
What is going on?
मैं बोला ना मेलो
I
10
mean, you can tell the art
मारेंगे.
team had a lot of fun with this one. I
Yeah.
think it was like something that we wanted to like really like hone in on. It's like, hey, how can we make our maps look even better than they do already while keeping that gameplay consistency?
I am seeing the Tacti Bear in what looks like a hot tub up there as well. Hopefully we can touch back on that soon as Kaide. I mean, just give Kaide a
Those
pistol.
cute
For some
reload
reason,
कर रहा हूँ
she is obscenely good with it. And actually, I like that little like overhang kind of denies the dizzy coming through. So you can play some of these corners, still have to be really locked in to clear them.
Yeah.
A bit of a different setup here towards, I guess, Team Tarek here on the B defense there.
अरे आराम से.
Like I told you, Kaide's not
Knife try करेंगे क्या वो लोग?
Tens.
And she knows it's 10s.
Yeah. Oh!
Another one!
Stop it, please, Tens, please.
भाई ये
Let's
गया
be
बे
calm.
आज. ये गया.
Oh god. Tens in a 1v2.
Oh my god.
Please come back, Tens. Please
Oh
come
my
back.
god!
That's outrageous. A Red Bull clutch in a show match. I mean, he was the chosen one for a reason, Mike.
I
Bro,
think he heard you talking about Kaide.
He
with a
is
pistol
him.
and,
My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
You,
take it
you
back.
stoked
ये
the
गया
fire.
बे.
Yep.
ये आज वेन्यू में ही सोने वाला है ये.
The third one, beautiful. The second follow-up though, it's like a fadeaway.
और अच्छा था क्यों?
Oh,
क्या मैप का नाम मेरे
Like
को पता नहीं
headshot
क्या है.
angles as well, like you feel like you can play into it, but they are certainly, it gives you these like playable options.
मेरा नहीं समझा क्यों ऐसा?
Tens, if you're tens though, the defenders don't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, nice to be 10s.
भाई
I guess,
ये
right?
मैप में
example of
वो
brute
सकता
force
है, वो
like
लोग
this.
सॉन्ग आ सकते हैं मेरे गली में मेरे गली में.
And he gets
करोड़.
Again, these
Garrod.
50-50 corners still cleared, but you have that option. If you're not going to invest utility early, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to try to contact up, but
Oh!
they're just... Toast is getting his,
Yep.
his three for sure.
ace.
Four.
The crowd commands it. He's in his camp.
ये हम लोग के
Brilliant.
साथ भी होने वाला है
Just down your
चैट.
camp.
Go hunting.
चैट ये हमारे साथ होने वाला है.
Kaide, deny it, please. Oh no, they
Actually, yeah.
Here, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh,
They're
I
on
think
the
we're going
way.
to see 4 knives out
They're
here
on
just
the way.
charging.
Oh, please, Kaide, don't go down like this. Oh no.
The
no.
flash hits.
Toast with the ace. That's a nasty cam shot right back
Yeah,
to Kaide's
not
face. What are you
happy.
doing?
माँ
Not
भाई का तो
happy.
What are you
गीला हो
doing,
जाएगा.
production? How
लैंग्वेज
dare you?
लैंग्वेज क्या है भाई? क्या
The
कमेंट
judges
है?
look quite strong.
Well, yeah, just to come back though, also another example where initially the kill goes one way, but if you're stacked up, these trades can come through. And
Nice.
kind of scaling up and leapfrogging.
Yeah.
You can get to site so quickly if you win this opening engagement.
Come on, Team Tarek, I need you guys to focus up a little bit here. All right, we need a little bit more play.
Like this
ये
wall.
क्या क्रॉसर है? Don't doubt. एस मारे उसने.
Did you guys play much with the Sage, or was that something that you didn't really see as valuable as maybe we're seeing it here?
I think we tried
Yeah.
a lot of different stuff. I think the Sage is like, we were trying like a more traditional, like, hey,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
let's like
Triangle
wall stuff as an
भाई.
attacker, and like kind of a,
इसके
you know,
ऊपर भी कूद सकते हैं क्या? सुई गुंड
wall
में
in the
छुपने के
main.
लिए?
But I think there's definitely a lot
Chat?
more room to explore with
Yeah,
Sage,
yeah,
I'd
yeah.
say. Especially like on B and A with some of the elevation.
छुपी की क्या वो
Can you
गुंड
get a
में?
wall up to see out the window?
I think you might barely be able to.
Okay.
People are going to be... Mike, why did you give them the
भाई
idea?
अच्छा रहेगा
Why did you
इसमें.
say this? Let me enjoy my games.
खेल सकते हैं.
Yeah,
बी
get that
सेटअप
utility.
करके खेल सकते हैं. कि B पे एक ही entry point है. Mid लेना इतना easy नहीं है.
Kaide with a guardian.
Mid के
Trying
लिए
to play
heavy
that little
fighting
bit of
है.
a deeper angle, but Tens.
But they didn't clear it.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, one more. One more. Oh no, there's the flying judge. Oh, good trade.
B पे वो sunset जैसा setup
We've
कर
got a team
सकते
of
हैं.
judge
B wall
with
और
this
Yeah.
B link वाला mid to B वाला वो.
In the server.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the Omen going up into heaven, kind of stopping the
लेकिन I
rotate
feel
as fast
Killjoy
as
ज़्यादा
possible.
अच्छा है इसमें.
That's super
कि
nice
corner
actually seeing
trade
that
wait
play.
करके
Toast is playing on that
clear
corner
कर.
again. You're going to get this control if you're not going to clear it. This is forcing their hand. Brutal, but you have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads up
ना
with it.
मान रहा भाई.
And was that a little chess piece in the fountain?
Toast
There,
भाई ना
yeah,
मान
the
रहा.
fountain looks like a rook piece.
भाई
I just think,
पूरे
I guess
influence
there
कर
we
रहे हैं
almost have an
audience
example
को
of kind
जज
of
लेने
the
के
jet
लिए.
pathing into
There
side
it
here.
is.
It's
Oh,
almost
that's
similar
lovely.
to kind of getting into a scent in terms of like the smoke forward. They usually dash for the
सोचो
switch
ये
there
cross
close to the
से
door, but
मार
you
रहे
get
वो.
up onto the
hut.
yeah, up on top of hut here, and then I guess it's just another updraft to get.
Yeah.
straight
अरे
into
भाई
heaven.
comeback चाहिए.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think
so-
you'd only be able to get on top of hut because there's no second updraft. I think you have to updraft onto the hut, or maybe you can dash.
भाई दिखाओ उसका head.
And it looks pretty all in.
Oh, he
Tens
dodges the tether.
not being slowed down yet, still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on
भाई
top. There's a lot of
क्या
bodies
ये?
here. Running out of
Bucky.
knives to play with, but the Bucky comes back.
क्या ये player भाई?
And at least he stops the rot here. But
Bro,
Plant's
what
gonna
the
be in.
fuck?
Yeah,
Actual
so
में
now
ये
the
सब
defenders
कर
are here though.
सकते हैं
They're ready for the
भाई.
retake.
See if they can do some damage on this one. Yeah, nice from Josh. Keeping them pinned on the site this
Very
time.
must movement. हाँ ना बे मित.
Vinny.
Side
That's
छोटे
there.
तो side
Help
वाले
out at all.
utils
No
बहुत
one able
काम
to make much
आएंगे.
of
Like
that.
This
brief
heaven
fade
position is
भाई.
actually deadly as well. Again, the scope up here.
Theo नहीं.
Last player
Then
standing.
you can
Theo
get anything
legend
done.
again.
No, it's City.
Clean.
Now with a 3K.
Yeah, very nice.
I
Fade.
guess as well, yeah, you need to
Killjoy.
hop onto the
Omen.
little, maybe up onto the box, the
Ye
dash,
team.
and then
Yeah.
maybe it's a little more
Main.
clunky than the ascent approach, but
Yeah.
it was actually a nice set piece in the previous round with the
Fade
cage in the
Killjoy.
corner to
Women
kind
is
of
like
path
main
over
of the
top hut.
mainers.
Yeah.
Again,
भाई इसमें
obviously
सोचो
been doing that in
क्या क्या
scrims.
लाइनअप रहेगा फेड का भाई ऊपर से खाली है पूरा.
Nice little inspect. Oh.
Oh, yeah, we don't want that. It's not a judge.
ऊपर से देखो कहाँ कहाँ
And again,
लाइनअप
just
डाल
to
सकते
come
हैं
back here,
भाई.
how spammable is the hut from both
It's not
sides?
very spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the Odin,
Okay.
but not the
नियॉन
hut.
भाई
Okay.
नियॉन
Big
भी हो
part of
सकता है
the
भाई.
hut now.
नियॉन भी क्रेजी हो सकता है मैं अपना.
Okay, Toast without...
एक्चुअल में क्रेजी हो सकता है.
Excuse
Wow,
me?
What?
Tens.
Sorry? I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed.
टेंस भाई को एक अलग से शुरू मैच में तीसरा टीम में डालना
God.
चाहिए था जिसमें वो अकेला हो.
It's just filthy.
Player
Kaide
standing.
doing the best you
Spike
can,
down
but I
mid.
mean...
I think they're going for around the world right now. They're just in their spot.
भाई वो लोग मैप
Yeah,
देखने
just taking the
घूमने
tour.
गए भाई.
Oh wow, we got some RPers here. That's crazy.
Yes, they are
That's
being.
crazy. Finny. Oh, you've unlocked one.
The biggest see his face is like, what are they doing?
Guys, they're all in spawn. Oh. Yes, the fun police did indeed
Yes, yeah.
I
see the
feel like I could
confusion.
lip read
भाई
that one
क्या
as well.
बकचोदी करते ना.
Top 5, guys. 10's kind of kicked up a gear. He's on 23 to 11.
Yeah.
मैप घूम के आए वो लोग.
Oh,
You can see he's got back into the rhythm of being on stage.
yeah. Yeah, he's quite good at stage games, isn't he?
Flank them. It's 5 man.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
we're leaking comms.
Okay.
I like that.
We're leaking comms, though.
So what would it, where
Chalo,
on the map would you say
fat
this is the most feasible approach?
5-man slam.
Yeah.
Probably
Walla
through
करने
E.
के duck wall.
Okay.
I think A, the attackers have a little bit more to work with.
Well,
Oh,
they've teased us and they're not doing it.
Yeah, it was all a ruse. And it feels like they're trying to extend a little bit of gameplay here. I'm seeing Classics and Cherish, but I can also see your money.
Oh my god.
Team Toast. Oh no, 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 Tens. This feels like bullying.
Yeah.
This feels mean.
Big C's though, actually.
Oh god, look at what's waiting. Look. There's knives.
Toast
there's-
यार.
If they carry on this way, it's probably not going to feel... Oh no, Yvonne, don't. Oh no, they're getting baited in, Mike. They're getting baited in. Sin City
You
waiting.
can see they want to go in.
Oh, we got one.
It's carrying the ball.
She's still going! I thought one was enough. The second as well. Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you letting
I
that
love
happen?
how it's Tarek the first to fall.
Beautiful, isn't it? There it is. A sacrifice. Giving it up. Oh no.
Wait, so hang on, actually, who cheated? Who bought the guns there?
I
So a
don't
few guns made it into sight.
think there was... Tarek, I need you to up the ante here. Come on
where's
now.
my 5-man flank?
You will promise this.
Okay, now we
It's gonna be a
got...
very
मेरे
loud
गोट
round.
का और माइनस हो रहा है बाबा.
Yeah, we're
About this.
testing
There
where
we go.
these balls are.
Well,
Well, this is the one we're on about.
Well, at least you have other spots to play. You have options.
that is true. That would not be fun otherwise. Luckily, mostly unscathed here.
Yeah, they don't
Chat
get too much from that.
अपने
Actually,
साथ
they're
होने वाला है
look
यार.
at mid. They're just getting so much free info.
Oh, comes in.
Spike
It's
down
not pretty
A.
gameplay.
No, this is not probably the caliber that the next game's going to be like.
No.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's very, very loud. Thank you, Vinny, and thank you, Tarek, for quietening down Team Toast.
Have they run out of money yet? As I say, do we get another...
Full side spammable है.
Do we get
Plant हो
another
गया तो
weird
छोड़ दो
purchase?
सीधा.
I think they're
Sida
just going
safe.
to real buy
Okay.
pretty soon.
Yeah.
Plant हो गया
I mean,
सीधा
Team Toast,
safe.
that is just any sort of
Base से
shotgun.
मारेंगे post plant ये लोग.
I guess another question as well with
Enemy remaining.
to get a reveal into that site, kind of has to go through the window. What are the opportunities to come over that archway in terms of the skybox?
Chat कुछ भी मत ले go. +1.
Possibilities for early reveals to set that up, or do you have to take the space in front of that window?
You kind of need to take the
दिया
space in front of
leader
the
ने
window.
call
You
दिया
can
खत्म करो.
do some level of recon for it.
Here we go.
there's some-
ये
They're going
जो
all
B
in.
setup है
They
बस
want to end
दो
this one,
spike
it
का
looks
जरूरत
like. For
नहीं.
this tournament site, we do have that Vice utility here as well. TP up towards heaven. Tens has a go, and it just
Really?
clips the ankle almost. Josh Zeki,
ऊपर
beautiful.
बैठेगा बे
That's
वो.
That right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but Mel just goes through heaven.
Look, Mel's
ये
getting
क्या जगह है
slippery with
अभी?
these positions, figuring out the map.
Did she TP actually?
Yeah, she did.
Okay, 3v2, Mel and Toast.
तारिक भाई इधर भी एंगल है भैया.
Hello, Tarek, and wake up here, buddy. Mel is reining it in.
10th floor में देखो
Nice little
क्या हो रहा है.
glimpse out there.
Yeah, they took the bait.
Oh, this time.
Well, the TP in as well.
Oh, Mel is putting on a masterclass. This could be lovely, but a tap on the spike and a draw. The hand has to show. Ah, okay, Mel.
One enemy
You ending it
remaining.
now up against Mel. You
Don't do
Mel.
it. Don't do it.
Mel.
She's sticking it.
Wait, is the time? No.
Oh.
Nice try all around. The 13-7. Team Toast coming out swinging.
It's our first international Corrode champions.
True.
Crown.
True. There it is.
W baby मैं बोला ना 10
Top
ही
of the
जीतेगा
board,
भाई.
Tens. Top of the board.
Too strong.
It's nice to see what the opening can do here as well.
जीत
Just
के
getting
क्या
TP
मतलब
around,
आज?
getting kind of slippery with that verticality.
स्टेडियम के बाहर नहीं जा पाएगा बेचारा.
It was.
इधर ही
I mean,
सोना है
I'm
10th
glad
को.
actually we saw a couple of examples, particularly towards mid.
भाई
Some of the
मेरे
things
को
we were talking
गुस्सा
about
दिखाई दे रहा है.
ahead of
यहाँ से
time.
दिखाई दे रहा है मेरे
I'm
को
interested
गुस्सा.
to see kind of how the
यहाँ से.
development of post plants kind of. That's where I'm leaning with
Yeah.
this. The defender side aggression, like you said, setting up kind of set
मेरे को
pieces
वो
and more
look clear cut
initiator
मालूम है
oriented
chat.
gameplay, but also how the post plants develop. Is there
Yeah.
anything that kind of stood
गया.
out to you?
No, I think
गाली
they were
दिया, सीधा
kind of
गाली
playing it
दिया,
how
वो देख.
I would
घर
think
पे
like
आना नहीं,
a
ऐसा
team,
बोला.
you know, of this caliber would play. Like they were going for a lot of mid splits. They were
देखा
trying
ना,
to like take
देखा
their
ना,
time as they're
10
getting
scope
inside. I
में
think
क्या
there were
उसने
times where
देखा
people
ना,
like
गया पे.
Josh Zeki,
गया.
where he was able to hold down elbow and get those 2 picks. I think that's
It's
exactly
over,
kind
dude.
of the gameplay we want
Okay.
to see.
Oh, that was good fun.
हाँ,
Oh,
एस
good
मारना
spirits,
है,
though.
बुली करना है.
Not for the knives.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, touch and go for a minute there.
Some brawl
The
breaks out on
PM
the
was
side.
coming out,
Yeah, it was ramping up a little bit, but I think overall,
CS:GO
I
map
just
and
want to see what the
CS:GO
teams do with this now in their
toxicity.
hands. You know, get those pro
G
teams out there, see what they can make this map, because you saw glimpses
बंदे
of what
थोड़ी
it could
चेंज
look
होने
like.
वाले मैप आने से.
And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see Yinzu getting locked
Fire
in down on
ticketing.
stage.
Been so long
And,
since we
yeah,
saw
everyone
Artens
just
on
lining up
stage
and
that I
again,
actually
I
forgot
think a good
how
first
good he
glimpse.
Yeah, for
was
sure. I
on
guess
Jet. Good for real.
key takeaways, like I said, is I'm really excited
Football
to see kind
team.
of composition changes,
Yeah.
some of the other things we've talked about.
All right, we're going to pass it on down to
भाई
Yinzu.
5
Let's
साल
hear
हो
from the
गया बे
captains
वालों
of
को.
that fantastic
क्या?
show match.
मतलब मैं 6 साल
Well,
से
that
स्ट्रीम
was
कर
a
रहा हूँ.
fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tarek here, but I didn't realize we're going to have everyone here.
Toast
So real
को
quick,
ज़्यादा
Tens,
मजा आया.
you're coming back, right? After that, you're coming back.
Maybe. Yeah, Kaide called me wash, so I had to show her what's up.
You have to come back, Tens. That was crazy up there. But Toast, the judge, the Cypher, defense setups, it was so nasty. What about you? Have you ever thought about maybe, I know you like to start your own team, but maybe put yourself in there?
Yeah, this experience has taught me that I don't need to hire players. I can be the player on my team.
I completely agree. But Tarek, it wasn't for a lack of trying. You brought it as well. Love the things that you managed to show us. What did you make of the new map? There was a lot of kind of new things. We saw the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was not a great first experience on the new map. I was getting judged and ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's going to be really exciting, and it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant, so it's fun to see what'll happen with it. Yeah, it's going to be good.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I got to say Sentinels.
I agree with you, I agree with you. But more importantly, there's a reason why there is a cake here. As you guys know, the loser is going to get this cake to the face. So I just want to make sure we're out of the firing line. Toast, you earn this. Enjoy this. You need help? I think he needs a bit of help, yeah.
पूरा टीम आके मारो उसको बोला बे टोस्ट भी लाइक अकेले नहीं पूरा टीम आके मारो बेचारा यार मेरा गोट नाइफ होने के बाद केक भी खा रहा है
once again to Team Tarek, but the main event is coming up right after this. One more time, guys, give it up for Team Toast.
Durak to Durak nahi yaar mere paas nahi hai
All I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like Red Velvet, and I love me some Red Velvet. Body built by Red Velvet, you know what I'm saying? But in any case, everyone, welcome back. Golden Boy here on the desk. We have the one and only. We have Leo Faria. We also have Anna Dolan. You guys know them, right? Give it up, you don't mind? Give it up.
Hello.
All right, so
basically we do
it's kind of become a tradition of ours at this point, which is super fun. So why don't we go ahead and first talk about the new map?
I think one is Esports.
Looks awesome, looks super fun. Personal experience, have you had a chance to play on it? Main on it?
I have played on it. I haven't decided who I want to main on it yet. I loved watching it in action today, though, because we make these things. We have no idea what's going to happen. I love watching them try. It was great.
And the trailer was great. The cinematic was awesome.
Oh, it was super dope. Super dope. And that cake was
super cakes of fruit. That's right. You got to hear first. But Leo, yeah, I mean, this map looks like it's going to be a pretty fun addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there. Lots of variety as far as like defensive holds are concerned, even though we did see the attackers really do some work. So I think teams are going to have fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Man, we're very excited. Look, this map is going to bring something like a more straightforward type of gameplay to Valorant and the VCT. As you said, it is supposed to give you more of that layer defensive, layer defense to our competition. So yeah, we're very excited.
I'm pumped to see how some of our pro teams take to it. Right?
Maps always play a big role in how
MVP bracelet किसको मिलेगा? Guess कर.
Looking forward to seeing in play.
Exactly. Now, another thing, and you guys can probably see it over here, is our MVP bracelet, because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, who's in your running so far for MVP?
अबे बहरे 4 second MVP बनेगा उसको मिलेगा.
This event, I think. Look, I think our boy Forsaken has.
Forsaken.
A real
shot.
Like that. Veteran has been in the since 2021. You know, his
अरे तू $100 दे लेकिन बराबर सुपर चैट करना.
Okay. Toronto, how we feel? You think Forsaken can be MVP? Toronto, what do you think? Got some Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
I'm gonna say. You know, I don't. It doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own boy.
They did crown Kayak.
They're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking incredible up there. We're looking forward to seeing him take to that stage. Oh yeah, it's incredible without a doubt. Now, All right, well, look, we like to talk about some fun stuff up here. And any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, like, you know, the game, the sport, everything. What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So, look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June, I think?
Yes,
June?
Crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I know. Like, every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we have another agent coming. We've got replays, finally. Replays on the way.
Replays! We like replays.
I don't think we deserve applause, but I am super happy that they're coming. You know, we've got the Unreal 5 update. I actually did want to say, like, we saw a lot of player chatter around concerns that maybe UE5 is going to make it like less performant on lower end machines. I actually think it's going to do the opposite, like that. So I want to like make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's still going to run really well. And then I think, you know, we're going to spend the rest of this year really dialing things like gunplay, agent abilities, things like that. Like, that's going to be a big focus for us. Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been working on that a bit. I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is like some of our a little bit more aggressive changes. Not too aggressive, but like there's a good chance we break some stuff, you know? There's a good chance we break some stuff. So the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So yeah, I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And, you know, for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because champs around the corner.
Champs is always
hello,
pull all the
like karo, आवाज आ रहा है.
And that playoff's gonna be sick. But yeah, champs coming up. Paris, by the way, a reminder for everyone: verify your account if you want to buy tickets. Right? We want to make sure tickets go to fans, and we have a verification process to make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of new things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But of course, we still have more to come. We have Ascension after Champions. We have Game Changers Championship coming to Law Park in Seoul for the first time.
That's going to be so awesome. I'm excited for that one.
There's still lots to come this year.
Yeah, you know, even speaking for myself as like an old school esports kid who like went to these conventions back in the day, compete in a lot of these tournaments, it really did bring back the feeling for me. I do want to give a special shout out to the Artist Alley. They are absolutely incredible out there. Yeah, and if you're in the venue and you haven't had a chance to check out Artist Alley yet, please do so. Support local artists. They can very much use your support, and really just creative stuff, man.
I spent so much money.
Okay. Hey, you know, and then there's more money to spend. No, but seriously, go check them out. It's amazing stuff here. And you know, speaking of amazing, we're actually celebrating 5 years of Valorant, and it has been quite the journey to get to this point here, Leo. What's one of your favorite memories, man?
Man, look, it's hard to choose one. I think there's so many. I really love like that very first event we had fans, a crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my first event. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart. But I think my favorite is Champions in LA. Yeah. Just because, look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole story of that tournament was beautiful. Seeing that team and Potter, you know, lifting the championship trophy in front of the home crowd, it felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was such a moment, without a doubt. All right, and what about you? What's your favorite memory of these 5 years?
This was like the hardest question on this entire thing.
Yeah, it's still listed as TBD.
I know, it's TBD in your notes. I was like, what one thing for 5 years? Look, I will say, I think closed beta, honestly, is like, it's gonna just, I don't know what's gonna top that feeling in that moment when like we had put our heart and soul into this thing. Yeah. We didn't know if anyone was gonna want to play it. We didn't know if anyone was gonna show up. And then those servers started lighting up, Twitch streams, code drops. Like it was so overwhelming. Andy Ho, our EP, was like physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? And that's kind of like, you know, it was like this moment where we knew like we'd made something that people would like want to play and that they would want to invest their time in. And that was the dream. Like we didn't make it for us, like we made it for all of these people. So that moment, well, I don't know what could top
you know,
that,
even from like me as like a video game industry nerd, like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during COVID like that was actually quite unprecedented at the time and was historic. Actually laid the groundwork for a lot of the industry moving forward. So, and that's not blowing smoke, I'm being honest. Like that genuinely is like what happened. So you guys have a lot to be proud of there.
Thank you so much.
And it's been quite the journey.
Thank you.
It
it's
really
been a huge journey. Thank you. And thank you to everybody.
For real. Yeah. And seriously, I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys. There's always going to be more trickles of goodness down the road, and I'm excited for it as well. But for now, folks, that is where we are going to leave you here. For now, you mind giving us a round of applause for Leo and Anna. Thank you so much for joining me here on the desk.
Thank you, Toronto.
because Toronto has been incredible, and the good news is we have more to come because the grand finals between PRX and Fnatic are around the corner. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from one possible MVP contender. We spoke with Jing about making the grand finals in this Omen player moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from PRX. Both were really good. They're definitely a really good team, and they also came into this tournament with a lot of confidence. I think BABYYY has played a really big part in helping them. I've seen like many clips online of him like cheering his team up and just giving his entire team a lot of energy and confidence. So I think that played a really big part in how they're playing right now. So yeah, I think that was really important. So big props to BABYYY.
Gonna have to do work here, BABYYY does well to find
100 with chance.
Of course, it's really exciting and really proud of my team because in Pacific we were like down 0-3 and we barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific. So yeah, I mean now we have really good momentum. So hopefully the Cinderella run continues. I see all the PRX jerseys in the crowd. You guys truly fuel our will to win. This one is going to be for you. Thank you.
मैंने ट्वीट ही नहीं किया कुछ.
Now these two teams have both made incredible runs in their respective brackets to get to this point. The PRX train rolled through the uppers and scored 3 straight 2-0s, taking down many tournament favorites along the way. And then over on the lower side, you had Fnatic, who survived 4 straight elimination matches, including a best-of-5 to make it back to their first grand final in 728 days. Of course, joining me back on the desk here, you have Kukuka as well as Mimi, as we're going to break everything down for today's grand finals matchup between PRX and Fnatic. But before we dive into everything, that is going to bring us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think is going to lift that trophy today. Scan the QR code, cast your vote for PRX or Fnatic, and then of course all throughout the finals, make sure you use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters so we can get your good stuff on the broadcast. All right, guys, let's go ahead and talk about this game here because this is PRX's 3rd grand final appearance, and yet they only have donuts to show for it in the category of win. What's going on?
And the first two are both heartbreakers in their history, all the way back in Copenhagen, the first event with a live audience. PRX fell to FPX's incredible lower bracket run, and then it was another heartbreak when they came back again a couple years later to qualify to the grand finals at Champions in Los Angeles. So now the question is, will the 3rd time be the charm for PRX?
Yeah, exactly. It's not only that, they've been a part of so many of the best-of-5s getting further into the tournaments. But so far, it's not only the grand finals, also the lower brackets. They still have to win a best-of-5 globally.
पर एक बंदे ने 2000% किया है. तूने पढ़ा?
नहीं.
क्यों?
तू पढ़ेगा ना.
PRX win है आज. Bunks by no things. Love you. GEELI से भी निवल. Thank you for the 2000 recharge कर रहे निवल. Love you. Minak by thank you for the 100. Double thanks. Kirat by thank you for the 40. Double ping की थी L. और क्या? बस ना. ठीक है. W never member chat miss हो गई शायद. कान के पर्दे फाड़ दो.
Of Valorant Esports, but that young man on your screen there is someone who we thought we said goodbye to for a little while, but turns out not to be the case. Jing came back with the squad and ended up being stronger than ever, Mimi.
This was supposed to be his last match at Champions when they lost in that finals. It was a heartbreaking way to go. He went to register for his national service, which is required for everyone in Singapore, but it turned out that he had a medical issue that meant that he could not complete that service, but that he still could come back and play. So PRX got this opportunity to have their superstar, who they didn't even think that they would have, back on their roster. And now, more than a year since they thought it would be his last game, he's in another final with the squad that has always been his.
If you think about PRX, you have to think about Jing. If you think of why you love this team, why you support them, it's being crazy. It's playing the game the way no other team apparently can do. And one of the players that is
one of the best in doing so is Jink. He thrives in the chaos. And I think that
Okay,
today
guys,
has a
already
very
up
good
again.
chance of getting that MVP bracelet if PRX manages to get the victory.
Which would be massive for him. But taking a look on the other side of the stage, you have that guy right there, Chronicle, who is looking to become the undisputed greatest of all time in Valorant. If he wins this tournament, it will be 4 trophies for this man. 4 trophies, and he's only 22 years old.
Chronicle is one of the biggest legends of this game. He was one of the first ever winners that we had in EMEA back in Masters Berlin. Doing it with different rosters, doing it from different roles. There is nothing Chronicle cannot do. Initiator, Duelist, Sentinel, it doesn't matter. And if we take a look at the numbers, he's always been one of the most consistent players in this game.
Valorant's most consistent player, I would say. He has been here since the beginning, attending the second Masters event and lifting a trophy there, going to the final champions that year. No matter what time, what teammates, Chronicle goes deep in tournaments, and he only gets better group stage to now in playoffs, and you know he's the type of guy who's gonna step up in a grand final like this one.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, of course, you gotta consider the IGLs in this moment here, because you have Bo5, you just saw on your screen, and Forsaken. And Forsaken stepping into this role for like the first time here. This is a huge opportunity for him, and he's going up against one of the greatest callers in the game. It's a tall task to ask of this young man.
For years, you ask PRX, who's your IGL? We're all going we're doing whatever, but now you ask him, and they're going to say Forsaken. He has stepped up as a leader through what has been the hardest patch for PRX. They don't really rough 2024. They missed out on Bangkok, the first ever global event in Southeast Asia.
क्षितिज भाई, जस्ट सेइंग, जो चीज आपने पढ़ा ना उसमें 20 सेकंड थे. जस्ट सेइंग, आपने वो 20 को 10 करके जो आपने खुद का मैसेज टाइप जिधर से पढ़ा था उसका प्रिंसिपल हूँ मैं, प्रिंसिपल.
These two IGLs. I love the fact that we have a PRX that still, throughout the years, has managed to make this style work.
Boaster was a grand finalist for Valorant's first ever global event, and he's still here. He's still bringing up new rookie players. Look at Alpha. He was the guy who brought him into Tier 1. In a lot of ways, made him the MVP candidate he is today. Now Boaster's here again, without Durka, without Mini, those right-hand men he had for his entire run as a leader, and he is still championship caliber. You have to say, if he wins today, there's no contest that he is
PRX जीत के ही रहेगा.
You don't get to this position this many times by mistake. Plain and simple.
ये जर्सी नहीं है, जब भी पहना PRX हारती है साला
evolution also emotionally, he's lived through every single one of these tournaments. We've seen it at the highest and also at the lowest. So seeing him back here, it speaks volumes about
Chris Bhai, thank you for the 9 months.
First global finals for our rookies. Let's go ahead and hear what Kayak and Patman had to say to Yinsu, earlier today.
I've now got the super rookies of the tournament here with me, Patman from PRX and Kayak from Fnatic. You might have an idea what the other person might be feeling right now, because it is both of your first tournaments and you're already in the final. So I wanted to ask you 2 questions. First of all, Patman, what does it mean to you to make it already this early on in your career?
मैं क्वेश्चन पूछना Patman को, कौन आप पे पानी डाल रहा है, आप ग्रो कैसे कर रहे हो?
Now I'm playing in a grand final, so yeah, feel excited.
And Kayak, you won Ascension, you know, like 9 months ago, and now you're already in a global final. How does that feel for you?
I mean, it means a lot, but
PRX का future अब आपके हाथ में,
same as other games, so no extra pressure, no anything, no expectations.
Full support to PRX.
Hoping for a good game.
And of course, the final match, the opponents are very interesting as well. What do you think about PRX?
I think they are good opponents. I wanted to face them like before the grand final, but didn't get a chance. So finally we meet each other, and I think both of the teams
आपको क्या लगता है PRX हारेगा, Fnatic जीतेगी?
It's gonna be a good game.
I hope so too. And what about you, Patman?
I mean, like what he said, we play like both different play style, so it's gonna be
Dinar
like
से hater पहली बार देखा मैंने.
And yeah, I feel so excited to face against them because
मत करना PRX को आराम
before I'm just watching Boaster do like cool walkouts, and now I'm facing with him.
गरम है पिंकी.
I can't wait to see your walkouts. Thank you very much.
I love you. Chris, I love you.
Earlier on, we asked you for the MasterCard fan poll who you thought was going to walk away with the grand finals victory.
28%
and the results are in the community. Says 71.6% for PaperX. Mimi, do they finally lift a trophy over their head?
It makes sense for a couple different reasons, right? That this feels like it's just their time. Losing 2 finals before being in another one, having a double ban advantage. But still, when you look at this sheet, a lot of us thought Fnatic would win today. And for me, a lot of that just goes to the tenacity of this lower bracket run, that they've done it already on maps they're not good at. And even with that double ban advantage, I think if this gets deep, if we get to a map 5, I back Fnatic in those high pressure positions.
And when we look at the record that we were speaking about, those best of 5, both of the times that PaperX made it to the grand final was also through the upper bracket. And if history is to repeat itself, maybe that advantage is not enough if the other team has been having everything on the line for so many days.
The first trophy that PaperX ever lost was to an EMEA team who went on a lower bracket run when they came through the uppers. It's a question of
love you, Akshaba. Thank you for 37 months. Time to upgrade, baby.
Oh man, they say lightning can't strike twice here in Toronto. Well, we're about to find out, people. Because after 12 days of competition, we're now down to the final 2. It's PaperX versus Fnatic. Best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Toronto Grand Final starts right now.
Late mid lurk as well coming up from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the number's still good.
PaperX, it's like one mind together as a team.
Keep moving, boys.
Listen, guys, just play side. People's thought and feeling come together in that moment.
In this though, it's all going.
भाई ये कमेंट मैंने चैट इसके लिए मेरे को स्ट्रीम म्यूट करना पड़ा. विशाल भाई को टैग करके बोला हेलो विशाल भाई.
ये देखने का है ना, मौज पार्टी कर रहे हैं.
और विशाल भाई
is really exciting. We barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific, so
W Palakji, W.
2 years in the making, but PaperX are finally back in another grand final.
First time I ever made it to grand finals, it was Copenhagen.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we were kind of sad, but at the same time, we were so happy and proud of how far we went.
Finals गए थे लोग.
Second time I was in grand finals was Champs LA.
Are you Valorant World Champions?
I still remember the feeling of walking past EG and watching them hold up the trophy. Their loss was quite hard on all of us. We thought like we had the experience from Copenhagen and we would play really well in LA Champs, but unfortunately there was not the case. After the tournament, everyone received so much love from the fans. That made me really happy as well, and it made me push harder to keep being good at the game. Just like us, it's been long since Fnatic has been in the grand finals. It's gonna be a great match.
They want to.
It's been a while since I've been in the grand finals. But damn, does it feel good to be back.
Fnatic hai. Huh?
Beautiful from Fnatic.
भाई आज अगर अल्फा जेट शटडाउन हो गया ना, विशाल भाई जीत गया.
Coming to this day.
डर लग रहा है अल्फा से.
देखते अल्फा में बहुत मार रहे हैं.
Doesn't matter what happened in the past.
One hell of a lower bracket run so far.
Nice guy, let go. मैं तेरे वजह से काया को कचक बुला रही हूँ.
Moment.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा है, नॉइस कैंसलेशन.
How you handle it.
Fnatic Grand Finals now awaits.
This is my first time to have a chance to lift a trophy. I will remember this moment forever.
भाई सोचो बे, किसी एक के लिए बाप मूवी बनने वाला है.
If they try to pick me, I'm gonna show them where I'm from.
Oh my God.
This time, I'll be the one lifting the trophy.
Yes.
We're on my home soil now.
कैसा लगा reply?
So it's time to take over.
Twitter पे I made it.
We're gonna show you that we are the better team. With my boys, I know what we're capable of, and I know that we can reach the top.
You are all my family. Let's go get that trophy.
W.
Let's make some bloody noise.
Yinsu के लिए सबसे हार्ड है
Ready
आज.
to get wrecked? The train is coming.
भाई देखो बे.
Train is coming बोला इसमें. Choo choo.
Aura Farming Pro Max.
वो एंट्री.
तो बुला के एंट्री कर रही है.
अरे तू पीछे रह, मेरे को वो हो रहा है थोड़ा पीछे.
Toronto, welcome to your match
भाई PRX थीम है ट्रॉफी का.
Today, our last two teams are fighting for a place in history to hoist this trophy. So let's introduce our first team. It's Viper.
क्या? कलर चेंज नहीं आएगा.
The rookie.
कहाँ पे रखा था क्या ये? मेरे को प्लीज. मेरे को.
On the up, something.
Good.
The Sentinel.
Aura farming.
The Flex Master.
हारने वाले को कुछ तो रख दे, इसलिए टीम रख दिया. एक्सक्यूज मी.
बेल्ट लेके
वो दे बेल्ट लेके आया. मेरे को एलेक्स का एंट्री होने वाला है.
वो दिख भी नहीं रहा है. Let's go!
And representing EMEA, the
System the chat.
beginning and a former Masters winner. Let's introduce
अरे गया आवाज गया इसका.
Your Flex Chronicle.
वो डांस करेगा, पोस्टर डांस करेगा.
100% डांस करेगा.
पोस्टर करेगा.
सब लोग आएंगे क्या डांस करके? नहीं भाई कजक भाई है. औरा है +1 है. अल्प जहर.
पीछे क्या देख रहा था
वो लोग थोड़ा फास्ट आ रहे. एनएस लास्ट ऑफ बोला बे. अरे कोच भाई रुको, नाम तो लेने दो. PRX का सिंह अच्छा था. Finally it's happening. Finally it's happening, chat.
They've yet to experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the grand.
Yeah, I hope both teams win.
This was not
supposed to
be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok. They started stage 1 wrong, but this train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals. The question now is only if they can get their first trophy.
And as we take a look at the Omen advantage in the veto, PRX are going to take out the Haven, something that they've been doing the entirety of the tournament.
मेरा भी गया है वॉइस. क्या हो गया क्रिस भाई? आप भी चला रहे थे.
Showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start. And I'm surprised that Fnatic, even though they've been leaning towards the Lotus, towards the split, they decide to go for Icebox as the first map.
I actually like this idea. They leave the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic, though, they need to win on Icebox. Because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset. They are massively unfavored against PRX on those two maps. If they win today, I think it has to be a 5-map series. It goes all the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very testing the resistance of the team. I think the third one is the one that is the most exciting, and you have a very good point. Fnatic will suffer in the first half of this veto. But this is what it all comes to. Yes, you've been learning a lot through.
Already 10,000 लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं and we are very close to 1 million. जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है जोर से सब्सक्राइब बताओ. क्या पता अपन पहुंच जाए. समझ रहे हो? We are very close. हाँ मेरा गाफ फट गया था पर चिल्लाना काम नहीं किया. Chris Badek was 2.79.
who is a team about all about the macro. They play slow. They're trying to make every decision perfectly. There could not be teams more opposed in the way that they want to play Valorant facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that, look, yes, PRX have been known for that W gaming lifestyle. And we love the W gaming lifestyle. But one thing that we have seen at this event might be a little cringe, W strategy. We've seen these two teams, but most importantly, PRX add depth. Exactly, that is the perfect word there. And it came in the form
chat like karo.
With this squad, really Kukuka deciding, hey, in order for us to
take that next 45 months, Radiant bolte.
The way we have to build needs to start from the foundation ground up, and they have done exactly that, and now look at where they are right now.
Oh, I think that especially because of the way the PRX plays the game individually, fundamentally, they have to be the best because they have to thrive in the chaos that they themselves want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right within the game. And I think that they are going to struggle. Especially and mostly important is not when the round happens, but after a very quick round, if PRX hits you with another quick round, the downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
They're getting hit with a jab and a right hook right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these players, they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies or at least gotten damn close in the case of PRX. But for two of them, they are brand new rookies where this is their first global tournament stepping onto this stage. It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any longer since we saw Patman lose out on his opportunity to even go to Pacific Ascension before he got this opportunity with PRX. And now they're both in a final.
And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen. Both Scat coming from BBL and Milan. We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes, when the first victory that EMEA had globally after the Gambit, that first champion that we remember very fondly, Milan was part of that set.
He was. But on the other side, it's a change-up, right? Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik at with
on the other side today.
Yeah, first ever tournament. And now here he is, helping out PRX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great map for PRX. We expect them to lock in this Sage comp that they've looked so good on this tournament.
Yeah, we also have seen Kayak regionally playing with that Sage, making a little bit of those that we love and can have a lot of 1-0 already. Be expecting them. For me, is one of the flaws or the gaps that I can see in the PRX. That on Sunset could be a difference maker in many of the circumstances, especially when you like playing slow like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side of PRX.
And especially looking at Chronicle, Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding those gaps. His lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man, you can feel it in the venue here. It feels as if, you know, this is like a Super Bowl type of joint right now, and I'm all about it because you got these two teams with such incredible stories that have brought us so much entertainment throughout the years. You talk about the 5-year celebration of Valorant's history. These two teams have been there practically from the start. So for these guys to be a part of this moment, but also to be facing each other on the stage like this, Mimi, in such a fashion, it really is something else.
It's truly special. Crashes as well. He was there at the beginning, always one of the best optics back in the day. And he'd have an opportunity to even play in Tier 1 again after how things went with NRG. Signs with Fnatic, moves to Europe, and now back on another master stage at another grand final with a completely new roster.
And you know what's really impressive about this Fnatic team for me, Bea, is the fact that this squad feels calm and composed in the moment, and in fact, they feel like they're relishing in this atmosphere.
Yeah, there's been some moments, right? But I think that they are learning from all of those moments. One of the people that has learned a lot and evolved a lot, not only Kaya that we're seeing here, and how exponential
PRX haven't lost a single map in playoff. अगर आज जीत गया तो perfect story होगी. W Ashul Lakni bhai, thank you for the 10 euros. लेकिन ये सब की चीज के बीच में आपने ये नहीं बताया कि आप हो कहाँ से और फैमिली में कौन-कौन है. ये मेन क्वेश्चन है.
Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks, the moment is finally here, and the trophy is within reach. Let's get the grand final started and send it over
what
to
do you feel about the map?
It's Brand and Sideshow.
check your corners.
There is energy here in this arena today. We have two titans of the sport.
Whoever wins, it's victory for the fans. Atif Aslam bhai, Gana galo meri jaan ke rote.
Many chances in the past, but now there's another one in front of them, and they are going to want to
thank you for the 2 euros.
Unstoppable all the way throughout that lower bracket. Looking to carve themselves into the history books a little bit deeper.
It's the team that has a strong claim as best of all time up against the best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there that would love to have as many chances as PRX have had at a trophy. And PRX, every time it seems to slip through their grasp. This feels like a moment coming through the upper bracket, double map fan advantage. In some sense, it's PRX's trophy to lose there in the middle between these two teams.
But both
are going to be scrapping for every inch, and it starts here on Sunset, a map that Fnatic are forced to play.
All steady for now.
क्या लगता है 1 मिनट के अंदर प्लांट होगा कि नहीं?
Contact plays. Hoping that they can grab an unaware player. Fnatic all playing A for retake though.
It's a confident start.
15 सेकंड के अंदर प्लांट होने वाला है.
You could well run into somebody holding a one and done, but they're relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for retake in these situations.
So much util save for PRX. They better get themselves into the post here, but bodies are already starting to get over towards that A site. Fnatic. 5 plays here, double flank occurring. Something has to be the
something को दिखाओ. Something को दिखाओ.
Something को दिखाओ. Spawn nade sailing up
दिखाओ.
Through main node, these players getting squeezed. Crashes. It's already drawn blood. Fnatic are going to be hoping that it's the first of many, but it's a slow orb as well, just to slow the approach. At least for now, it's tepid, cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time to potentially missed again. It's being jumped upon out here.
Oh my god,
there's no stopping them! Fnatic! They come to the opening pistol.
A slow siege upon the A site there from both teams, actually. Fnatic back into the retake. Managed to navigate all of that post.
Wow, yeah! Fnatic!
And the squeeze really came down onto something. He had to hold 2 players off the flank and then got caught by that recon. Crashes with a very important round.
Nice! Come on, man! Come on! Fnatic ko support kar, Binks! Binks!
And the Viper Orb set up there for the retake as well from Chronicle, just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back in. A nice idea from PRX. I think you can see both teams have a good understanding. And here, looking like there might potentially be a crunch play in B. Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Cycling through the util. Chronicle's hunting for heads.
Don't
find too much, but PRX are not far behind. Rattling a few shots of their own here. Good time to talk about, I think, some of the expectations of players, I think, so far, but Fnatic are stacked. Storylines, talent, it's all there, plenty of players looking to get their hands on that trophy, lift it.
Hater का पूरा spelling है आपके नाम में, just saying.
One of the most storied players of all time.
And Alfia as well, who's making
by plant
a run towards MVP at this event. I think might be the first contact against these eco players. He's able to challenge a bit more aggressively.
It's a paranoia to try and set him up. Aggression called for, looking to try and crunch these PRX players in their place. The Alpha's taking
liberties. By thank for the 50, 10 up 50.
Candidate.
I love and pick the watch, but he makes it fun to watch. But
I take these risks with just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here.
Germany में कहाँ?
Death by 1,000 cuts.
भाई.
PRX are
मैं
feeling
कभी
right
आऊँगा
now.
जर्मनी तो मालूम पड़ना चाहिए ना.
And another really solid hold on. PRX not doing anything too crazy just yet. We know that this is a team that can turn up the tempo massively. But early on here on Sunset,
I shall buy coach Chupado chat. I go for the
to slowly contact into areas and try to figure out what this Fnatic defense looks like. The more you contact, the more important people like Alfia and his utility become. Crashes, the drone, the recon, Alpha's trips and cam. This round, expecting a B-pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B. 4 players stacked for Fnatic.
All stacked up. Crashes the lone defender towards A, full confidence in the retake, and Kayak on wandering. He's going to be getting a lot of information.
This is a really nice timing, and PRX, one of the only things they do wrong is clearing these kind of spots.
Free, free kill है बे कजक को.
Good information, though, for the attackers. And Crashies. What a shot.
What a challenge to take.
He might think, though, that that's the only lurk player.
Zoom karo,
it's difficult to expect the other 4 stacked up behind, but Kayak has read it.
Here comes the pincer. Kayak instantly domes 2. PRX are left reeling on their buy round. Fnatic maintaining discipline. Composure that sailed them all the way through here. The Rifles have to be more heroic to see if we can stand a chance in this one.
Germany ka capital batana zara G hai bhai capital.
Alpha here dropping Divine and a spike in their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him, a 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds.
That's a dodge.
Spike abandoned. Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board and deny it away from PRX.
Percentage.
He can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple of strategic things as well for this EMEA team, looking strong early. One of which is Kayak is feeling confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension. He's played fantastically inside EMEA in stage 1. But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. PRX don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Vice, they don't have any ability to watch the flank.
What are you doing,
with
guys?
some kind of piece of util. And
we have played this map again and again.
Alex
all we have to do is W and rush A. Don't look left, don't look right.
That arguably they're the most
just
favored
W.
on. That's why they've taken us here
Remember, Binks GOAT is watching you. No matter what it is, just W. W, and then W. And then W again. I have still 50 seconds of timeout remaining. So, repeat after me. W.
You can make the same argument for PRX, but they've never lifted a trophy
just go in.
Before. They've come close.
W, go to the base, go right,
circling around their heads.
W, come back.
All the way back to Copenhagen.
W, baby.
The final map.
Hey, Snacks, shout out to you from Alex, baby.
Out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breach.
Garlio,
Yoru Breach era is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend.
Bunch start main,
they
baby.
were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be coming into a game like this with heavy ideas and ways of anti-threatening and breaking down what PRX have got in store for them. Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
The Outlaws to thrive in this setting. See your players on half armor. The dart immediately dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Never a worry, never a doubt that that recon was going to get broken. Crashy's always had that. Leaving Kayak to hold onto the smoke. Forsaken.
Yes, risky business, but again, risks have to be taken when you're down like this. PRX increase the tempo, increase the heat. Taking control out towards the market already. Stray shots, no damage, and need a couple more where that comes from. And now putting in the crunch.
Spike down, B.
Towards it, but there's rifles in the hands of Chronicle, and he's taking this one. Oh, spotted still. It's just that 1-for-1. Chronicle managed to get Pac-Man out of
it. The world, thank you for the 40-minute chat today.
Hero here coming back through market. PRX have done a great job of getting back into this round. Put a serious squeeze on the Bo5, he just couldn't hold up to the pressure.
Trying to do some damage towards the end.
1v1 bolte, GOAT second bolte.
Alpha just dominates it.
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through and saves Fnatic in a situation where things got sticky. Light weaponry, only stingers out for PRX. But there's still interesting moment in that. Boaster threw a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through, just kept running forwards. Living and breathing by the W Gaming. And it did put Boaster and Crashies in a tough spot that Alpha had to recover. Come on, let's go. A 4-0 lead, and now Kayak has the funds to be able to bring out the off. He is alone though on the A site here. Take a look at this guy. Doesn't really have the most support in the world. Crashies is going to come to get his back like he did in B main early. But PRX have the util to push him off.
All in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the off angle, but there's a rocket in your face. You turned into pink mist at a moment's notice here. Crashies He's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive.
If Jig had thrown an aid in there, then surely he would have been dead, but instead focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taken the timing against him, and he's trying to take it forwards. Fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site though, it's all being contained in that flank again. Thrown close, no coverage inside, but Bosa's there to respond. Patman only expecting the one. He's already jumped away. Bosta and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist, the hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. PRX is still a bit more disciplined. Looking to try and play this one together now. First tap. First target down. Bosta's gone and Alpha is next. So PRX. They do show up and they get that round.
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but nice to see the PRX have got what it takes when there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning. Had a shot actually on the Devi. I think he caught him dead to rights, but just on the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up and that cost him his life.
Do it so easy, mate. Come on.
Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon ultimate. Already invested pretty heavily economically in the previous round. And now PRX going into the Cypher setup.
That tucked around, it's an instant drone.
Walking,
waiting out through mid. Patman looking to contain it. Missed the timing on it though. These players already slipped straight past. Kayak.
Fnatic FTW to bhai sara rich party Fnatic wale kya?
Yes. Tip tap of the footsteps and he bides his time, bides it well. Here's the ult to buy, shuts him down, but up through mid. It's Patman. Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage.
And a massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken. Through completely. Patman as well. They've cut a swat straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder what the hell happened to this defense macro. PRX were all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is really going to hurt the, or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
Something in Chronicle, shoulder to shoulder, he spots out the barrel, so handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here.
HQ.
PRX got good value out of that res. Online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these pushes in these flanks. They're really trying to abuse. Feels like the biggest part of their anti-strat so far is trying to abuse the fact that PRX do not have that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Bosta loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Patman. And I think it can be tough to play against PRX sometimes because they do take unorthodox timings. They're willing to take a bit more risk. And so back-to-back rounds.
ये लोग Phantom की use नहीं कर रहे. Phantom की use कर रहे हर बार spray मारते हैं ना smoke through बहुत.
Denying the Neon ultimate. Creating space for the res.
Too easy, guys. Come on.
Alpha also had all of his Cypher utility on the A site that round. And once again, he's going to put it all down on B, so not using any of it for top mid information, except for this cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Patman could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well in the game.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure. Trying to get big value out of Patman's utility, even if it's not actually Patman who's there taking the space. Very slow so far on the attack side for PRX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
The dart doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Patman none the wiser, thought he caught a timing there. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward, starts going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounding, we'll have to respect it. Market control, PRX is for now, and you see that Hunter's furious as soon as there's signs of life. That's from afar, crashes. We're going to supplement it, trying to put a stop to this one, but PRX, they're denying that momentum they've got. This train is not stopping, not here, not now.
They barrel through. Unconventional pathing there for PRX. Didn't send anyone through B main. And Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PRX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad.
Baby!
They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, working through market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PRX. Trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PRX though. They're reaching new heights, an evolution for this team now.
One enemy
a little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play.
Working
the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play
guys, जो मैंने W दबाने बोला था, same वैसे कर रहे हो. तुम किधर भी जाओ, उधर जाओ W दबाओ, इधर जाओ W, रुक जाओ मेरे को मेरा low leg stick करने दो.
They love absorbing aggression.
अभी जो भी है सामने वाला कुछ बात करेगा, मेरे को बात करने वाले कुछ नहीं है. You boys are playing like very fantastically of the world out of the minds. Crazy. ऐसे 4-3 से तुमको 8-4 करना है, बस काप पाड़ना है इंग्लिश का, ठीक है? अपना मैप है, positivity is high रखे. Let's go, choo-choo baby. Choo-choo.
After doing the same fast pressure, they've still got that killer instinct.
देखा कैसे हिंदी में बात कर रहा है Alex भाई.
It's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a time out of their own. The newer coaching staff who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick if you're PRX. If you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a glass cannon guardian,
Stinger, 14,000 लोग देख रहे हैं और 7,000 like आधे लोग ने like बाकी लोग जरा ऐसे गिरबान के अंदर ऐसे झाकड़ी मार के देखो ना, करो ना like शर्म दिख रहा है कि नहीं अंदर, करो.
Spread out, control, one away from some big ults.
शर्म ही नहीं है.
Looking forward to that showstopper. Contact play scored for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite. Ricochet, Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Our bodies behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. You got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep straight towards it. Something just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there.
I own a company of 1,000 people. I'll make it mandatory to come down the
street. Are not stopping. They're not content
daily
with just the front. They want the entirety of this map.
1,000 company own करके 150 रुपए का membership नहीं ले पा रहा.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha, a little unfortunate, does hit the 140 with the Phantom. You see there the aim punch on something. And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the crosshair.
हर एक से 2 रुपए ले लो, कहाँ तक membership आएगी मेरी?
That something had hit the deck.
Please, महीने का 2 रुपए ले लो सबसे. भाई गाना गा रहा है, गाना गा रहा है.
0-4 beginning to this map.
गाना गा रहा है भाई. First blood I love you.
Going into this.
Binks by looking handsome as always. Thank you, Killer HD.
Once more picking up the operator, and still a slow beginning actually for PRX.
Really
not trying to challenge early on.
Not this guy with the 20.
And then the question becomes who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic, because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling, Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive, Jing. That's his cue to go, sending it ricocheting against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. He's eager to draw it up. Blood! Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been overwhelmed. PRX crack open the A site. Crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just a few. Device steals them right from his sight line.
Ah!
A huge round and the defense collapses against Fnatic. Nayak had to hit that shot. He put himself on such an aggressive angle. A really deep position that you see this Neon die from in elbow. And if he doesn't hit the shot, then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to get the first in order to avoid getting traded.
Maneuverability.
A Boaster fell shortly afterwards with that scramble in the smoke.
-1 Jinx, 1 love.
Not really able to have too much impact
in
his 5th grand final appearance.
PRX
has been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now that we've seen him save, and Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his second available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early skirmishes if PRX plays a pack.
अभी इको है नेक्स्ट राउंड बाय में सब अल्ट मारेंगे हाँ 5-4 हुआ है 6-4 होएगा सारे अल्ट मारेंगे 7-4 फिर इको जाएंगे 8-4
All smiles here.
8-4 baby.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between PRX and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back to back, but at the moment, PRX have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then. Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind this box in mid. Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic.
Fnatic
out through A main, down through mid. Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. It's going to be feeling that heat. Takes the peak. Dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid. Instant res. Forsaken brought back into the fold. Crashes. Just can't control that Guardian in time. Something. Feeling that heat and that stun does. Good connection. Kayak. Trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market. This. Putting a bit of fear now into the step for PRX, forced to plan towards the back of the site.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly, though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the Neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like PRX need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Setting ducks right now. Alpha, low enough. Shot to the dome, no, will do him in. Kayak. Got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrow sticking out though, and a 3-2-1 face from PRX. Ransom that 2-round lead.
4-0 था 4-0.
Even when things are looking tricky,
they've
got the right micro call.
8-4 बोलते chat.
From Kayak towards the end. Like to see him get back into that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main.
8-4 बोलते
Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jingle.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं ना बे?
Who's top of the scoreboard, 10-5.
W. $1 वालों काल 40 रुपए वाले ही जीतेंगे. Sachin, I love you.
Similar setup. PRX not changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jink! Adjust the aim, crashes. Goes trade. Now the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forwards, a bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping, crashes. Indomitable from this spot.
Drops Divide, drops the spike, manages to sidestep the Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Trying to clear him out. Rifle in hand. Trying to lead the march forwards and the spike. Fnatic have eyes
many companies have
Bo's just done a great job here actually of getting movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in a spot where he could support crashes, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire, and he's been saved for that. 3v3 and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. PRX only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site, trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left, Boaster. Watchful eye smoke dissipates, but too many targets. Too much to deal with, crashes. It's all on him. Tries to buy time, but a bullet to the dome. And a bullet to the temple. Chronicles left in that 1v2.
कहाँ मुंह बंद कर रही? जीत गए भाई, कहाँ से मारेगा वो? अरे नहीं मार सकता भाई, अरे मार ही नहीं सकता.
First most spots it out, snake fight. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect something.
Omen ka round.
Sits it down, Viper's picked, thought about committed, let loose entirely.
Buddy.
And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away, spraying away. Chronicles praying. Hoping that PRX will give him absolutely anything to reload and run forward for Forsaken. Knocks him out.
8-4 baby, choo-choo.
7 rounds in a row for PRX here.
Choo-choo. Oh, sorry.
Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a
PRX
from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards, not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the PRX players in the open. And a massive comeback in this half from PRX.
Well, this was all the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well, picking up an attack off.
Hashtag के साथ believe in
He's
yourself.
got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watching mid.
Free side retake के लिए
And a little pacier perhaps, going for a B-pop here.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
Jing one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily prioritizing it. Instead, looking to try to clear the flank. They know this has been happening.
Game of timings. Kayak drifted in and out. It's Batman who falls. Something is next. Fnatic, full control towards it. There's a paranoia in your faces, and they're going to be disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first 4.
Leaving PRX to stew.
Binksy Jinx नहीं, but Pinky looking
PRX thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're
exploring
thank
you for the membership.
In the shoulder for Forsaken, that is a ballsy TP.
Obviously, bhai.
A wide off-angle play.
इसलिए उसके पास 2
Could be on Kayak here. Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all 3 players on PRX trying to make their own individual timing play.
Gotesh.
Can they catch the next?
Gotesh.
Topples. The court access towards it, but still, it's been made.
हो गया ना, जीत गए ना, हर बार ऐसा जीत गए, खत्म है. सिटी प्लान करेंगे, कितने कर सकते हैं वो लोग? वो देख. अबे स्मोक देगा 4 सेकंड में कोने में.
मत लाइक करना, कोई लाइक मत.
ओके, जीत के भाई, ओले. फटा ये फटा. फट शॉट. मार एलेक्सिस को मार.
When PRX get going, there's no denying him.
वो लेट आया. वो लेट आया.
Good prediction, baby.
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic.
ये होता है support real वाला.
3v5.
जर्सी पहनने से नहीं आता है.
With a brilliant work play. Again, a great idea of what to do, a great call on it. Found the perfect timing. Forsaken looks amazing here. He's even overtaken Divide.
Unreal scenes so far.
Good second. 3-5 clean.
Not slowing down, but we're going to send it down to the floor. A special guest is standing by.
By Fnatic वाले क्या feel कर रहे रहेंगे ना? 4-0 अब थे.
I am delighted to be joined by the Rise CEO, Dylan Jadeja here. Now, Toronto has been such a fantastic host city. Welcome back, by the way. Wanted to ask you, how are you finding the event, and also, what have you been up to?
Indian
I gotta tell you, this is such an incredible city. It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton, so it's really special. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the Val logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world, and so to have the opportunity to showcase this to all of our players around the world, that's great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton.
I love you.
The food is the best in Canada. I just gotta say so.
Excuse me.
I completely agree. Now it's made it even more special by the fact Valorant just celebrated its 5th birthday. I remember being there when the game came out, so I wanted to ask you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was crazy.
We launched
Valorant in the middle of the pandemic with no real perspective on how well it would be loved by players. We knew we had built something that would serve the needs of an audience that cared deeply about a tac shooter. And we thought we nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never know how it's going to play out. And then we didn't know how we were going to serve the game. We were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for this community. It's been inspiring and humbling to have this be co-created by such passionate players. So we're very, very fortunate and very blessed to have this community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also, PRX might lift their first trophy in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
Game के बाद में एक दो क्वेश्चन और पूछो. Gunfire का advantage तो है. Let's go PRX. Easy for PRX, baby.
Time's already ticking. These players are eager to get back into the fight between each other.
He's Indian origin, re baba.
What an
difference between Indian and Indian origin.
I mean, if there was any team with momentum here, it would be them. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report.
He's also the developer of the game. He's
if you
CEO.
Pick out a player for PRX that would be looking at trying to invest heavily in the defense half. This is not a map that you expect them to be going too much towards the operator. You know, they eliminated Ascent, for example, which is where something's going to be going heavy with that. But here, it's more to do with them playing as a pack, playing as a death ball. And I think Jing and Divide have been great at being able to set up those tip of the spear moments with Forsaken either coming in behind or setting up lurks. And they've just all had phenomenal impact so far. Really feels like they've settled into the rhythm of this map.
Yeah.
Can't
lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, they're a great team. They've got deep in a lot of tournaments, but winning has eluded them. And you gotta hope that they don't choke another, I think.
Yeah.
At the moment, though, set up in a great position on a map they should have been favored on.
A lot of running around occurring. PRX are stacking A towards 4 players. Early setup. Creeping and crawling forwards. Chronicle has to be the player who sees it off back and forth.
अरे देख ही नहीं पाया हेडशॉट मारा मैं नहीं देख रहा था करके हेडशॉट मारा भी उसने
in their backpack.
मैप पिस किसका है राइट का
Actually might have caught a timing back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha even going re-exploring.
Yes, they have to take down Flight. It's not clean. Stretch of imagination. Something dropped down to 10 health as a result of it.
Standing ahead.
All needs to be broken now. Clearing away. That doesn't clear most of it though. This is an impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in their sights. Already control. Tripled up. In through the back of the site. Main is theirs from Kron.
Last player standing.
Lurking into the fray. Patman is the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really do? The rookie. Not a lot. Revealed up. It's a classic right click, simple enough.
So both pistols in this map going the way of Fnatic. But really very few rifle rounds. I mean, one, if you could even call the bonus round that in the first half. Going the way of the EMEA
thank you, Vishal, bye. Don't take it in the wrong way, but thank you so much.
Start out, and they just couldn't convert any further. But PRX, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit in the first half by sending flags, pushing mid, that gap does still exist here on the defense side, that lack of information. For example, in this round, how open market is.
किसका मैप पे क्या PRX रे बाबा ऊपर देखो
disrespected him really. Flush a nade, trying to earn up some ults.
The slower that Fnatic play, the more the PRX are going to be worried about those gaps.
Score क्या पहला मैप
है. The PRX themselves have to be pretty proactive in the defense. If you play against PRX and you just hit sites over and over, you make their job very easy here. Because they don't have to worry about the lurk, they can just play for the retake. But when you play slow, the way the poster calls, there's going to be worries in the back of Forsaken's mind. And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
Deploying drone.
One of that 3-2-1 swing. But I'm getting maybe there, at least for the due diligence. Clearing out the way. This is PRX looking to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols. Trying to make the most of it right now, but again, bodies topple and fall. Complete collapse onto the site. Patman. Yeah, not live for much longer. 2 now. And this half here for Fnatic, looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
PRX are going to play to try to
मैं
flood.
सीएन ने बोला वो आपको जानते हैं त्रिकान में आके बोला
As you put the spike down, they're going to be running back into sight, trying to deny you. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this tournament,
we are holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
Yeah, they're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like
again defending बोलता है. हाँ, वो लोग को retake पोजी तक जाने नहीं दिया.
Jump spots. Info gathered.
Yeah, Chronicle by B team है.
Looking to diligently clear these corners, waiting to see if any of the PRX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
सोचो कितना fast घुसते रहेंगे वो लोग.
It's a deeper wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
A devised wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic choosing to break it, which means in theory the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
Yeah, they're poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. It's going to be fading at a moment's notice, and while that was occurring, something was the only player holding top mid. He's gone. Kai takes him out. Forsaken responds. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards as well, putting a bit of pause into the step of Fnatic.
6-9 ball the chat call te.
Time to be taking crashes. The one with a spike here, and he's going to be dropping it.
Good second. Good second.
This is the round that's gone a bit skewed with Fnatic. They need a miracle in and out. A random spam. It's been picked up, but Jing is straight there. Bullet to the body of Alpha.
Bro.
There's not much left that they can really do.
Bro.
PRX up to 9.
Bro.
And Forsaken does such a great job holding market.
भाई गोड सेकंड तो वो मिलेगा ना लोलेक्स. क्या मिलेगा ब्रेसलेट?
Even though something falls, Forsaken is not willing to give this up. Even with a drone in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight.
Build different, baby.
One enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on crashes.
Don't mess with me, bro. Don't mess with me, okay?
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up. Forsaken steps forward again. Oh, he's been caught on the other side of the wall.
Yep, it's going to be dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in instead.
That's rough. He was trying to break the cam there and still get back into market in time. That's a fumble.
Mid round खड़े होके बोलता था you don't mess with me करके.
It's going to be propped up. We can expect it to still be slow and steady by Fnatic.
जब तब वाला scene है.
I was talking about where they wall up and leave, but they're pushing the other side of the map, getting Patman in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
It's looking like a B split. Boaster has that B main control for him. A very important fight going to be occurring on both sides. Here's something. Just drifts right into the crosshair play. Smart! Jing! Like a rocket! He's toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage of the edge. Just left to Patman. Scrambling, running, right into the sides.
You love to see plays like that from PRX, leaning on some of the classic odd timings of aggression. But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peak from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got value from that peak, Fnatic come out on top. Another good start to a half.
Kajak bhai maar rahe hain. Kajak bhai rookie of the year hai.
And getting 8 in a row.
हो गया बे. Kajak bhai है बे rookie of the year.
रुके?
हाँ?
रुके?
Rookie. क्या होता है rookie?
PRX are just clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is an incredibly useful ultimate, especially when you want to play that flood defense style. Puts a lot of pressure on the planter. But this round, Boaster's calling for his team to explore over towards B. And Patman, he's been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want to give any space for free. Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants.
एक बंदा बोला मतलब दोनों same हो तुम.
Barely broken. Not quite there yet. That's going to be signs of life. So okay, Jing, let's go forwards. It's an eco round. Rocket rebounds. No kill. Alpha.
इधर जाके मार के आ रहा
है Jingo. Some of the bite in the round that PRX were hoping for. It's going to be dissipating now. Deep drone has tried to reclear some of that info, but it's called for Fnatic. Going towards B. Forsaken and Patman. The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak. It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. There's a Neon 80-80 in your face. Inevitable at this point here. Trying to go for the trade out. Alpha's there.
Hey, look at Vandal कैसे चलता है बे?
And Alpha
Stinger.
takes a pretty large risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch these players on the B side, separating them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what made all the difference before. Alex had some input, and they ran the next 8 rounds in a row on their attack side, PRX. What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slow-paced style. When you don't have a Sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own. To some degree, I think PRX today need to be playing fast and cocky, but they also need to be playing smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex to be able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
We met on well dating for 2 years.
We can see from the money situation.
Hello! मतलब शादी कर लो, शादी कर लो.
Change his mind, but
married for 2 years.
हाँ, वही मैं इसलिए मैं समझा रहा था.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the Sage, and the wall is also an essential component of their mid-rounding defense and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding them good value in the mid?
Energy खत्म हो जाएगी.
Wall in his face for now.
भयंकर gaslighting हो रही है बाप.
Taken out and a double phase.
Destroyed.
Oh my, obliterated.
And so now you've got no op, no wall, no res. One of your most important players hits the deck so early.
PRX are left wandering out into the open, but Alpha.
Patman है, Patman है.
Good pick.
तो खेल तो रहा
है. They could potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died. Because it looked like
नहीं उसका मतलब नहीं समझा. Love you Chris भाई, love you. Binks भाई, 2 times का birthday wish कर दो. Arsh भाई, many happy returns of the day, Arsh भाई.
That's disgusting work.
That's beautiful. The neon movement as well, to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site. PRX, I mean, they don't even have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away. I look to try and save some of the guns. Operator perhaps, but drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy in the next round.
I think they've realized it.
One of the players could go for something. If they'd found a lurk, if they'd found a pick. But Patman, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for PRX to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the op and one with the double face, and both dismantled. Really sharp shooting here from Fnatic.
So the B deep smoke karo.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
You talk about drawing in, though. Look at the net drawing in on these players trying to save.
They're going to save them. Forsaken steadily being overwhelmed at this point. Like this Caps are going to try and run him down to the final moments. No respite. No saving. No consolation prizes. And yeah, no money. Like you said, Josh, this is now a dire circumstance.
Come on.
God, what a shot.
That's beautiful.
Barely sees a glimmer. Healer kill. And then the Kayak 1v2 afterwards is spectacular as well. Something doesn't get much of a chance there.
I helped you, bro.
भाई crazy मारा बे. मैं बोला था कि नहीं Fnatic जीतेगा.
PRX are willing to take the risks on rounds.
बोला था कि नहीं चाहिए.
Go straight down with the
clean draw.
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately.
Patman भाई को बोला था actually B संभालो. B में नहीं बोला था.
Clears up a series of unknowns. Fnatic can start to slowly get grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid. so that Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stands up, but okay, can't avoid that one. Kayak is sharp right now.
Fnatic doing a great job of dealing with all of this defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, PaperX have to do this. It might look like PaperX are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back. And Fnatic are not giving them an easy game here. They are not hitting sights and execing until the very final moments. And by that point, PaperX have already given them a pick.
Applying that even pressure across the board, something, re-exploring. It's a head ripped off, but immediately again the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's being squeezed.
You know where both of these players are though. Boaster's just calling with a full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill, Divide threw out a slow orb, Divide even getting picked over towards Boba. And they've got a great idea of where something is.
Yeah, and time,
it's a 4v1.
No real opportunity here for something. Maybe feeling like he has to do it all.
Check your corners.
I planted on A. This is a dire circumstance for PaperX.
Forsaken only has 800 credits too. So this is just a slam dunk save. Something's entirely on the wrong side of the map with no information, and I don't think he's going to keep a weapon. Alpha spins 90 degrees, decapitates something. Fnatic take the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
Fnatic supporters अमीर है, बाकी आपको मालूम है क्या करना है. नहीं मेरे को नहीं लगता. PRX supporters शायद अमीर है.
There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all tournament long.
One enemy remaining.
There's only a few teams in the history of VCT that have completed a lot of bracket run. They would love to add their name to that list.
One of those legendary lower bracket runs. FPX at Masters Copenhagen denying PaperX the trophy. When PaperX came through that upper bracket, first time that PaperX had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic.
3-0 second map ball. PRX baby. ये Fnatic जीतेगा. Second map PRX. इतना waste कर दिया.
Cautious tail that they're weaving across the map.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information, but doesn't see Alpha yet, tucked behind the pillar. They might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Up towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and lurking up onto the angle. Patman deletes Boaster.
That's
Star
big
for PaperX, and they put the wall reinforced towards Market. Watch the fly up towards it, but Alpha! My God, that's instinctual.
Like करो यार chat. Fnatic bye, SN bye, thank you.
And heavy, brought all the way towards them. There's no tags on Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken ducked right underneath. There's that orbs propped up. It's a full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards and near sight just catches onto Kayak. Won't deny that kill though.
My God,
to put Forsaken in his place and now taking control of the site. In the blink of an eye, there's only 15 seconds left. Slow orb. Stun rattling the nade, ricocheting, Kayak being chipped down, and PaperX, they do drag it level.
लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है कि actual में Fnatic ये मैप जीत सकता है.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get this fight down in that situation. Not only was the time against them,
I think it's gonna be
something still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket
Fnatic
too.
win this map.
Boaster going for the fake there and just completely whiffing the teleport.
मेरा समझा गलत समझा तू.
Mechanical error. Seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that showcases the nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes to the grand finals. The game level though, and PaperX with a really critical one to win in that fire. They still have massive ultimates that if they can run the time down are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip. And the lineup just off.
भी mood में, Alpajer भी mood में.
Rattling. Handshake with the bullets. Forsaken. Forced to respect it when the Viper orbs up. Drop down with a double face through the box. No damage done.
Forsaken though is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take that fight, and he has put the rookie in his place. Kayak.
There's no more.
Chronicle going for a little bit more. Again, these smokes causing issues.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards Market to win PaperX around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
Yeah.
But Forsaken is here again.
Moved in, drops down though. Whiffy! It is Whiffy. No control over the rifle in that spot, something.
लेकिन पैसा बहुत है Fnatic के पास. Actual में अभी भी जीत सकते हैं.
Fnatic still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up. Missed the timing onto the cross, barely alive there.
अगर ये मरता तो मेरे को Alex भाई का reaction
Threaded back and forth with the bullets.
Bumbot ने डल्ट सा
have access towards it, but Hunter's Fury is let loose to try and deny the plans. He's giving them hot feet. Crashes up for mid. But there's the connection.
W round. W round.
Take back control of the momentum of this map.
लेकिन अब भी मेरे हिसाब से Fnatic जीतेगा.
Crucially important rounds here towards the tail end, where it looked like Fnatic had properly clawed their way back in, and I think so much of it is down to Forsaken.
पहले समझ नहीं आता क्या बोला, फिर उसके बाद मुझे मैनिपुलेटर बोलती है. हाँ क्या? मुझे तो सब समझ में आता है क्या बोलती.
Most players would. They wouldn't be willing to take this level of risk, but Forsaken is, and he's constantly re-challenging, trying to get back on the angle, playing on the very edge of the risk that he can take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control feel impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up.
OT जाके Fnatic जीतेगा.
Once again, it is only
भाई ये मैप लेकिन Fnatic जीतेगा. Actual में अच्छा है
towards A.
Actual में अच्छा है.
They'll have a hard task going through him.
He's not keen to give it up.
They do have a camera that they can pop that should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
इतना ऊपर जाता है.
Scanning ahead. Yuto's going to be sent flying forward, start to TP. Evacuation back to the side, Paranoia. And the dart up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in. Forsaken, he's safe for now. Responds with the rocket. Forsaken, just sidestepping all of them. And reinforcements have arrived. PaperX trying to hotly contest most of this space here, but they have given up all of B in the process. And now mad scurry and a dash. Fnatic making moves over towards the opposite side.
They've got enough time. You can see PaperX doing a re-clear at the moment, and that has informed this rotate for Forsaken. He gets down in the anchor spot again. He is everywhere. He is everything.
Oh, Mithul, hands
and Fnatic look like they've given up on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in if Crashies had managed to open up the site? This just looks like a pure save.
No time left. It's whittled down. And PaperX.
Look at the impact, Brent, again that Forsaken had here. Point. He was impossible to get through. They had to use a cam, a recon, huge amounts of info. The Neon ultimate as well to push him back. And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used the paranoia.
अभी भी लग रहा है OT जा सकता है. Fnatic can still win. It's not a normal team chat. It's Fnatic.
The anchor play is phenomenal from this guy so far.
Smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was saying.
Perhaps Fnatic are the villain.
PaperX's protagonist anime. And yet, with that chuckle, maybe Batman's the villain.
Technically, देखा जाए, OT is
Joker. Take your pick.
Easily possible.
Forsaken though has just been storming up the scoreboard in these last few rounds. Kayak and Alpha were doing huge work for Fnatic on that run in the third quarter. And now that we're getting towards the end of the game, PaperX up towards map point. It really has felt like the final boss is Forsaken to get through. This player that plays everything for PaperX. The glue guy, the leader, stepped up as a caller. The evolution of Forsaken has been remarkable to watch. When they were first stepping onto the global scene and contesting for trophies, he was a bit of a W Gaming duelist player. Kind of crazy, chaotic. Won the rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is
stressful match
pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
1 round away from that first stepping stone. The PaperX are looking for. Deep hold again. This is aggression though by Fnatic. Hold up. Bit of spam into the box.
Chat है तुम पे क्यों बढ़ गया?
Calling for the retreat.
4 seconds भी तेरे
try to put the pressure on early. Maybe have to sprint, and that's where Forsaken's going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
Gaming is timing something. He's going to be handed that surely. A fight has been taken. A lot of damage on the crashes. The stun ricochets perfectly in place. The divide topples. Something trying to fill up those gaps though. Straight from behind, Spike dropped down. Smoke up, Bakai's ahead of it. It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows that Boaster's going to play for the ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
Ahead of it now. Here's the plan. This is the best timing for it. He can isolate a fight. 1v1 now.
Bro, by Dimag on top.
Safe pair of
By
hands.
Dimag on top tha bhai.
That could have been an unreal play from something.
Bhai crazy killa be.
He's been struggling to hold on to these gaps in the map. He's got a really difficult job trying to hold on to mid. And here the Meier gets overwhelmed by a stun, and something caught up. Has to turn, pivot in a moment and catch his Chronicle.
Clean.
Almost made the magic happen.
Clean.
But still Fnatic, with that grit, push us to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map 1?
Paranoia forwards already. PRX. Very fast play in. Looking to try and put a stop to any of it. No more funny business. PRX.
What the
They want this first stepping stone. They want it bad.
The perfect time to pull out a set play like that. Leaves Chronicle and Crashies in a tough 2v4. Boxed in on sight. PRX, this first map feels just an inch away.
Bro.
Viper's pit offloaded.
Bye.
A blight onto the site that's given them that safety net.
Can't fart team hai bhai.
But immediately it falls. And PRX take map number 1.
Sunset PRX.
A perfect decision. The tactic immaculate at the end. Alpha left wondering what the hell happened and where he was being shot from. That map was favored to PRX, but they ended it with style.
Big step in the way. GB and the analyst desk, of course, breaking it all down.
Bye.
Don't want to go anywhere.
Class play, bhai. Class. Class play, baby. W play, bhai. 10th floor से मारा बे उनको 10th floor. भाई deserving बे deserving final तक आना deserving भाई. ये तो अपना सेंसिटी ने भी नहीं किया है. ठीक है लोग सिग्नल लेते हो पता लगे. सेंसेट बोलते थे इसको. हाँ भाई मूवी बना बे 3x3 तबाही. भाई एक मूवी चाहिए बे राइट का. देखो बे क्या क्या भाई क्या बनाते बे. एक मूवी होना प्लीज.
You might have heard I'm going through a little
एक
upgrade
मूवी
with my
होना.
tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free
मैं
phone
बोला
on
था कि
any
नहीं
plan,
PRX जीतेगा.
ain't free? Count me in.
भाई मैं बोला था कि नहीं. ड्रोन का मैकेनिज्म है दैट उसके नीचे के जमीन से जब वो एक हाइट तक ऊपर जाता है उस हाइट पे उसका नीचे से एक और सॉलिड बेस आया तो सिग्निफिकेंट हाइट तक जाता है. एग्जाम में पूछा था कोई तेरे को. डीप नॉलेज अब तो इसमें से ड्रोन कर होता है. मुंबई सर्वर गेलो कभी ड्रोन कर इतना ऊपर लेके जाना कोई नहीं पूछता. क्या टेक्स्ट कर रहे हैं मेरे को.
Let me show you how the fuck does.
Oh man, that was just
ये क्या कर रहे हैं. कुछ तरफ क्या.
Spike defused.
दूसरा फ्रेंड देखना. मेरा ट्वीट राइट हो रहा है. दिल से बोला था मैंने सुना था. मैं एक्चुअल में जेन्युइनली बोला था यार
$2 billion industry
ज़्यादा
now,
ऐसा
but
मत
it
कर,
all
दिल से
started
बोला
in
था,
dingy
दिमाग से
basements
कर।
and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money
दिमाग वाला
flows,
गेम है ये।
this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes,
दिमाग
packed
से
with
PRX
insight
में
and
भी।
lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind
मेरा
the
ट्वीट
game?
देखता हूँ
Stay tuned for
भाई
what's
मजा
next.
आता
You won't
भाई
want to miss it.
लेकिन एक चीज नोटिस किया कितना स्मूथ और कितना फास्ट खेले बे जिंदगी में पहली बार फेनेटिक फास्ट खेला रहेगा क्यों क्योंकि सामने PRX जिंदगी में पहली बार लास्ट राउंड बेचारे हल्का सा स्लो के लिए मिड चेक करने के लिए गाफी फाड़ दी बे हाँ कहाँ से मारा समझा भी नहीं उनको है बे है वन ऑफ द बेस्टेस्ट फाइनल्स ये फाइनल्स मेरे को उसका याद दिला रहा पता है EG वर्सेस लाउड है हाँ क्योंकि मेरे चैट में भी ऐसे लाउड सपोर्टर्स है जो लोग स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं कर रहे लाउड है तुम लोग भी जो लोग स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं कर रहे सो या पिंकी दी रूटी हुई है तुम लोग से भाई मेरे से नहीं तुम लोग पे गुस्सा है वो बराबर ना पकड़ो गुस्सा आ रहा है मेरे को फुल स्क्रीन करो कहाँ है कुछ गिव अवे कर रहे हो क्या 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया तूने गिव अवे चाहिए तेरे को हाँ बोलो क्या अपन बांडी गर्ल गिव अवे करो नया बंडल स्ट्रिक्स भाई एक घर गिव अवे करो यार मत करो ना यार वो ट्वीट यार क्या बीटी है भाई स्ट्रिक्स तेरी बाप की गांड मार रहे यार वो लोग कुछ कर डिजिटल स्नान वर्सेस बिंक्स का जींस कौन जीतेगा फिलहाल तो स्नान ऑन टॉप मेरे को चाय लेके आया मैं पको मेरे चैट को 2 चीटी हाथी वाले जोक सुना 2 चीटी हाथी वाले जोक सुना ओए पका जोक सुना चलो
क्या गाना ये फिर मेरे को ट्वीट वापस करना पड़ेगा वैलोरेंट मास्टर्स टोरंटो हैशटैग मास्टर्स टोरंटो शिट यार मैं VCT मास्टर्स यूज कर रही हूँ जी मैं वापस ट्वीट कर रही हूँ क्या था हैशटैग वैलोरेंट मास्टर्स
What a way to kick off this grand finals. I'm now joined by PRX's head coach, Alex. That last round has got to be one of the most outrageous things we've ever seen on a stage. Was that you during the timer? Was that Divide, JJ? Where did that come from?
It's definitely not me. We had it in our bag a long time, but we were running out of timeouts already. It was, I think, Ting. I think it's his favorite move. So haven't shown it. Finally, it's out.
I can't wait to see more of that. Good luck.
And we loved it. What a way to wrap up that first map. And he ended up getting PRX winning, and that almost went to overtime. Fnatic made that sunset quite challenging, but that, of course, brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because it's got to go to Forsaken.
And he's giving the credit to Jing for bringing that game back, but I think you have to give a lot of it to Forsaken, this guy who's stepped up much more as a leader coming into this event on this entire run. And despite him saying that, hey, I'm IGLing now, I'm not shooting as well as I used to, he's still putting up numbers in the server. This round was incredible, and his impact in that second half too was just out of this world.
Forsaken is just defined by the impact. You might look at the statistics, and like you said, maybe it's not as much as the golden days, but now the kills he gets are so important. Like a 3v5. I thought it was over, but you can never count PRX out.
That's right. And also, Mel's on the desk, everyone. Give it up for Mel. She's here with us here to talk about the game for a little while. But yeah, let's continue this conversation here, because it really did, Mel, feel like Fnatic at the start of that game we're in the driver's seat. 4 rounds straight, you get the timeout, and then from there you started to see PRX gain that confidence and come back into the game.
Yeah, this game felt like the definition of streaky and momentum. We saw PRX, they were down 0-4, and then boom, they collect 8 rounds back to back, but then they swap sides, and then it's Fnatic that ends up taking the lead again.
And in this first half, PRX, I think some of the lack of experience playing on this map for Fnatic's show. They've only played it twice in officials this year, lost both times. So what PRX does a lot is they love working into mid, trying to fight up, and then split one of these sites, Sage walling the other side. And that's so tough for anchor players to deal with when you're trying to fight into main. And then 3 players are splitting through mid, isolating you there. And then the rest of the team is going to be completely cut off by that wall. And they were so successful with those rounds on attack.
Yeah, being an anchor, you already have to hold several choke points. And you add that third when the other team is abusing mid control. And I want to say at the bottom there, it said off guard. And the thing is, we talk about their attack, it is so off guard and surprising. But on defense, we saw the craziest combination of util to get, I think, was it Jing up on that Sage wall at the end of the window. I have never seen that.
Yeah, that was cool. And like Alex said,
Abhi
that's
rank
out there
mein
now.
wo use karenge, guys.
Seeing it now. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump over to the coach of Fnatic to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Milan from Fnatic. Now, you know how good Forsaken is, we know as well. How do you deal with him for the rest of the series?
I mean, you just gotta keep an eye on him, you know, see what he's doing. They're always in your face. They love to get in your face, get aggressive, and I think if we take it easy, allow them, like, absorb their aggressiveness, we'll be fine.
Well, I hope that game plan works out. Thank you very much.
All right, well, there you see map 2 coming up next. It's going to be Icebox here, picked by Fnatic. And this is one of those maps, Mel, where it is statistically looking good for the boys in black and orange. Can they pull through, though, is the question.
It is Fnatic's map pick first in this series, so it has been really dominant for them. They've had great wins on it. Where the other team barely even accrues like 4 or 5 rounds. So, and they just run a super standard comp, and they play the map in a way that really sets up their playstyles well on the team. They have Alfear on the lurk. Notably with an Outlaw, they have a great jet player in Kayak who really popped off the last time we saw him.
This map is going to highlight the difference between how these two teams want to play defense. PRX is a team that loves playing flood retake, heavy fighting onto sites, putting tons of util into their anchors. Whereas Fnatic, when they're playing the Sage comp, you're almost always going to see them back up, play these set retakes with the wall that they're super highly successful for. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to PRX in their post plans, how much space they can take to deny those strong Fnatic retakes.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously, are we going to see something taking those aggro fights? But notably, Jing on the Omen, the difference between these two comps is the Sage passivity and the Omen aggression. And I'm going to see, I'm going to be looking at Jing, seeing where he's playing in those post plans and what fights he's taking.
How does that Omen really shift the game, right? Because the smokes are very different than just a solo Viper comp.
It opens up everyone to take fights, because when you have that now the Viper is like, okay, they can't go to the post plan too much, because if I go down, then the Omen can smoke. And that works both ways, right? If the Omen goes down, the Viper can play the wall. So it opens up actually everyone to make all these aggressive fights, which is just so good for the PRX style.
And it's also Jing playing it, so you know he's going to be a guy who's going for those individual plays as well. It gives some of that kind of opportunity to double TP and go for your own stuff with the paranoia too, outside of just the strength the agent brings.
तुम लोग कितना बजे देख रहे हो ये
Thank you so much for joining us here, but for now, let's send it back over to your casters and see if Fnatic can come back and
likes
win
done,
a time series
W
once more. Back
chat.
over to you, Brennan Sideshow.
W, we are close to 1 million. जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया जल्दी करो.
Territory.
So meanwhile, let me reveal your area.
In a certain sense like that.
Double controller versus
double map
double
advantage on the
sentinel.
side of PRX, but
Double sentinel.
they're not done yet. They've shown that resilience, that grit. They've
Okay,
dug
let's
deep
see. Let's
the
see.
entire event to make it here.
Let's see.
The double sentinel is
They've always been one loss away from elimination. I think this map does feel like a bit of a must-win for Fnatic.
Guys, like kar dena stream ko
One after this, Pearl, which is Fnatic's
4:45 AM. Good morning.
Where PRX are taking us. So Fnatic have got to get out to a good start here and equalize the series if they want a serious chance of picking up another one of those trophies.
Easy. ये देखो choo-choo train.
In this half, be expecting PRX to be contesting space. Think about the way that they made it difficult for Fnatic.
Oh shit,
Fnatic room on their attack side.
हाँ.
I mean, this, for example,
6 AM
a
Dubai.
triple face, super committed
दुबई
from
से नहीं हो
PRX.
सकता है तो दुबई के सारे लोग ने
6
मेरा
AM
मेंबरशिप
कहाँ से
लिया
दुबई में?
दुबई वाले
Hoping
सारे लोगों
maybe
ने
just
मेरा
to find
मेंबरशिप लिया
Alpha, yeah, taking a timing.
6
He's
AM?
normally going to be the solo player on A if the rest of the team is working B. But Fnatic are just trying to figure out which part of the map PRX are
Tricks, मैं
playing
क्या बोला
for.
छुट्टी लेना है
Where are they
24 hours
fighting?
स्ट्रीम करते हैं वालों
And this is a silent way of fighting.
Here.
Slow.
क्या बोलता है
Tripled up.
Here they
Hoping
come.
that someone springs this trap, and they have. Alpha
और
catches
आ
wind
गया
of
भाई
it.
ड्यूलिस्ट
And
में आ गया
immediately
ये
this PRX triple face evaporates, dissolves, leaving only Forsaken and Jing. And even Jing actually leaving the A site entirely, ready for the
टरेट
reaction.
तोड़ रहे थे दवाई को पड़ी
Oh, that spike, and they're just seeing it as well.
भाई वहाँ से
Crashies
दिखता है
trying to
क्या
take that timing
वहाँ से
forwards.
दिखा
Divide shuts it down before it gets a little bit messy here. Side
30
control
seconds
still a little bit
left.
all over the place. There's a timing here. Monster! Can't get the shots lined up. Can't get it in order. PRX are walking all over them right now.
Nice pistol round, the first one
Love
for
your
PRX in the
Buster,
series. They didn't need either of them on Sunset. It was a tight one.
बैठ ट्रेन में
They
बैठ.
managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly against
Love
the way
your
that Fnatic
Buster, man.
are going to be
Love
taking
your.
these slow-paced fights. You set up to punish people as they're contacting in.
3 बार दिखाया बे प्रोडक्शन ना मान रहे कर सकते 24 स्ट्रीम तू सीरियस है कभी है तो बोल अगर कल ही चालू कर देंगे तो मैं आज सो के कल चालू कर सकता हूँ बता
Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way.
सुनते ही नींद आ गया
Forsaken grabs the ult orb over towards A. There's a smoke up on belt that stops you from being able to contest this angle
तो
early.
इतना क्यूट कैसे हो सकता है भाई
And on B, Batman trying to hold a pretty aggressive position and punish you if you try to take B
क्या
main
फिंकी
for
दी ने
free.
मुझे याद किया
And they go on wandering. Oh
इसने
boy,
ट्वीट
punish
किया था
for it.
ना
Tavares
मोड़
rolling
रे
heads off
ना
shoulders,
मोड़ रे
back up.
दवाई
He's right there by his side. Clean sweep.
भाई
Can't be getting 3
भाई
from that
एम
position
ऑन
with
टॉप
only a
से
shot.
भाई
W.
भाई खेलने का मन कर रहा है
Halfway up almost to getting his lockdown online.
भाई कौन कौन चाहता है मैं वॉच पार्टी बंद करके अब भी गेमिंग करूं
Barely see anything of Boaster's head.
मेरे रियल फैंस
And another demonstration that PRX
Same
are
खेलता हूं
going
मैं
to take fights. Plenty of players in that spot would see many people in mid and just back up. Allow the turret to be broken and worry about kitchen
सारे
instead.
haters
No,
निकले
PRX are going to contest
और
that space
सबका नाम
and
लिखो
force you to earn it. Something with an
वॉच
off
प्लीज
online
मेरे
is
को
round
सबका नाम
3.
चाहिए
Something walking up with the
boy.
in round 3.
Want to be held here off angle. Could be shots rattled, and yeah, one to the dome. Something is the one.
God redemption
Dropped in his place, Boaster.
redemption
One
बोलते
for a
हैं
pause on the rest of the troops. No more exploration.
It's a massively important kill, but Boaster's got to know that there's another player behind that.
Deploying drone.
ऐसा फाइनल मैच दोबारा लाइव देखने को नहीं मिलेगा मैं
Plays out
सेम
a
खेलता
lot
हूँ
of the side. Jing though is laying in wait. Time to strike might be nice.
इनके पास
Wall up onto
blind
the
है
one side of it, slow up, rattled. Walls up though, time to fight! They're just trying to tip-tap, Guardian in hand. Can't settle the recall enough here. Wall's going to be dropping down, open access to these fights to buy. He's still here, still kicking. The snake bite not connecting. Forsaken,
मर गया वो
trying to assist the best he can, but as util used to clear him out in spades. Fnatic
No charges left.
slowly to glacial pace. Patman trying to stop this one in his tracks though. Snake bite
30 seconds left.
ricocheting, forces an uncomfortable planting spot. It's a 2v2 still. PRX access towards it, drifting in. Kayak! Goddamn single digits. Him and Patman trying to take this one. Patman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to start.
Oh my God! Bro!
What a beast in the clutch this newcomer to PaperX is. He's won some mightily important 1vx's. And here dismisses the rookie on the other side of the stage before taking down a player with a ton of experience too. The Red Bull clutch to win the bonus in a spot where it looked like Fnatic actually were in control. But the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they opened up opportunities. Poster, he opens, but couldn't close. Alex is happy about that one.
पहली बार एलेक्स भाई को स्माइल करते हुए देखा.
Really is working here for PaperX.
पहली बार एलेक्स भाई को स्माइल करते हुए देखा. Hey guys, I'm smiling. Love you.
Big drone. It's broken early. Crashies was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
Bruce Wayne FTW language.
I think it was a shock dart there as well that did pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh yeah, cancelled it.
Alpha's going to try to work his way up to you, but it's difficult. Devi's got his full setup here.
Paranoia trying to refight this one. A crunching Fnatic.
Refight crazy hai bhai.
Slow take.
Refight crazy hai.
Forsaken. Pushing them back and away.
Bhai kaun attacker hai koi batao.
Scraps him, want to go even further forwards again. Damage. Kayak.
Bologi attacker.
Might have just brought this one back from the brink. His weapons abound, but 8 HP to do it all. And Devi not eager to lose that chance.
आप खेलो चैट को नहीं पता गोड गेम पे लव यू यार सबसे पहले मॉड में नो लिखा था कौन था वो मैं बोर्ड नहीं बट ये लो सब मैं बोर्ड नहीं ज़्यादा सोच करो लेकिन बराबर लिखो भाई ट्रेन नहीं रुक रहा है ब्रो
Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early.
Are we gonna witness the witnessing of
a little bit about it during the
Pacific holding the trophy?
By the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11 kind of stuff at the end of Sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
रुकना भी नहीं चाहिए.
Living to stop that momentum that PaperX have.
By timeout के बाद 100% win rate है Fnatic का 100.
That's what PaperX are playing like. Lights out.
3-0 में मजा नहीं आएगा मेरे को बहुत मजा आएगा मेरे को चलेगा 3-0. रिस्क लेने का ही नहीं है Fnatic के सामने मेरे को. ना.
Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since
by
then,
timeout के बाद 100% win rate होता है. Here on Fnatic जीतेगा 4-1. फिर 4-2 होएगा फिर वो लोग इको जाएंगे 4-3
really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going for peaks at unexpected times. You got to be ready for anything against PaperX. And what's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snake bite and a shot and a half there to delete Jinx.
Snaps up.
By Kajak genuinely बहुत बाप मारता है.
So they've denied Forsaken getting that Hunter's Fury online and found themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Push, that's a cheeky one, Patman. Might not want to overstay yourself though. Drones forward, something's going for another bite of the apple! And he evens a score.
I don't think that's too bad though for Fnatic. They do still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's pre-aiming the wrong spot here. Just spotted it. Something seen it. Out through the shoulder. Dart against it. With a spam expecting the Boaster would cross out, and he's got out. Scott free. Alpha exploring on the other side. The spike in the hands of Chronicle. It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, that's huge. Fnatic were anticipating the PaperX would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Devi was holding it. Got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post plan.
ये मैं 4 राउंड नहीं दिखा. जा रहा फिर से. पट से जाओ. सीधा 3 में बाद आना.
Really trying to drag that first round on the board here for Fnatic.
करेगा क्या split वो?
Force and mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken's still going to be making a go at this one though. Alongside Patman, time though ticking. Spike. It's getting out of hands and push forwards. Pressed the advantage. Out for you. Smelling blood in the water.
If he gets online, it could be a very different game. I mean, he still played fantastically in the first map, don't get me wrong. But we've seen matches that Fnatic have been playing. Not honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1-2, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point, Alpha, yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken for that kind of title. They'll need him though. PaperX still up 4-1.
तेरा गेम प्ले देखने से क्या है इतना बड़ा डील नहीं देखना भाई नहीं देखना ध्रुव I'm with you
another bit of util got to respect that.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round they decide not to use the snake bite but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman, here's a drone, side steps out of it, looking to take a timing rather than breaking it.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
All up, all down. Boaster sees an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face. And PaperX re-exploring.
A completely empty here, Brent. PaperX have got the right read to play it for retake.
Down 3 mid as a dash active. Kayak wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards it. Alpha, my God, tapping away and snap into the domes of any adversary.
Oh my God.
It's remarkable the consistency that he's got.
एक रिक्वेस्ट है जब एक्साइटमेंट में चिल्लाते हो कान फट जाता है सफिशिएंट लगाओ पॉसिबल मैंने चिल्लाया कभी
came out the better end of it. Something's in a fairly unwinnable position, and again, Alpha goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty.
Nice
prediction OP baby.
Nice suppression.
Got his lockdown online.
Prediction OP baby.
Sovereign as well on both sides to try to deal with it, so the Killjoys are not in a perfect position to be able to get value out of their ults. But this has knocked PaperX's economy back after just 2 rounds. And the plays that they're going for.
Yep, train rukne wala language.
This one.
Not
necessarily set up. A pretty reasonable timing for Dividing Go 4. Trying to take an unexpected peek, knowing that was probably a 1v1. But just gets sat in his place by the Turkish aim god. It's incredible when you think about some of the changes that these teams have made. I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective. Trying for another trophy without Leo and Durka, which I think people would have talked about them being absolutely fundamental parts of the reason that Fnatic were able to go back-to-back in 2023. But still able to rely on pillars of the team like Alpha and Boaster's Calling. Chronicle 2. You know, this core has been able to plug in other pieces.
Easy, baby.
A rookie of Kayak, a player looking for redemption like Crashies, and still have a chance, another chance at glory.
आज full चलाओ grand final से भाई तेरा नाम muted है तू तो mute कर देगा.
PaperX will be trailing when it comes to that economy, but not with the rounds. They take the timeout, discuss what has been going wrong.
And I think really the type of fights that they've been going for, there's still a decent chance of success in these spots. But it's about getting Fnatic in situations and timings that they're not quite anticipating.
Quick dash though, this is Fnatic. Way faster. No one from PaperX to really receive. They might be able to get a few pot shots in potentially. Swinging wide as I say that, Devi.
Fidget spinner हमारा यही था
already. But he's looking for that open sight line, not going to be given too much. The spots the one, even that repeat, rattling shots off. Updraft now, knives in hand, something going to clear the way and Cleave. A path to victory, Kayak. Gone.
Clean.
Cut out the picture now.
दवा ult मारेगा क्या deep ult?
मारा. Alpha
को भी ult मारना पड़ेगा.
Ult on ult, realizes it's winnable. Up towards the top though, Monster needs to be managed. Bullet to the side, Sheriff's there, and he needs to try and break this one. No, bullet short. And one detainment on it. Something sticking.
Oh, दो ult मारना पड़ा उनको.
Anything to secure this round for Fnatic now.
भाई दो ult मारना पड़ा इको में बे Fnatic को.
Something trying to play his life to the final moments. The right click to no avail.
भाई दो ult मारना पड़ा
bro. A round win for Fnatic, though a costly one.
Very costly.
Having to use some pretty large ultimates there.
गलत टाइम बताया 10:40 दुबई मेरा 6 घंटा आगे चलता है. I forgot I live in China before Dubai.
Definitely felt winnable when something came in over the top. I can understand why PaperX would want to send it. They did, in fact, manage to break the lockdown coming through from Alpha.
Chat, जो लोग stream पे नए आए हैं, stream को like कर दो, जिसने like नहीं है, like कर दो. We are close to 50,000 likes, baby, and 1 million subscribers.
Forsaken, the end result of all of that, has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something with an op.
Being deep pushed by Jing as well.
His op was amazing earlier on in the tournament.
इसका op देखना
got
chat.
to see him pull it out on Ascent, and he was working magic with it.
I have the spike.
कोई एक बार उसके एम पे जाओ, please. Quick zoom देखने का, quick zoom.
Lead and end.
They're throwing down a slow orb over towards A,
PRX
making
का
it
read
feel
एकदम
perhaps like
गलत.
they're taking early A control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B with 4 bodies, 3, sorry. Making sure that they're grouped up, able to trade out Patman if he goes for
Chat,
something
read गलत
wild.
chat.
Spotting Alpha. Just him.
Yes,
going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be alive there.
That's so bold.
Pop it up onto the box. And the read is only coming in just now. PRX realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered bodies, but are going to hit a wall now. Realize that they've missed their mark, potentially. Snap towards the top. Pacman's still alive here. Something from the side.
सब जगह fight जीते वो लोग.
Himself
Alpha को देख.
Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Absolutely, and he bites his time perfectly. Just deleting adversaries now. There's 14 seconds left. Got to get a move on.
He's going to be able to get spiked down here by Boaster.
He's going forwards, there's a TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing to really just put a stop to all of this right now, but Alpha, if the mid traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site. Boaster is to try and put a stop to it, and the reflank as well occurring. Crashies drifting all the way in. And backs towards him, they are none the wiser as I say that. But shut me up. It's left down to Boaster, being squeezed onto the site. Devi and Jing tightening the net, spamming away.
Crashy's knife out, timing, almost perfect. And Devi just thinks to check behind for a moment towards screens. They haven't seen the Sova in a while.
I think क्योंकि उसका
Look at that
वापस
play though
रिस्पॉन
from
नहीं है तो maybe he got
Patman. Working his way forwards again,
मेरे
aggressively
हिसाब से
challenging as the plank goes
वो लोग
down.
को पता था B है.
Always forcing Fnatic to work
और
for it.
मैंने अल्ट मारा.
And inside the pit,
Omen को तो फ्लैंक
coordination
में कर
from
रहा
Devi.
है. तो इसलिए देखा शायद मिड या B
And
से.
Forsaken, I think it was towards the end, just closing the net. Op back in the hands, something going aggro.
Yeah, straight down mid, but there's knives to meet him. Kayak is there, holding for the peek the barrel, just poking out. Seems to be aware of the chance.
Has he spotted it?
I don't know. With the angles being played, he's definitely holding for it. He suspects it. Something going to overstep.
कौन है वो?
An inch further forward, and Kayak for sure would see it. There
snap.
gives away the hand.
Yeah. Just from the jump spot there, and an attempt at a punish. Shot dropped. No committal. Alpha is right there.
That's an insane adjustment from Alpha here as well. Devi tries to swing into cover and gets deleted.
He's trying to plug up those gaps, but up through kitchen they are none the wiser again. It's Kayak. Drifted in, walking in, dashes active, missed the timing.
Excuse me!
Kayak!
Excuse
me! Patience in that moment. Tears open the map. Fnatic. They realize they've got it at this point.
What the fuck?
Again leaning hard on Alpha and Kayak to get it all done.
कोई kitchen कैसे नहीं देखा?
That's incredibly impressive though. A reminder once more that this is Kayak's first global event. This is his first grand finals.
W क्या अभी
It
लेकिन
hasn't been
देखा
that long
कैसे
since he won
नहीं?
Ascension and started playing in the big leagues.
The money's not good. Something not long for this world at this point. Up put over towards the top. Kayak. Tasty little three-piece.
That's some unbelievable composure for a rookie player though. That's the kind of timing that you would only expect somebody with a huge amount of experience to be able to pull off. And Jing just has no clue about that. It is a little rough when you watch it back from his POV. But the trigger discipline. Panic from Patman.
Fucking shit.
And they've let things slip a little bit here. PRX down onto another recon. Fnatic with a great opportunity to tie it up. Alpha even going for an attack off.
बराबर. Fucking shit बोला. Decode किया मैंने.
You know that in these kind of rounds, PRX are going to be trying to challenge you. Trying to bait out that aggression from the defenders and punish is all about what Fnatic are going for here today.
Like karo.
Jing really being the only player that can do some damage in this spot. Bulldog ripped in his hands. He's got bodies with him too. PRX.
Bro, I think it's gonna be 6-6.
There was a potential for a timing on the other side of the map as well, but Patman
6-6 वाला लग रहा है मेरे को
as
map.
Alfia reconnects with the rest of the squad. This is going to end A into 3 at least. The stack is here.
See how this one goes. Dart's being held as well for the signs of life. There's smokes on smokes. Popped up into the face, but all contact. Slow and steady is called for by Fnatic, and that's the time to strike. The iron is hot, and they find their timing.
10k done now gifting. आज 15k पे. इसलिए मैं आज कुछ बोला नहीं.
Just dishing it all out now with the bullets.
मेरे को पता था आज गांड पटने वाली.
Jing tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
15k likes पे 50 gifted.
I mean, surely, yeah, just a bulldog. Can't quite get it under control. And Kayak is the one on line now.
Kajak by rookie of the year.
Take a look at this player. You said it, Josh. You would not expect this guy to be a rookie on this stage.
Rookie.
But Icebox is his playground. It has been all tournament long.
Now you look at the two players that have been at the top of the scoreboard.
वो जब भी आगे dash करके जाता ना, वो रुकता है, फिर मारता
है. Kayak.
समझ रहा है?
Finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well. Opening up these rounds. From the entry and from the lurk. A reminder that Alfia brought an attack off into the previous round and he's still got it here. So, looking to try to shut down something if he was playing on A rafters.
Kajak joke.
A pacey
I mean,
opening
Kadak
as well,
joke.
Taking this exec space quickly.
Globus has never lost a
trying to punish Divine, for example, if he was going to be playing for the Orb, or Patman as well.
Technically देखा जाए तो it's true.
Jing has been prone for a little TP play or two.
Technically अगर देखा जाए तो it's true.
Alpha, slow as you go. Big boomstick in his hands. He's been lights out.
You can buy ho chat पे. गाली दे
to try and slow this approach. PRX trying to stall this one out. Kayak is already
he's so aggro
towards the top, and he's spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process. Tucked to the corner. If he's going to be able to survive as a wall to try and at least block some of the bullets. Forsaken grabs himself 2, crashes right back at it, but no covering.
भाई दो तेरा दो मेरा, फिर दो तेरा फिर दो मेरा. अभी दो बच्चे नहीं अब.
17 bullets.
Alpha just with an off.
Alpha would have to just absolutely light them up, but it's a guessing game for him. PRX keep hold of this lead that they've had at least for most of this map.
These are the timings I'm talking
मेरे को
about.
पता था मेरे गोट पे गाना बना वो.
He throws out a recon dart, which means the Chronicles alone get in the plant. He does an amazing job of picking up Divine and Forsaken.
कब तक सेना बढ़ेगा ये गंदे जोक?
He then thinks he has a timing to send utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight. PRX take timings that are just slightly off, and they do catch teams napping.
This is going to be fun.
Can Fnatic tie things up at 6-6, or are PRX going to have the lead off the back of winning that pistol early?
Language, Jadeja.
Kayak. Jones going to be spotting it, clears something off the line. Patman. Looking to clear, but yeah, what a read by Fnatic.
Now that is gorgeous.
Hunter's Fury. Pulled out. Jing, he's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alfia.
See you.
This is PRX offloading everything at their disposal now. Locked down, dropped down. But a plant down without any problems. Fnatic going to be retreating. Crashes in a prime spot.
Fury and Chronicle could actually go for this res in mid.
Smokes up in their face. Kayak. Barely forwards there, Divine. Will he look to the side? There's a res in mid. Bringing these players back, but the Paranoia is already sweeping forwards. PRX, they take that timing and they take it themselves. Striking straight at them. And Fnatic have to rely all on Crash. He's up from the high ground, half on the defuse. Forsaken. Surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2. Dominance from the high ground.
Crashy, so much experience in these big moments. The last hope for North America in this tournament, and he comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on site. PRX knew that the rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid. He had to do everything from that high ground angle.
What a run back from Fnatic. They bring it to 6-6. One hell of a map.
सिर्फ हेल्प करना था, थोड़ा सा हेल्प करना था बस.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An update is required. Financial system. जब पहली बार ये देखा था मेरी फट गई थी, पीछे गया. फिर अचानक से डांस चालू हुआ.
System updated.
भाई सेम ट्रिक्स करता मेरे साथ.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
सेम सच्ची ना. पीछे में जब देखा था मेरे को लगा था पीछे गया. Consecutive best of 5 थोड़ा अनफेयर नहीं है. एक ही टीम को खेलना है क्या बेस्ट ऑफ 5? दूसरा नहीं खेल रहा है क्या? सारे PRX फैंस. बिंग बाबा कसा आहेस? मी बरा आहे. तुम्ही कशा आहेस? मेरे गुस्से के लुक से म्यूजिक बदला होता है. Cameraman मेरा घर टूटा के मानेगा. Bro, Subhadan में कौन क्या बे? कौन क्या
Subhadan? A huge
Subhadan?
amount of damage done by Alpha, yeah, which makes perfect sense because he's up towards 12 kills. Match on the other side by divide, but I think some of the impact that Alpha was having on the attack
कितने
side
साल पहले दिया था भैया?
fairly
जी,
unmatched.
दिख नहीं रहा है.
Now, I think the game is going to shift pretty significantly though here.
नहीं दिख रहा है.
This half, you heard the death set it up. Fnatic love playing the retake. They are going to be playing for Chronicles Wall retake on the pistol. That's their normal strategy at least. And that is the entire opposite way that Gen G, for example, a team that smacked PRX around on this map in this half. PRX were constantly fighting, always denying, never allowing PRX any space. That's the Pacific style. Fnatic don't really play like that, so we're going to get a really different game here. In theory, PRX should actually have a ton of room to be able to get onto these sides.
Advantage तो है PRX के पास क्योंकि attacking side पे है और
all of the pistols on their attack side so far very contacting.
Possible है. 344 के हो गए. Love you baby. Chat actual में 350 के हो सकते बे.
Fnatic are trying to reinforce this.
We are close to 350 के. बोला ना advantage Fnatic के पास है भाई.
Ready to deliver.
उनका मैप पे के भाई बाप खेलते Fnatic.
2-1s are now just around ideas. All gone a bit skew whiff, really. Fnatic are in complete control.
By flawless killa be.
Smoke gave the game away there.
By sexy
brilliant
killa.
read from Fnatic. They knew exactly what was happening.
Huh?
Felt a little too similar perhaps
Sexy
to what's been happening
be.
on Sunset as well. All of those contacty plays around the map. Relying on the fact that Fnatic like to play in deeper, more cautious positions. This time, Fnatic choose to draw a line in the Sander kitchen.
Good.
Like that confident. Go like that confident. If they're coming to you, run to them, bro. Just kill these noobs, bro.
ये नहीं बोलना था.
It's a good point.
It's interesting that Alpha says that because that is his way of playing, but it's not the way that Fnatic themselves usually fight. Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster though backing off instead of stepping up. Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fights.
Oh, भाई कितना clean है बे वो बंदा भाई.
No armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down. Looking to push this one back. Not quite. It's going down. Slowly get collapsed upon here. PRX don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip. Something classic.
भाई कजक clean है bro.
But that's about it.
Genuinely कजक.
A pretty clean round. Boaster and Alpha, they
भाई
didn't even
ऐसा
invest.
step up किया है ना वो बंदे ने.
Got plenty of opportunity
ऐसा
here
step
to
up
have
किया
a
है.
good buy heading into their bonus
बहुत
round.
प्यारा player है.
But Fnatic are going to be doing a lot of this, where they're trying to react
Where is
to what
winning this
PRX is doing
70%?
around the
नहीं,
map.
नहीं, I think 1-1.
Stack bodies and get in position to go for that retake.
अच्छा खेल रहा है Fnatic.
Nayak, though, is contesting as the plant goes down there. You know, Fnatic might have a bit of an adjustment. We got to hear it from Alpha. But it will be very interesting if Fnatic decides to take the fight to PRX. Kayak picking up an operator. That's come out of the Boaster bank.
Okay.
It's a good job we're not doing the econ report now, I suppose.
6 and 8 ने दवाई की गलती पे 10 होना था वो 12 पे
yeah,
समझ रहे हो?
Boaster always the selfless leader.
Kayak trying to post himself up.
Kajak miss नहीं करेगा.
Well, the support and wow, something.
भाई Kajak clean है
Eager to try and take down
He's
fight.
clean.
Kayak makes him regret it. Shoulders just poking out here. This is Fnatic.
भाई अभी ऐसा क्यों नहीं कर रहा Duelist जैसे जिंगू?
Place they love to be in.
TP मार के.
Jing's down to go really aggressive with this omen. I've seen him teleport onto screens before.
हाँ.
Ult into crazy spots. In a playmaking situation like this, down 4v5, you're wanting Jing to step up.
Hunter's Fury pulled out of it. That's early. Crashes getting his kills and his orbs up through mid. Another lurk happening. Jing is gone. Patman had to delete that turret and Alfier's right there behind him.
Jing के सेंटी से हमारा TP है उसके पास.
Divide and Forsaken, you might have got this plan down. But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this one? Mistakes need to be made, and Fnatic not in the habit of making them often here. The dart against the back, all is revealed. Forsaken can't do it all.
Jing किसे डॉज नहीं कर पाया?
क्योंकि जिंग है.
Fnatic overall in this tournament are playing about 2/3 of their rounds for retakes, but you see here,
एक
they're not
shout out
all
baby.
5v5 retakes.
खत्म हो गया मैं मोमेंटम आ गया नहीं लेकिन अच्छा
As
खेल
the
रहा
attackers work their way in, both from the operator and from the ultimates, applying that pressure and creating an easier retake for themselves. An almost impossible situation for those final two that were left alive. And I think they've got to be better at dealing with getting onto the line. That was a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto that angle. One dart that didn't even land towards back yellow and something swings at the same time.
Aggro here with a slow orb just to try and deny that belt space.
Both teams fighting for belt space and the ult orb.
Batman, hold on, walk about, Sheriff in hand, he just can't quite control it. Alfie, lucky to be alive from that spot, but still claims the kill.
Definitely would have been a punish on a rifle round.
Now regrouping up, Fnatic have got bodies ready to receive. They can fully aware of this one, of how it's going to be landing, but as a sideways swing, sets up Divide perfectly.
Out of every round, वो लोग ऐसा round जीतेंगे भाई.
Now go down here. They brought us to a 4v4. Close quarters weaponry. PRX are going to be looking to try and take this fight towards Fnatic. Oh, playing offside for it.
Fnatic. ये पिंकी आज पकड़क से बनी है. Hello?
Screens. The rifles looking to try and dissuade any chance of PRX getting away with that funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline. Chronicle. Lights out from him.
So dependable,
clean,
so
clean
reliable.
Clean हो रहा है.
Very good reasons why he's the winningest player of all time in Valorant.
What order?
A win here would be utterly incredible for Chronicle's career. But everything has been the whole time. Crashies did not like the way that he took that fight. Shot bullets at 3 separate people that ran past him. Had to bail out of that one early, but got bailed out by the rest of the team. This is now 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic to start the half. It was dead even as we went into the pistol, and now PRX are going to take a timeout. They've been taking a lot of these timeouts early on.
Yeah, second one now.
Final opportunity for Alex to have a bit of input. I mean, aside from later on if Fnatic decide to use one of their own. But it's got to be so stressful in his position too. They're still just selling into the BO5. It's a long way ahead. You can honestly afford to drop a map like this because you have Pearl coming up. You've got 2 maps that you're fantastic on later, Lotus and Split. But you don't want to squander any moments where you think you might be able to get it over the line. That's how opportunities slip. And Alex has seen it all.
Yeah.
Sometimes you know, the rosters, they shift around. Individual players can come and go.
Hi guys, can you like the
But Alex has
stream?
been there to witness
And
every
support.
right.
Hey guys, can you like the stream? And support PRX. Choo choo.
It's going to be tough going for PRX here. No more intervention happening from Alex's behalf.
I can see like it's not is happening is the...
Do it alone.
PRX have been going for those mid lurks quite a lot. They put
Farali
pressure on
kya hai,
mid
Farali?
right at the start of the round, and they've had Patman try to lurk. They haven't been very successful with it. At some point, I wonder whether it puts them off entirely.
Straight shots there, Sheriff in hand. Already trying to dash straight up. PRX are making this one fast and loose, playing it forwards, risks to be had. This is that PRX.
अब यहाँ से चलेगी train. W दबा दिया ना.
They're timing each other. BABYYY still active here, trying to drop back as well. He needs some safety and he needs some backup. But
ये train वाला round है भाई.
All out to the opposition. There's kills happening all over the bloody place.
3-4.
Something's got to hold off a double flank, but Jing might be the playmaker over in Snowman.
Still player advantage, not for much longer. There it is. Something. He's even it out 3v3, but for the repeat, all expected. Kayak. 2v3 now.
Jing was just
Jing
was begging for people to come towards him, and really nobody has. Jing's positioning was cute, but no one's coming his way.
Yeah, and Crashy's brought back into the fold now. This is feeling inevitable. Updraft dash, it's a cute play indeed. Isolating the fight. Forsaken trying to make a go of it now. Trying to really do the damage. But a bullet to the back, it's all up to Jing. And it's brought it to that 1v1. Smokes v smokes, Poster. Sticking into the
क्या round निकाला ये लोग ने.
Crazy.
Time
back
नहीं
from
time था.
impossibility.
Holy
really beautiful
fuck,
positioning
bro.
and phenomenal impact from two incredible players.
भाई दोनों है
बेगोटे.
Okay.
Absolutely bizarre.
हाँ.
But this play from
दोनों गोटेस है भाई.
enormous impact, just what Mel was talking about on the desk. He might not be exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he set up a 1v1 for Jing to slam dunk.
Stem the bleeding for now.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone designed to try to push him off, and he dips, not giving away the fact that he's got the op.
Trying to re-peek it as well. That's a wide face, something. Lucky, just evades the bullets.
Does Kayak take Alfia's advice and re-fight? Or is he looking to play risk averse?
चार बंदे ए पे लेकिन PRX कैसे घुसता है अभी देखना.
Dash available, it would be risky, just trying to take that timing inside that smoke, but the updraft, quick scope, bullets raining down onto him, something though has been dropped.
5-4 है लेकिन घुसे.
Chopped down at the knees, is what it seemed. Chronicle having to deal out that damage here on site.
Still with a recon.
Kayak's
op is fantastic at preempting these spots that PRX want to fight.
He's perfectly posted every single time. The dart is at 180. Patman has got to do a lot from this spot. Jing, again, heroics are called for. It's forward. The positioning, they're looking to try and stunt it, trying to stop it. Knives in hand. PRX drawing blood. But again, that re-peek. Playing into Fnatic's hands to buy. Chronicle already on the defuse. He's got to start swinging, and he's got to do it now. It's all safety. Play for Crashies, watching for that peak.
These rounds are going to be tilting Alex in the coaching booth, I think. It's just not good enough for PRX. Look at in the replay how often they're fighting one by one. Forsaken on his own. That was a bit of a double fight together, but here Patman swings with Divide, having no real support. PRX need to be coming up with ideas of how they want to fight together, or what timings they want to take together in the post plan. Because Fnatic are essentially just waiting. They're not even really scaling on the retake, they're just holding. Knowing that PRX are going to run into the mall.
Technically देखा जाए तो सिर्फ 4 राउंड दूर है Fnatic. Technically देखा जाए.
PRX
समझ रहे हो?
Well, they've got a massive ultimate advantage in this round, Brent. So if there was a round to try to do something quick,
possible?
Hit them hard, hit them fast, it would be this one.
Yep.
Fnatic are just giving them all that space again, like you said.
Post-plan lockdown would be crazy
like
good for PRX,
baby.
Round. With the knives. Looking for a target, looking for a sight line. Util just comes out swinging, rebounding. Finally, Forsaken can commit. PRX do have ult to their own.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go to
Clean.
Divide, wondering when he's going to try to use this.
रुक जाओ. 3, 2, 1.
Down. This is Fnatic trying to make it go. Lockdown's there. Already in. This is Fnatic trying to make a play for this. Kayak. So stop this guy. Disgusting work with the lockdown. Cannot be broken in time. Albiedo found himself a pocket, found himself a window. And Forsaken is going to do it all. Offload him with the ult. It's time ticking, really. That point. Found the kill. Running him down, though. Forsaken will be finished. Kayak on the fuse.
My God.
That's close.
That's so damn close.
Oh my God, bro.
Less than a second on the clock of Fnatic. Perfectly execute a really difficult retake. How on earth do they get that into a 5v3 whilst battling through Device lockdown? Not sure what's going through something's head here on this peak. I don't think that's a good one, but this shot is bonkers. A ludicrous one for Kayak to be bringing out. Absolutely jet diffing something. And like I said, it's got to be tilting because I don't think PaperX are actually playing these rounds particularly well in the post. Earlier on Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now PaperX letting Icebox slip, and this could be Fnatic equalizing.
Kayak been unbelievable so far with his form. Icebox really is his playground, but he's forced to concede that space. Jing forward, sees it onto the shoulder. Gone, Alpha responds. Straight it out, but there's pressure in mid. And Device still looking through, but finally spotted out. Players need to deal with him, but it's all chaos thrown into the mix. Forsaken. Device. There with a 3-2-1 swing, Chronicle gone, and PaperX still alive in this map for now.
4-0.
When all else fails, rely on the W gaming. That was a really large swing back towards Chaos. Controlled to some degree, sure. There was a double lurk set up, and Jing went for that same play, trying to get deep into Snowman on an unexpected timing. And this time finds a target to be able to work with.
Mets is not Metsing.
I mean, this play, Divide just running up tube into Alpha, yeah. He's just hoping he finds that timing and doesn't get punished. One round at a time. Fnatic choosing to go for a half buy here to make sure that their economy doesn't get completely broken.
Kayak swinging and looking to just draw blood out of them. PaperX. They are still there though, Divide. Can sense it. Posturing occurring and a deep push by Chronicle. It's already anticipated. Yeah. Expecting it all now.
Crashes with a rifle. Boaster might be able to recover one if he completely repositioned, but at the moment, really isolated over in the Snowman spot. Should be PaperX being able to pick this one up. 4v2.
Hello.
Tip tap.
Ghost bullet. Not the weapon of choice for Boaster, obviously. Not cleaned up though either, and that could spell problems. Jing pressing forwards, crashes now. He's got that rifle. Needs to make it sing. He's already found himself two. Dart towards the back. Needs to be dealt with, but double up PaperX. Are the ones on top.
W.
Still though, even in that 4v2, PaperX players taking risks.
Score देखो एक बार.
Gonna be
Score देखो.
Alex a heart attack.
आँख बंद करके imagine
But now
करो.
Alex with another
क्या score
opportunity
आया?
to talk to the team. And
12.
honestly,
12. मेरा birthday.
this might be a blessing for PaperX. Because despite winning 2 in a row,
मेरे को shout out मिलने वाला है.
they don't
Clear
look
cut OT वाला
super
map है.
confident
OT
right
वाला
now.
game है chat.
But it's the Fnatic coaches
Attacking
that
map
have
पे,
decided to
attacking
take
side
a
पे,
timeout.
technically ये लोग को
I'd be a little bit
सिर्फ 2
cautious
round
about doing
जीतेंगे,
this,
1
to be
round ये
honest,
लोग
because
eco
I do
जाएंगे.
think it offers
2
an
gun round
opportunity for
जीतेंगे
Alex
बस.
to right the ship.
सिर्फ
That's
2.
looking
समझ रहे
pretty
हो?
shaky in this half overall. Last 2 rounds notwithstanding. Ults are back online as well for Fnatic.
और Alex भाई का same
Milan might be
reaction
just
है
trying
ऐसे
to drum up a
coach.
set
दर्द
ult
होता है यार
round
कभी
that
कभी.
can knock PaperX out. A little bit similar to what we saw on Sunset towards the end, where you bring out a set play just to get across the line.
कज़क भाई मारो मैच भाई crazy मारता लेकिन.
And Fnatic
दिल खुश कर दिया बे
depth.
कज़क ने.
You know that they've got the experience.
Type कर रहे easy
know
करके
that
देख
they've
रहे हो?
got one of the greatest callers when things get
Easy
scrappy in
win
a
lol
mid-round.
लिखा उसने.
But this coaching staff has also proven themselves. It's been a great run since Milan got promoted to the head coach position.
Fnatic, they just need the one. PRX, as you mentioned, it was a critical timeout.
It's so cute,
taken by Fnatic.
Very cute now.
Time to insert what's going wrong for them. PRX, Alex will happily take that space, but 3 rounds still stands between them.
Line up.
It's OT.
Jing going for another really deep push.
Forwards, Crashies is good. Ajao with a movement still. This is going to be rapid. And Jing's all the way around towards the side. One more TP. Try and get out of dodge there, but committing that paranoia. And Kayak filling in the pieces. Alpha Tip Tuckman with the movement.
That's huge from Patman. Being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against Alpha and trade Chronicle.
It's all over the place.
Patman can't reconnect with the rest of his team to really pop down this Viper's Pit on site.
Just try to adjust, missing on either side.
एक ही shot miss करता दिन में बस वो ये वाला था.
Dropping down though into that 3v2 Boaster. Might have just caught eyes onto Patman. Patman tucked up close with Boaster is wise to it.
He's just trying to delay for as long as possible. Actually, maybe he didn't.
What an off angle!
क्या angle लिया Patman
I thought for a moment
ने?
there, maybe he hadn't realized that Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot that he was going to be favored on. And this round, I think, again, another reason why
he heard him,
I was a little bit worried about Fnatic taking that attack pause. Because Jing immediately comes out of it with a really unexpected way of pressuring these players over towards the mid-split. That recon dart that got thrown over the top from Forsaken. Oh, and the timing here as well.
And this operator, it's critical to Fnatic's game plan.
Bro.
And this sets us up with a strong potential for overtime. The Fnatic economy is in a really bad spot now. And so, one more rifle round before OT.
क्या बोला था मैंने? One more.
This play though, I think huge credit given to Patman. Jing's in a pretty horrible spot.
Are you ready to witness?
And Patman has to win the battle against Alpha Yet through you before he can go and help him.
No.
Take a look at the buy though. Knives, okay, huge for Kayak, but 3
मजा
stingers to support.
The rifle and a lot of bolts on top of it. Kayak can't even escape.
I mean, that's insane from Jing just running through, but he has full trust in the paranoia.
Full aggression. They're not stopping now. The PRX of old wants to rear its head. The leash has been cut and snapped. There's no containing them. Like a
PRX से भाई. You blink and they're behind you. हाँ PRX से.
You get to see the full gamut of PRX here. We started out on Sunset with them playing that slower, more strategic style.
भाई कोई टीम दुनिया में ऐसा नहीं खेलता है भाई.
W gaming.
ऐसा कोई टीम नहीं खेलता है भाई दुनिया में. कोई नहीं.
Powered by Jing just doing crazy stuff on Omen. And this last round of regulation at least.
देखा वो देख के मैं सीधा इधर देखा.
Stop that in its tracks.
And they are all in.
नजर ना लगे.
Why wouldn't you be operator here? Smoke in your face to try and obfuscate. As the Hunter's Fury that's coming out swinging.
They thought it was another one of those fast hits. Crashies gets the ult baited out. PRX reset.
सिर्फ Binks भाई आपको क्यों शॉट आउट? पिंकी को भी मैं शॉट आउट दूँ.
Device one away from an ult of his own now. Slower tempo.
Even
the ult just thrown into it. Jing obfuscating the intent, but bodies are now trying to form up.
That's supposed to draw bodies away from the A site and make it easier for PRX, but there's still a pit here. There's still a lockdown.
Yeah, there's a lockdown for a lockdown here in this spot. Alpha's ready. Puts it up close to the screens. What's the next level to all of this? Hunter's Fury going to be committed. It's going to be breaking that portion of it, and this has to be respected now. Fnatic, they've offloaded everything to try and stay into this round, but the pit's going to be going down.
पूरा counter कर दिया.
Get back inside.
What the
fuck? Not slowing down. Still that res brings Crashy back into the fold, back into the fray. Watch the lie up through mid. PRX eager though, looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand and get a grip onto this retake. Pressing forwards, shoulder to shoulder discipline. It's out so far, but Fnatic needed now in space.
जिनको देखो भाई कितना गंदा चबाक खेलता है.
Double tap in the rifles.
ट्रेन नहीं रुकेगी बेबी.
PRX grab
what
a fifth round in a row to
fuck?
take it to OT. felt like an inevitability on Sunset, to be honest with you, but
PRX is
here
doing a Fnatic on Fnatic inside the Fnatic of the Fnatic, baby.
Straight back in their face.
Train nahi
PaperX dialing the tempo, something on a high ground. Jing deep in heaven, getting into aggressive positions, unexpected spots. And even though Alpha dealt with the lurk, there were too many threats.
मैंने second time Jinx किया.
The stress on both sides. Again, a reminder that when you look at the map pool, it feels a bit like a must-win for Fnatic. Next one is their
Jing.
Standing ahead. Smoke on the corner, something. Glass cannon operator. Opted into heavy defensive setup here by PaperX. Fnatic again, you're going to see that caution played by them.
Lineups.
Drone lineup.
Tiptoeing around, a bit tepid, but trying to dissect the map. Drone overhead, spots out.
ऐसा नहीं लगता कि ये लोग का drone बहुत ऊपर से आता है अपने से.
Decent information, an idea that it might well be ending A, so you can keep these 4 players. The trust they have in Patman, just to hold down B if their read is wrong. But it's not at all.
जिस हिसाब से अभी momentum चल रहा है ना, actually में
exactly the right idea of what's happening here.
लेकिन I really want
for a little bit more pressure over towards B and PaperX. They want info. They want to step up a little.
जीतेगा थोड़ा मजा आएगा.
As Boaster sniffed this out, he's calling for Fnatic to reposition.
To the B split, perhaps.
And this is going to put Patman's head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And maybe Patman's head on a spike.
He'll be turning up the heat. 25 seconds left down to the wire. Patman still has a snakebite to try and deny some space. Shot darts in your face. Walls up, same with the orbs. PaperX starting to get a bit of a read on this one here, but again, Patman needs to try and deny. He steps forward, blind as anything. He does not know what's going on. PaperX trying to even it out. Kayak with the peak, but the plan needs to go down. With no issues further. Crashies commits. They're getting into the spot now. Fnatic putting a squeeze onto these PaperX players. They're going to try and clear this guy out. Kayak, he's done. Finished. Paranoia on top. Jing, no way! Nearsighted Chronicle may be, but this guy will not be denied. Something still there, though, swinging wide. The operator switched around. Weaponry now with a rifle. Time starting to tick in a 1v1. Crashies. Tepid approach, and it works best for him.
निकाल सकता था PRX, निकाल सकता था.
Again, Crashies comes up in the clutch. What a recovery in the 3v3 situation there. Boaster called it a brilliant slow round. It felt like Forsaken exactly knew what was happening, but the further the time ticked, the more the Boaster realized and sniffed out that snap on A. Chronicle 2, legendary in that top nest position. And Fnatic once more have an opportunity to close.
क्या लगता है double OT?
Forwards, Kayak trying to fill in their space here. Oh my god, the pure disrespect. The dash is there. Boaster needs to try and stop them here, but he's isolated onto the corner. Caught out wide. Kayak's still there though. This guy is eager to just try and play into the mechanics. Not stopping. The feed is filled with red and blood being spilt out onto the site. Tricky task indeed for Fnatic. Walls up and everyone is falling slowly but surely. Chronicle, last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing from Divide. All the confidence in the world.
क्या game चल रहा है भाई?
Exactly what is working on these attack sites. It definitely feels like they're the team that's closer to being
Chat
able to
15
close
के
this
likes
out,
करो
to be
जल्दी.
honest with you.
50 नंबर दूंगा और we are close to actual वाला 350 के subscribers. तो अगर किसने subscribe नहीं किया है और GOAT को rank push करते हुए देखने का है कल परसों तरसों से, तो subscribe करो. मैं GOAT.
Something again that pulls out the operator, and Fnatic, they got an extra timeout to use once things go to OT.
2 set लगा है PRX.
Fairly early on.
150 का membership ले सकता है तू. हाँ?
And Milan wants input. Every player, by the way, on Fnatic, over 20 kills apart from Boaster, who's only got 7. That's
double
a little
round.
bit rough.
बस defense जीत जाए. Attack crazy है ना दोनों का?
At the same time, though, it does show you that the other 4 players are all having very
Subscribe
good
karo,
performances.
love you yaar,
Because
love you
all
yaar.
4 of them have had huge rounds, big moments. And Boaster's calling has still been finding impact, even if his rifle isn't.
कौन जीतेगा OT?
What Fnatic are leaning on here.
To be honest, Brent, I think you look at the other side of things,
Ekdam sach.
and the player at the bottom of the scoreboard there is something. And if he can find one round, just
नहीं
one,
जीतेगा.
with the defensive op,
ऐसा
that
मुझे
will
नहीं
right
लगता.
all of the wrongs of what he's been up to in this
मतलब
match.
Fnatic जीता.
Because
OT.
PRX have already got the game plan for the attack side.
ये
It's
रख, मेरे को
working.
नहीं चाहिए Alex बस side
If
top.
he can find a big operator round here,
ये
he could well put his team
I'm in Fnatic side.
up to a maybe insurmountable lead.
Placing swamp grenade.
Fnatic on tops.
Taking this time to
Let's go.
recuperate, breathe a little bit. Slow orb that could have been thrown out, but Forsaken, no, he's just
Oh,
I mean,
बाप रे,
okay,
punish
scot
कैसे
free.
किया?
Yeah, he was playing for that pretty heavily in regulation. Less important, arguably, here in overtime because everybody starts 3 away. Don't know if you noticed that Nana Swarm as well that was put down on top Jenny from Devi. That's where Kayak's been pathing
Bhai,
to
jump
almost
pick ke liye
every
mera
time.
Kaibe
So
usne.
they've got a very specific counter plan here. Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter this Fnatic A hit.
Primed. Ready to pounce here.
It does feel like these timeouts have been helping Alex.
Hi,
and
hi,
PRX more than
something
Fnatic.
not your
Tron's broken. Deep control towards B.
Bund dekh raha
Posture
tha
by
Batman
Fnatic is
ka.
put to an end. And now, eye set over towards A. Triple
Zoom
face,
करके
alarm
देख रहा है
mouse.
बे
It's
वाइपर
going to
से.
be gone. Jingdale with a paranoia. Oh my goodness.
It works perfectly.
भाई
The
क्या
game plan,
बंदा है भाई.
absolute perfection.
Cut them to shreds and Fnatic now left
W.
scrambling.
W.
Options.
There's
हाय
the
हाय
up value as
हाय
well.
2 से
Divide
बॉल की
tucked onto
150
a
का
position that's
मेंबरशिप
really
लिया है.
tough to clear.
कास्टोस वाला ले भाई 2000 का.
With that final
नाम में
burst
टिक
left.
मार के औरा पड़ता है कास्टोस मेंबरशिप लेगा तो.
Boaster, the captain himself.
Shah.
He's going to right the wrongs of the round, but on top of the ropes.
Jing on top baby.
Disrespect, PRX.
And that was the round that they needed. Every attack round has been going well for them.
भाई सेक्सी खेला ना.
They won the last 5 in a row to close out regulation.
दुगिश
It's
दुगिश
been
होता है वो.
pacey, it's been fast. W gaming and the train keeps on trucking. Let's see if Fnatic have an answer because all of the pressure is now on them.
भाई क्या लगता है?
On their attack
एक और
side,
OT. एक
PRX are sending it.
एक लास्ट प्लीज. एक लास्ट OT. एक लास्ट OT
Dark
बनता है.
paranoia, they're making it feel like it's that fast
20 के super chat if
pressure.
PRX wins.
Kayak is taking liberties, taking
ठीक है,
risks.
ठीक है,
Him
ठीक है.
versus Defy finds it.
That's huge info
4
as
and
well.
5 है.
You see Divine on
क्या है
this side of
इसका?
the map, you know at least that they're defaulting. You don't
भाई
know for sure
इसका
that they're coming back
मतलब
over towards
इसने
A,
वो किया
but
है
you know
chat.
it's not that fast B hit. And look how
मतलब
quickly
इसने
Alpha
wettings
just
किया है
takes
ना?
all of this space on B.
Yeah, deep push.
मतलब इसकी मारनी पड़ेगी.
Bit around information going to be given up here.
PRX जीतेगा.
The rest of his team, an attempt of a punish at a jump spot. Boaster, the acknowledgement he was looking for.
I mean, what
I
a
don't
decision from
support all this.
Forsaken to try to fake.
Yeah, he's creeping
Plus
in.
मुझे पता है
through
ये
the
मुझे
back,
सिर्फ
they already know
1%
he's
दे
there.
रहा है.
Patman
PRX जीता.
anticipated. Bodies out wide to the open. Patman just sidesteps it.
Yeah.
Alternating with the movement, but tucked behind Dice. Forsaken is creeping
Clean
forward.
plant.
Off of that contact, Kayak. When is your time to strike? Deep dart, dash active, wall up into your face. Thrown into the corner, clears him out though. We'll have to use it to disengage.
Chronicle can step in to cover that though. PRX still, even with all 3 players here, have got a difficult
Recon
task.
plant.
Ball wars down as well, out to the open. Jing is dropped.
30 seconds
The
left.
Fnatic have found it.
Durubai, thank you
They're
for the
filling
membership.
The foundation. A safety net now.
Close
All the
था,
pressure's
close
on
था.
Patman.
टेक्निकली निकाल सकता है
20
बैटमैन.
seconds
1v3
left.
उसके लिए अभी
Taps it.
नॉर्मल है.
Looking for
देखा
a kill,
जाए.
looking for a cheap fight. Again, he's not going to be given it. Snake bite. All the options reduced to ruins.
I respect the balls to go for a fake there. If it had worked, we'd be calling Forsaken a genius. But actually, he just deviated away from a game plan that's been working for PRX. The pace, the aggression, Fnatic did not have an answer for it. And instead of this round, maybe overcooking things slightly. Went to fake that fast pressure and played into the kind of tempo that Boaster's super happy to call against. Immediately, Kayak realized it was fake. Alpha got quick on the flank,
Easy win
and now
for
we're back
PRX,
to
baby.
even.
14-14.
Lineup
Over ahead
देखो.
with the util.
Something still going for the operator. Every round on
Mid-smoke
defense has
lineup
been trying to make it work.
B
Did find a
से.
little bit of value with it over towards B. They've got to be watching out for this paranoia again. It worked so well last time for Jing.
कैसा रेड बेट करता है मेरे को पता है उसने क्या किया मैं वो चीज सपोर्ट नहीं करता
positioning.
इसलिए PRX जीते.
It looks to me like they're trying to fake that it's only Alpha here on A. You know, he's the player that's getting up, getting forwards.
What's man with the dart? It's going to be a drone. Fnatic.
भाई जिंग क्यूटी का पोजीशन देखो चैट.
Control.
10th floor.
Pull bodies to make A a little bit weaker. Soften it up for the take now.
I mean, that's nice. Patman takes contact, which disguises
floor
where the operator is.
So
it could still be on A.
Drifting now.
PRX के गेम में जान ना निकले ऐसा हो सकता नहीं रे. PRX game is not for weak hearts.
Swarms deaded. All up in your face to delay.
Do they play to flood? Do they play to defend and deny the spike?
Devi is hard committed. We see just the bodies peeking over towards the top of this row. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia is forwards again. There's a wall into your face. Fnatic have access towards it. Insane! Instant by Jing. Fnatic! Vice grip now over towards the site. And it's scraps on the floor that Patman has to pick up and make something from it. Damage done, bullets raining through, but right from the side, Chronicle never denies.
Close
something here, operator in hand, but this is just dire. Oscillating. The momentum of this map happening round by round. Picks up the rifle, but you got one hell of a task. And no
membership.
It's all against it. Crashes knows it.
W. Big round from Chronicle, but also a wild play
from
Double round,
but defense निकलना है
अभी. In the previous round, this time tries to send it again.
PRX
goes for the TP. But I mean, that is some nutcase.
ये फाइनल है अभी कब देंगे अभी कब देंगे गेम खत्म होने के बाद देंगे क्योंकि गेम खेलते खेलते अगर कब दिया तो गेम कैसे करेंगे वो लोग समझ रहे हो
Respect for going for the play, but keeping things simple might have had PRX already close out the map at this point. And a couple of rounds ago, it felt like they were completely in control. Now it does not.
चाय का कप है कॉफी का चाय से याद है मैं बैंक चाय नहीं पिया.
Again, could just go back to playing those fast attack sides. And I have yet to see Fnatic demonstrate they have an answer. There's been no evidence that they actually can deal with that pace.
aura dekho.
But the more that you
clear cut
against their map points, the more you start to overthink things.
देखो बे locked in है लोग.
And this
locked in.
If it ends up being important later on,
पूरी दुनिया PRX बोल रही है.
Will be a difficult mental barrier to overcome for PRX if they lose control here. They did such a good job getting to overtime.
Oh, ये लोग भी PRX बोल रहे हैं.
5 map points.
Fnatic have clawed it back. One more round is all they need to seal up Icebox. Draw us level here in the best of 5 grand finals.
Oh! भाई fast mid पे ये कभी नहीं किया PRX ने. एक और OT.
Keep that trophy out of reach.
एक और OT.
Here early. It's an operator in his hands. Wall up and over. You don't anticipate this one. It's a classic play, or do you? Heads up play. You're trying to use those walls against PRX. They were born in it, molded by that play.
Beautiful anticipation from Forsaken. Now the wall does still block Patman off. And Alpha, he's pushed up.
Alpha, you are so hard committed here, but he just spots it onto the drone as well. And my God, man! Does he deliver?
ये ready नहीं था लेकिन.
Taken out eventually. But he's brought it into a
3v3 है.
Footsteps, the rumble, Patman, there's a timing to be taken, and he just grasps it immediately, jumps on the chance.
And this isolates Crashies. Crashies would have to be a hero for Fnatic to get this across the line.
Towards the back of the box.
अकेला बंदा है Crashies.
Walking forwards here, there's a wall into their faces. It's a game on those timings. Again, Crashies. Surely not long for the world. And there it is, Patman from behind.
इससे Crashies को नहीं समझा बे.
PRX not done yet.
Planted.
A round where Fnatic tried to pull out a cutesy play. And it leaves the caller in a 1v3. He's destroyed at the end.
भाई क्या चल रहा है? क्या चल रहा है ये मैच?
Neither team can get a proper advantage over the other and get a grip on this. They're bringing out tactics. Well, they probably haven't tried in quite some time.
आज ये लोग गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स करेंगे क्या विकेट शॉटी का?
But things get scrappy the deeper you get.
You are insane. Bro, you are insane.
ना you are the goat. वो बराबर है.
Back up on their feet here. 15,
You are insane.
15.
गलत है.
Well, PaperX
You are the goat.
Aggro was anything. Kayak though. One shot to the dome. Jing is gone.
But say headshot मार.
That dash active. It's going to be used on either side. Something just needs to try and escape.
ते नहीं है बे लोग लड़ते जाते बे.
Watching over the shoulder.
भाई 3 बजे तक यही मैच चला तो देखेंगे और क्या.
Aggression elsewhere around the map. Alpha almost got an opportunity to pick off Patman in mid with that attack up, and Patman is not going to go for it again. PaperX are anticipating a re-hit here, and that does look like the idea here.
Just cautious for now, though.
And Fnatic always with these opportunities to pivot back to Boaster. Boaster's done a very good job in this map of just applying options, giving himself options to work with. His is the more passive role, just making sure nobody pushes out of B. And once again, Patman is asked to do so much.
No patience.
Knife's edge here.
Not patience.
Trying to take this timing pass. He's going to try and push forwards. Take the fight to it. There's an orb in the face of these players. Wall up now on top of it. Creeping forwards already.
He caught this timing before.
Wall up though. Surely it's going to be watched for. Spam happening, occurring. Popping up on towards the top. Alpha! How the hell do you land that one? Spike planted.
इसको नहीं मारा.
That's now you could really hope for if you're Fnatic in this spot here again. Alpha, shoulder, peeking out. Taken out. Deep down against the back. Prime's ready and finally let loose with the slow orbs. And you can see that 3-2-1 with a swing. Timing to be taken. Something's on the flank. Already ripping his way all the way past. Needs to be taken out. Something. He's found it. Dash back already. But the time is ticking away. 2 bullets. 2 bullets. 2 players. Not enough to get it all done.
Fnatic again with a really solid round to put themselves up once more. So many opportunities to close this. The timing of Patman he was rewarded for it previously. This time though, not focusing on the platform, seeing if he could catch a player that was looking to defend and failed. Forsaken pulls out the OD to try to deny the wall perhaps?
Second guessing.
Yeah, decides not to go for it in the end.
Down again. Jing TP's forwards. This is it.
The bar W.
Fnatic trying to lock in, trying to step up to that task that's ahead of them here.
And there's the player that's been driving the train forwards. The engine power was coming from Jing in all of these fast attack rounds. Now something has to step up an entry. Dash already popped.
Kayak's still here. Put over towards the top there, just spotting it out, and the damage done something. 1 bullet to the chest is all it takes for Fnatic. They can feel it. Energy here on their sides. 3v5, it's all contact called for here by PaperX. They're hoping there's an overextension.
W baby.
Never in a million years though. Fnatic are always going to be disciplined. Snake bite up and over. Dodged and juked down towards the back to buy. He's to land these shots. There's no freebies handed to him. Fnatic just bite it out.
They're always expecting PaperX to be the ones making the play. The time is going to be ticking here for Fnatic though. They've got to go at some point.
Double face up towards the top. Patman reveals his hand with a snake bite drop down on top of it. And this is it. Fnatic never denied it. Hard going all the way through. But they have made it even.
Gone.
Fnatic.
So many opportunities to close this one out, and finally Fnatic managed to grab one of them. 17-15. Both of these maps have been a grind. And in a final like this, so much is about endurance and how you pace yourself. Up next, Fnatic's permaban.
Come on! See, Alpha is raging. No! Alpha is hungry.
2-1 पानी में क्या चपक 2-1 क्या है? तेरे वजह से मैंने जिताया है Fnatic को, तेरे वजह से ऐसी चपक होना चाहिए.
Red Bull gives you wings.
भाई 3-0 चाहिए था
Marco, you're missing.
क्या ये क्या है सेम मेरे से बॉडी बे भाई क्या है भाई हेड क्या है भाई फैन आर्ट चाहिए भी और हाँ
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved.
मेरा 16 hours a day.
Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Language is language. Binks, आप कौन सी सिटी में रहते हो? सैंड सिटी बेबे। गाली खाने वाले काम तो मैं करता हूँ ना। Raise better of IGC.
What's up, everybody? Vansily back on the floor right now. Well, you know what time it is. When I'm at
Next
the bottom
map,
of the stairs on the stage, it's time to play a game. It's time to play pop-up. I'm still waiting for my contestants to come on. Actually, let's play right now. Let's play right now. We actually have Abigail representing Fnatic and Kat. Please come in. Everybody, Toronto, give them a hand of applause.
मैं बोला था ना लड़का लोग का एंट्री नहीं है उधर बोला था कि नहीं
How are you doing? I think your voice is almost as gone as mine.
Yeah, I'm out of breath.
Awesome. And for you, Kat, are you going for Paper X here? I'm pretty sure it's a 1-1 score line. You think you're going to win it all?
Oh, for sure.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, Kat, I had you coming on. I was like, hey, do you know what we're doing? And you said you have no idea. So the premise around this, it's popping off. So I'm a bandwagoner. I don't know who to go for anymore. I don't know if it's going to be Fnatic or Paper X. So you guys are going to help me predict. So you're going to lace on to these apparels that we have. Apparatus. There you go. I got my English right. And then we're going to have you pump a balloon. And if your balloon pops, that means it's going to be your team winning the next map. Are you ready for that? Okay. So we're going to get our cardio in. Are we good for that?
All right.
Pop the balloon challenge.
How many steps do you do a day?
From which it is seriously
like
sensitive.
How about you, Abigail?
What?
How many steps do you do a day?
भाई मेरा पैर गया
Zero.
This is gonna be intense then, I guess. I don't know how many steps we're gonna take here, but we're gonna get the helmet up. Let's get the helmet up. Kat, you got the Paper X with the balloon. Abigail, the Fnatic one, you ready for that one as well?
जाएगा उसका हवा। अबे हवा ऊपर जाएगा।
I'm trying to get the helmet on time. Yeah, make sure you have your balance right as well. But Toronto, are we going to try to go here for Abigail with Fnatic? Or how about Kat with Paper X? I saw the votes up there, and it looked like there was a lot of Paper X fans in the audience and around the world. So, all Paper X fans, louder than Fnatic. Paper X, make some noise! And Fnatic! Welcome back, everyone. And
Fnatic won.
Fnatic won. In case you're wondering, Fnatic won the balloon thing, majigum, whatever that is.
Official name.
But we are all knotted up 1-1 in this series here. It's now time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one going to go to Alfier because we ended up seeing actually this Fnatic team really get awoken in this one. They needed this in order to get back into this one.
They absolutely did. This was their must-win map in this series, and they had a bit of a rough start. Went down 0-4, lost the bonus round, but then as he has stepped up many times throughout this tournament, it was Fnatic, or it was Alfier, I should say, who brought Fnatic
I was actually excited.
This
one. I was so excited to see. I was like, yes, idhar Fnatic jeet sakti hai.
So confident on that stage, Bea.
Sometimes you have to be confident, you have to disrespect your opponent, and Alpha needs this kind of rounds. He knows that he's the player that can put the rest of his team in his shoulders and have this kind of moments to bring them back into the game, because those 4 rounds had been so successful for the side of PRX that if this hadn't happened, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
Yeah, and if
it would be different.
If we're thinking ahead to who might put on that bracelet and be MVP in a couple hours, I think the top contenders for Fnatic right now are Alpha and Chronicle, both of whom had really big impact that game.
Yeah, but let's not forget about the rookies though, right? Because we've been seeing Kayak as well as Patman step up a couple of times here, Bea, and it's been great to see the rookies take to the stage like this.
It's so important. We had clutches coming in from Patman. His lurks were on point and an absolute pain in the ass to deal with for Fnatic. Kayak also 11-3 in opening duels, and we were seeing it round after round because of the approach that Fnatic has in this map. Yes, they're very good at retaking and whatnot, but against a team that doesn't really have that many means to get the spike down, Kayak needed to be the one actually spearheading from the defense, making use of that operator that he's so good at, Mimi.
What impressed me the most of his defensive opping wasn't even when he was going for forward peaks. It was when Fnatic was flying back and getting set for their retakes. He would pick really good angles to punish PRX trying to fight deep into side. Because the way you counter Sage retake teams is you fight into backside. And constantly, Kayak was able to deny those angles, keep the players from PRX push back, and make those retakes that Fnatic just kept winning so easy to pull off.
Yeah, but of course, we started to see things get a little wonky as the series, or rather as the map continued forward here. But what we did get was a strong Fnatic second half there, right, guys? And we were seeing Fnatic come back into this one, but don't get me wrong, though. This could have gone either way, especially with the way OT played out.
Yeah, exactly. I think that starting with this strong second part of the map, when they go onto the defense, they needed to start very, very strong. A 6-6 half is a very good result when you start on the attack. So for Fnatic to understand how to play this map against PRX, having those initiations was very, very important, Mimi.
Early on for them, too, they had such a good read on that piss around to punish the PRX players who were pushing in through mid. Fnatic, the team, was really good at slowing things down, taking that step back, punishing aggression, and then playing those advantageous later rounds, which is super successful early on. But as we got deeper into that second half, the chaos started to seep in.
How are you doing?
PRX, I mean, nearly brought it back.
Were you good? How was your heart? How are you handling it?
My heart was okay, but it's like sometimes you see a gap in a map and you see PRX taking advantage of that, and you're like, please, I know you know, Fnatic.
Hey, but you know what though? Now we know that we're going to be heading over to map 3, Pearl, and definitively we're going to Lotus for sure to settle this one. But let's talk about how this series layout has played out, because Bea, it does feel like everything has gone as predicted. You know, we were calling PRX for map 1, Fnatic for map 2, but now we're going to Pearl, which Fnatic do not like.
Yeah, do not like. They've played it one time this year, but oh my god. Is this a spoiler?
He's hovering the neon.
Alpha Year, are you doing this? I was going to say they've only played it once this year. It is a map that Fnatic hates. Previous to that, 2022 in VCT is not something that we see a lot from PRX though. This is the first map that they played in this competition, and a 13-1 win for them against Heretics. So it's very smart for them to be picking this map as their third one. And Alpha, are you going to do He used to play the neon on this map. We haven't seen it a lot, but with this double duelist approach from Fnatic, I'm liking it.
And this is basically the comp that we saw T1 be very successful with when they were playing and when they went on to win Masters Bangkok. On defense especially, those two duelists can work so well together to play into these flood retakes. It's two players that we know have been playing amazingly just as shooters this tournament. I would love to see this comp get locked for Fnatic.
Well, they're still hovering over it. They haven't made any changes as far as like selecting other options. They're using that time effectively to communicate, right? Because you know Boaster wants to make sure that he's just giving the orders to the troops, right? And it's very important to make sure that you lock this thing down.
If that was the must-win map on Icebox for Fnatic, I think this is the map that PRX needs to win. You cannot pick into your opponent's permaban and lose to them there. That sets up a very scary end to this series then for the boys from APAC.
In the words of Admiral Akbar, is it a trap? Are we in for a trap? What is going on here?
It might be. You know, you're going into the unknown. PRX knows this map very well. Going back into this double duelist that favors them so much. Now we get into double duelist versus double duelist, something that we will get to see in Split if we get to that final map. But I want to know how this changes the perception that PRX had. And also, 100% important, Davai having such a good series and playing on device.
All right, folks, let's get ready for map 3. Send it back over to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
So we're stepping into the unknown here as we go into Pearl. You can imagine some form of an advantage where you can make Fnatic play this map. But you're also going up against a composition which you've seen before, granted, but not the way that Fnatic might play it. No. It's a lot of unknowns, and it's shaky territory still at 1-1 here in our grand finals.
Now, the other time that we saw PRX play on this map was a 13-1 dismissal of Team Heretics, but that was also them beginning on their attack side, which means we barely saw the defense whatsoever. So even though we know that their attack is phenomenally good, at least in the one example we saw at this tournament, we actually don't know anything about their defense. PRX might suck at defending on this map.
Thank you for the Canadian Australian 20.
It has been a very good
almost
map for them domestically,
almost
so
you are
if you
close.
look back there, you shouldn't be too worried about things. I would echo what the desk is saying. You've got to win on your opponent's permaban pick. But we have seen at tournaments in global finals before that
we are very close to
that is easier said than done. These teams, when they have a permaban, are able to come out with a weird comp, like for example Alpha on Neon, and they're able to throw caution to the wind and play with a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes. If Fnatic had any map that they just decided to send it on, it would be here on Pearl. And it puts all the pressure right back on PRX after they just lost in OT.
Seeing Fnatic on that attack side here as we step into Pearl. Big group up early on. We can see it up here on the casting desk, but potential for some early fights occurring out towards B.
Map 3, where things really start to heat up in a BO5 grand final here. Something and Divide looking down B long, wondering if they want to take contact early.
4 seconds is playing Astra.
PRX trying to fight over both edges of the map.
He plays insanely good.
Spreading back out again.
He's an Astra main.
To make sure they collect any timings like this that have gone missing. But exactly as Chronicle and Boaster go to take some art control, Jing was backing up.
Posted now. Oh my goodness. Forsaken. Not to be outdone. First kill immediately evened out from Fnatic's side of things here. But that Sheriff, yeah, short work is made to the opposition. Fnatic now leaving the map into partitions, and they're not going to be denied this plant. I would have to go absolutely crazy. Chronicle 3-piece to get things started here on Pearl.
Something we haven't discussed too much as well is how much the first kills are going the way of Fnatic. First map, I was looking at it and I was like, wow, that's kind of ridiculous actually. They're getting it on. Happens again. Pretty much the same way, even though the maps are close. Fnatic is dominating in the first kill department. They're at plus 14, now plus 15 after that pistol. So PRX are constantly having to battle back from being down 4v5. Now sometimes they do get those trades instantly if they're deathballed together. But it's worth keeping in mind here.
Time to jump.
Every player apart from Boaster, very positive in the first kill department.
Oh yeah.
And Chronicle, he had massive impact in the pistol round, and now with just the Sheriff, is able to go wandering. He's got a little more freedom.
Players are posted, getting into spot and position. They're seeing signs of life here, but immediately eviscerated. Back towards the back of the site, and rifle in hand. Okay, Kayak trying to test himself a little bit. Sharp with the aim of the first shot, but step forward. All anticipated and recovered when it comes to the weaponry.
Throwing down the spike as well to make sure that they prioritize Crashy's ultimate. Nope, giving it over instead to Chronicle, who's a little closer to the lockdown. Which is a huge tool that you can work with. Forsaken comes through. But he's only got a Frenzy to be able to work with.
That's not much.
Would be a ridiculous 1v4. I don't think the chances are particularly high. Fnatic trying to keep it clean. Put the rifle in Chronicle's hand as well.
Forsaken's not going to be taking any peeks here, so a strong beginning for Fnatic here.
Not a good eco.
As we said it, and we set it up, series of unknowns on either side.
Yeah, so much to wonder about. I mean, the EMEA teams in general don't really love playing on Pearl. Fnatic, no exception to that.
बताओ क्या drawing किया वो?
Not a team that's had even historic success, particularly here. But also, they knew 100% that they were going to be playing it here today. So the two maps, in my opinion, if I put myself in Fnatic's coaching shoes, I'd be prepping hardest for Sunset and for Pearl.
One enemy remaining. Go, go, go.
Sunset, they put up a really good showing. There was a possibility that they could have taken that one, but this, we'll have to see. Boaster with the attack op.
Okay. Round 3.
I mean, it's not like he's never done it before, but round 3.
Yeah, bonus round.
Crazy.
Little glide and dash to the side. Fights to be had. Jing, he loses his out. Instant dismissal. Alpha, you might be getting a bit overzealous there, but the stun's ricocheting. It's random spam. Over the shoulder, finding that gap. Something snaps down, and Boaster's done. Picks it out as well. I think even spotting out that they did invest into that operator.
Yeah, so they might be expecting the Fnatic will go back and try to recover that over towards B.
Where's that one going?
Sound? Sound आया?
I mean, I don't think that Kayak's ever going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Devi watching it like a hawk.
No.
Alpha took a lot of spam when he was trying to get a little more aggressive and push his luck in A main. So it's going to be tough for him to get too much impact. This round, probably on Kayak.
Okay, well, Forsaken is doing a lot of work. Deadlifting that portion of the map and taking it fully away from Fnatic.
His job here might just be to try to collect the operator and something. He's got it on lock. Dealt with Boaster early on.
Aware of it even.
Crazy shot
there, obtained the upgrade of himself. So there's going to be a defensive operator now to worry about if you are Fnatic.
And I think they might have just given a really lovely gift over to the defenders. It's a questionable decision, I think, from Boaster. Especially the way that he was trying to get set up with the op.
So now
in this round, Alpha, the player with some of the sharpest aim in the entire server is going to bring a judge
very deserving, both teams.
Crazy deserving. Get up into their faces perhaps already, and he's going to look to do that over towards it. Nasty stuff from Forsaken. Takes control of the rifle in his hand. That's a hard target to hit.
And Alpha yet denied immediately. Maybe trying to push his luck a little. Not a duelist that he's super familiar with.
Bits and pieces of util now. It's going to be held into the hands of these Fnatic players, looking to see if they can take a bit of mid-control. Clone. Sure. Oh, they're stuck onto the corner. It doesn't even trigger the wall. And a seize and an aid. Oh, done!
My
His combination cooking! That's a foul concoction if you are Fnatic. You're gonna need those.
Bro!
But it's all watch. Crashes in a 1v5.
Bye.
That's a beautiful round put together from PRX. It really is.
Base spam,
and a wallbang even all the way through mid, putting a little bit of damage on the Crashies.
30 seconds
the
left.
combo of the seize nade into the pull and into the swing.
Something का shot
destroys Fnatic, but they'd already been set up.
भाई मेरे को ऑप का शॉट देखने का.
Couple of weird moments here. I mean, Kayak's teleport all the way down into Flowers was a bit of an unusual one. And then his clone getting stuck.
Bro, ढूंढ के मार रहा है
trigger out the wall.
प्रेस जीत गए तो उठा
देना
good night Sonal, bye.
Comfortable.
Yep.
The details
Just
not
saying,
perfect
अगर आपने
here.
membership लिया तो जल्दी जीत सकते हो लोग.
Okay.
The slide is really late though.
Something वाला shot दिखाओ, please.
And that's a silly way of ending.
A load of surprises.
Another little evil chuckle there from Batman.
Yeah.
And now Fnatic's economy not in a good spot. They forced up in the previous one, like I said, with that judge. And something is just sitting pretty on the other side of the map with Boaster's operator.
Unbelievable shot बोलते हैं उसको. Abs.
Still in his hand.
Unbelievable shot.
B line. Makes the guessing game a little bit easier and a lot of stall util.
Yeah. I mean,
6-pack abs मतलब 6 बार उसने unbelievable shot मारा.
Fnatic are going to be feeling really bad about the fact that such a valuable asset has gone into the hands of PRX. It's like mini in weapon form.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think.
Better 12 pack abs.
The gate crash, backs himself out here. Gonna be hearing that drone, just trying to avoid it. Ducking, juking, but now, okay, recall start. Discipline is gonna be there from Fnatic. Do you expect something to be here? That's the question.
It's a great flash.
Took to the side here, just stepping up, and wow, okay.
Better shot.
That's overkill. Head's gonna be rolling straight off the shoulders there.
Alpha does have his ult to be able to work with.
Valorant, दो बंदे
maybe
गाली चलो थ्रो माइंड फक कर दिया.
Just going to be to try to run a fake and pull
अच्छा
eyes
किया वो
towards
लोग.
B. You see
अच्छा किया गाली दिया.
Chronicle
इधर मैच चल रहा है.
as the rest of the team tries to go back
और तू
over
खेल के
towards
बैठा.
and
अच्छा
connect with
किया.
this guy.
Chronicle's got to get some.
मेरे हिसाब से 4 बंदे लोग मिलके गाली दे दें चाहिए तो.
Anything to crack this one open. Contact plays for now. Been peeked out Divide. Just there's the thorns. Down below it, he's going to be swinging wide. That flash is a good connection. Forsaken, already ready to supplement. Deep down, dealt with. Almost lining themselves up for it. It is precise from PRX.
Playing. PRX is playing.
Circle almost, and it leaves it into Albia's hands.
PRX is playing, bro. PRX is playing.
Very comfortable there, anchoring from Divide. Super comfortable in that kind of spot. Showing you exactly how to play around in the flash. And he's got a perfect idea of where the play is going to be positioned. But now the rifles are back for Fnatic. Couple of rounds of lower recon, and now Alpha gets a Vandal. Something still with an operator, so always that's going to be a difficult one to work around. But Alpha's got to be the player that you've got eyes on to try to crack this open. 3 players though from PRX on the other side.
Top there with a dart.
Yeah, that recon just to see if he could push away an Oppa that was going to be playing pillar. This is going to be a fight though from PRX.
Crunchy's far back here. He's going to be that flash play. It's going on either side. Fnatic. Drawing blood. Jing, he's hard committed onto the corner. Do you want to stay here? Oh my goodness. He wants to step up to the challenge. Satchels. Barely there. Go back to 8. He's going to be taking a high ground. All perched now.
Thank you for the members of Mirjan.
Called for a wrap and rotation as the entirety of Art is given up. Fnatic have access now to this A site.
Full control and only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Doubled up into the back of the site here, but again, oh my goodness, it's the minor of margins. Just spotting another player, but is he expecting from behind? How I should say Chronicle.
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Doesn't want to overstep himself. Chronicle still on the control towards the back of it. The turret was placed down. Alpha's time to shine. He's going to be the playmaker here into this spot. The clone going to be taking a bullet to the brain forward, but Fnatic putting that crunch on them.
Bhai, movement ka hai mere
Dragon here, 3-3.
And finally recover Boast's operator. 3-3, big round from Fnatic. I've got a question about what the hell went wrong with that PRX fight over towards B long before even this began. I think it was a team flash that came out.
They might have shot the clone, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But everybody really heavily blinded up there from PRX. Just as they went to try to trigger the play.
Oh, stress feel ho raha
face or something.
It's actually Alpha, who's going to be running it this time, as they try to take space towards B. Crashies is hearing this, something with the peek. Punish!
Insanely brave. Crashies does punish.
It's about as deep as you can get in the first 10 seconds over towards A main. A ridiculous angle for something to be fighting towards. He was hoping it would be unexpected.
Well, it's PRX, baby.
And now in a 4v5, once again, by the way, Fnatic getting the opening pick. PRX are going to be incentivized to go for some kind of info peek and play around the map. That's where Alpha's op could end up working its magic.
Flash got acknowledgement.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the active info just yet.
You should run.
You can feel it here with a lockdown. Drop down under feed of Fnatic. You want to clear this one out cleanly. Wall up. Alpha trying to take this space. Pulled out a lot of util in the process, and you have to respect it.
Alpha throwing the operator over to Crashies as well.
And
his here, but okay, just spotted out the info. Hold on, ton of connections. Crashies looking for a little bit more, but just the one tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper! It's going to be committed. And Alpha trying to hold his ground down, but like a rocket again, Jing this time. Unable to get that value he's done prior. Weapons taken away with a steel guard, and Divide looking to try and reclaim some of that space. Boaster not removed, Kayak's from behind. Full control, containment is ordered, and Fnatic
have got
it all under lock.
Divide towards the end, caught in a mess of smokes and ults. Couldn't figure out how to navigate a tricky situation. I think they needed Jing to be able to pick up that kill in back halls. But the duelist taking some wild fights. Alpha deep pushed up as well, just trying to play off the back of Kashi's ultimate. Fnatic honestly look like they've got some nice game plans on their attack side.
3 of them. I had 3 of them with my ult.
They're definitely in control.
And like you said, Brad, there was a huge connection with Crashy's ultimate the first time he ripped it. Got 3 players down to 70 health. That definitely helped.
This map is
but yeah, let's return back to the game plan from Fnatic there. It's that same slow-paced style on their attack side that they've been playing all tournament, and PRX are getting baited into going for these fights. And that's then allowing Fnatic to go for pretty simple execs and get the puck down. And the one thing that Fnatic's been amazing at all tournament long, really entirety of this team, has been post plants. They've been winning 82% of their post plants in this tournament. If you're PRX, you cannot allow them to get that spike down. But that also does mean fighting, and Fnatic are ready and waiting for it.
Nah.
PRX can feel this map potentially slipping out of their grasp. Has been back and forth, to be sure, but Fnatic are stringing together these rounds nicely at this point.
And this next one could be massively important, because you look at Forsaken, Devi, Something's Operator, they wouldn't have any of those weapons back online.
Money again, Deep Horn. Not going to break this one. Alpha looking to get posted. It's him versus something. Oh my goodness, that's immediately. The clone going to be taking that bullet for him.
And Alpha instantly gets on the line. Doesn't see a re-peek though, and Boaster's calling for this regroup on A. Jing, danger player, tucked. Forsaken playing a bait and switch.
I think no though. A main control is going to be lost to them prior. There might be a timing. Drone forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated. With open arms. Alpha is turning you into mincemeat.
Balance agent bolte.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
Balance agent bolte.
Put your body on the line, because at this point, what could stop him?
Balance agent bolte.
4 kills, ace online. The crowd wants it. They're cheering. Get Alpha.
Oh. 4 HP पे बचा यार.
4 HP between him and a sick clip. But I don't think Divide's going to be able to keep this up. Alpha has done way too much. And Chronicle cleans up the dregs. That round demonstrates not only the incredible awareness they have of PRX, knowing that Jing is going to be playing that position, or at least a serious threat of it. Alpha's attack up gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the play and push forwards into an Astra that's way too far out of position. Alpha continues to get further and further ahead, I think, in the MVP race.
12 and 6. Shutting it all down for PRX.
क्यों गाली दिया पता उसकी कांटेक्ट पे पिक करने का था ड्रोन तोड़ने में पिक नहीं करने का था
of this team now through mid.
Boaster
up on it.
Boaster, I think, just calling to try to keep some of these anti-ecos pretty simple. You know that teams are going to try to fight over towards mid, so they've got Chronicle watching that. You just have Crashies feeding you in from the other side, and then try to end B. That's a lot of damage through onto Chronicle, though.
The bodies, Forsaken. Creeps ever closer, TP into spawn. I think that might have been heard. Forsaken, cross placement, trying to land those shots. Good awareness from Kayak. Spam straight flying towards them. Hello, it's a lot of damage on the Chronicle.
एक गोली था और पिक करके मार रहा है वो बंदा.
Through the top section of B, this is Manic.
भाई क्या ये भाई? नहीं ये लौड़े भाई ऐसा खेलना भाई.
They don't care.
किससे नहीं हिलते भाई ये लोग? What the fuck, man?
He could be a difference maker. Why are they not thinking there could be anyone on A?
Full knives out. They've opened up a bit of a mistake here, as you mentioned. Pacman upgrade. Acquire with a rifle.
And Boaster is stuck.
They're split up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind Patman.
Nightfall committed, Crashies pushed forward as a result of it. No one really ready for this one, but it's brought it into that 2v2 Fnatic. Trying to get a move on Crashies now. Roles reversed, he's the one putting the pressure in the squeeze onto Patman. He's earned his team a lifeline.
10 seconds left.
Great read as well. Divide though somehow manages to time that recon, but Crashies is aware.
Tagged up. Drone, Fnatic. Put them into a post plan and they will
Boaster just got escorted the entire way through.
Turned
into the VIP and Crashies the bouncer, kept everyone off him.
Vallo, bhai, Vallo.
Gonna be used now. Divide, one hell of a clutch is required. And none of the space to do it. Shock darts flying, Crashies just playing his life perfectly. Impeccable work. Impeccable work indeed, Fnatic.
That is a sick round from Crashies. He's asked to do way too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear, and Crashies has to push forward, dodge a fade ult, get a kill, come back, defend Boaster as he gets the spike plant down. This fight against Patman, Boaster could have tried to run through, but Boaster wanted to make sure he didn't drop the spike.
You know how did you get 2 kills? Because I chilled. I kissed your hand.
Something's brought the op out again. Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early though.
A bit of spam through the wall. Dart overhead. Clone not broken either.
The utility's been really strong though, at stopping something from being able to go on to these peaks.
Patman, that's brave. He's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for PRX is solo, actually.
Yeah. वो तेरा gameplay है normal.
Trust in the raw aim and mechanics. With the swing.
That's nice support. Now something's going to take a risk.
Or split.
And go for a peek into Kayak at B. Fnatic bait out the wall. Divide gets a little bit of info. And this fight. Sorry, I said peek into Kayak. It's Alpha.
Time to jump.
Alpha and something kind of staring at each other through walls.
7-5 scoreline.
Making the call to come back in this direction.
7-5 scoreline is good up for both teams.
Here. Oh, he spotted him.
Oh, the ping's out. Deep position and target acquired. Alpha gone. Call for a pivot now by Fnatic. That was the backup policy. Alpha gone. You got to try and set your sights in a different direction. 30 seconds left. Where taking a peek. That is uncalled for. Fnatic just taking that timing now, but with 20 seconds stalled out by the Thorns, and you got to get a move on. Sidestepping through, brought down to the brink. Weakened, damaged as anything in a flash and a repeat.
Blue by the way.
Delivers.
मेरे का एक राउंड बताओ जो
clean up that 5v3 never in danger when devising an anchor spot. He does look so comfortable dealing with Fnatic when they actually finish on his side. The issue I think with PRX has been sometimes they put themselves in too difficult positions. But this time, player advantage. And Fnatic trying to head into a site with time not on their side. Something keeps the operator over towards B. He's been very stubborn with this placement. Fnatic have been mostly working around him pretty well. Last time he caught Alpha, he's going for it again.
Past it. More players though waiting to cross. Fnatic to clone, taking the bullet. Alpha with the peek, and that's
he's lucky to survive that.
Really is.
31 HP, one more Vandal bullet. And PRX is going to try to put him on the line again.
For this one. They're trying to take the pressure to them. That's a steel guard in the pocket to play in. Alpha still has his gun. Fake TPs. All that pressure is just dissuaded, diffused.
Fnatic don't really want to commit because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. Gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but already that Cosmic Divide is going to be fading. It's not going their way, it's traded out.
By result.
Showstopper. It's here for Jing. When the time runs short here, he could be in dire straits. Forsaken. He wants to go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face into the back of Halls. Kayak. Anything to deal with him? My God, man! Forsaken! Just takes that timing to rip them
30 seconds.
to shreds. Patman!
Trade. मजा आ गया.
He finishes what Forsaken began. Forsaken constantly the player in
AOS
these unexpected positions. And again, just
AOS.
making Fnatic earn every moment.
Understood.
Constantly putting questions and challenges
मतलब
towards
पीछे
Fnatic.
बंदे ने टीपी मारा है और फिर भी
Often finding gaps
वो वहाँ
that
से
they can exploit.
जंप करके 2 को मार के मर रहा है वो.
A lovely risk. Exactly at the right time.
Yeah.
And PRX bring things up with an opportunity to get it level at the half.
कैसे?
Jing's very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that. They're on the exact opposite side, facing Devi. And Devi has been excellent anchoring A.
4-6 score चल रहा है. रिस्क कौन लेता है भाई?
Runs forward, dimensional drift. Extra info gathered, and a peek from Dubai. Forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking. Locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at? Alpha is taking over.
What is going on with PRX? I mean, I know they want to play that aggressively. Here's Forsaken again, looking to try to make the play.
Hold on, he's busted up as well.
Oh my
Chronicle.
God, कुछ भी करते हैं भाई ये लोग भाई.
The back of the head of Forsaken shuts it down.
Planted.
We're on site now into that post once more. It's the last chance here in this
VCT
first
वाला
half.
round है क्या?
It is planted as well for Secret.
It's a good setup from Fnatic. Paper trying to get a move on. Jing almost lined up for him. Just the one known, it leaves it to the rookie. He's been the glue for this team, but in a 1v2 already, players playing their lives, just spotting signs of life. Fought through. Tap, left guessing, but now spotting. Half on the defuse might be earned. Patman holds it down, but again, just a peek and crashes.
Oh, the blue round.
Deliver on
The
to
blue
death.
round पे.
Fnatic getting huge value out of the operator in this half. A really nice anti-strat to deal with PRX where they go
rolling.
aggro
पहली बार देख रहे हैं क्या PRX का game?
But I think PRX kind of lost the plot a little bit towards the end there.
भाई जब से खेला तो PRX नहीं है. Support करना बंद कर दूँगा.
The swing from Devi, unusual because he was anchoring those spots passively so well. This is Fnatic's
ABG बोलते हैं उसके ABG.
and they are up
And
7
Gilly Bebel gameplay.
कौन बोला 5-0?
Unreal
Who
team
got a
from
5-0?
Fnatic. You're seeing smiles across the board for them. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Vansili, standing by with some of our co-streamer friends.
round जीतेंगे कि नहीं वो लोग?
तो 5-0 कैसे हो गया?
अरे दो ऐसे
Thank you so
time
much
pass
for
play
hanging out
करेंगे.
here in the co-streaming booth where I'm actually joined by legendary French casters Kitty and also Renaud. Kitty,
Legendary.
Renaud, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your experience. First, starting with you, Kitty. How's Toronto been for you so far?
It's very good. I love the food.
French
And
casters
the
है.
matches have been amazing, so I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
For you, Renaud?
Yeah, it's the first time in Canada for me, and Toronto is a nice city. I'm having a good time.
And the games are actually pretty awesome so far for this grand finals. What's your take so far between this PRX and Fnatic game?
I think PRX can take it. I thought it was hard on Icebox, but they managed to come back, and I was not expecting this, so I think PRX can take it today.
Renaud, what about you?
For the moment, everything is here. The game are tough. Fnatic is fighting back on Pearl. I didn't expect that, so it's just amazing to see that we have a very nice grand final.
Awesome. And now that I have your presence with me, is it okay if I practice my French? I'm going to start asking you a question in
Avec
French.
plaisir.
So what do you guys think about the new map Corrode? Comment trouvez-vous la nouvelle map Corrode?
Je m'attendais pas du tout à ce qu'on ait autant de petits angles à check. Les bombes sites sont très surprenants et donc je m'attends juste à énormément de gunfight sur les points, les choke points. Et donc ouais, moi j'ai juste hâte de la jouer tout simplement.
That's actually pretty cool because now you're saying basically if you don't understand French, all the words were in English there. So choke points are cool, bomb sites are awesome, spike sites, there's going to be a lot of quick gunfights, so I'm looking forward to that one. What about you, Renaud?
Moi, la chose qui m'a surprise, c'est les wallbangs partout. C'est vrai que la map a l'air d'être conçue pour ça. Et
Pour
j'ai hâte de voir comment les équipes vont jouer comme ça avec les Odin, les Guardians, etc.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Désolé, on n'a plus assez de temps, fait qu'on va retourner avec le match. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's get back to the game.
Let's head straight back into it. Vansili just
He's
flexing, really.
red.
Lorax is on board.
PRX, let's go.
I mean, does the Lorax speak French? Do the trees speak French?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Maybe they do in different parts of Canada.
Alright,
let's take a
Couple
look at the
goals,
Coinbase
love
Econ
you,
report. I
boy.
mean,
देख रहे हो?
one of the
Love
players
you,
here
यार.
that's up towards the top.
आज ही आपको कपिल भाई के शो में देखा था.
Had an
मैं
op in his
आपका
hand at
हमें ये
various
बोलने का
points,
chance
was getting
दोगे.
kills with a shorty, was getting kills with his
आज ही
ultimate,
आपको
with
कपिल
a
भाई के शो में देख रहे
vandal.
थे
He's
अपन.
doing everything, everywhere.
सारा पैसा उधर चला गया. यहाँ
Heard
पे
it
200
as
दे
they
रहे
went
कैसे?
into the halftime. Crashies saying, "You are so good. It must be wonderful for Crashies to be on this side of it rather than the other side of it, as he was in the past playing for Optic and NRG.
Frequent. I mean, Crashies, a staple in best of fives. He's used to
मैं
them.
खा रही हूँ.
He is. He's had the second most Grand Finals appearances out of any player in Valorant. Only behind Chronicle, tied with Boaster.
Yeah, which you wouldn't expect.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Well, they got so many with the Optic NRG core, and then back here again. Incredible stuff from him.
And they go into really get this ball rolling here.
School national same.
7-5, Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click's not delivering him what he wanted.
अच्छा timing था.
PRX the one to survive, but Alpha, instant response. He does claim the life of Vi.
एक साथ triple pick.
A swing and a peek, and that is called for. That is beautiful by Fnatic.
Heavy counter.
Oh, that's unreal.
Triple pick in slide. Bro.
Readjusting targets. Forsaken's been good, but he's not been able to recover situations like this, surely.
Spike down, hold on, there's damage done to Alpha at least, but behind, Kayak just trying to remove those wing cons, and there's damage done to Forsaken. He's going to be out have access to the spike.
There is a possibility. He'd have to get funky with a smoke, though, and somehow pick off a cheap kill on Alpha.
Not available. Dead Sit consumed is going to bloom, blossom, partition up the site. Bit of spam from Fnatic. Hoping to catch a freebie. Second star down. Consumed again, just trying to cut up the sight lines onto this one. Chronogodon peeks it, and Alpha takes it.
As if Alpha needed more. They feed the beast.
Spike's dead. Go.
भाई अल्फा वाला राउंड है भाई.
अरे
Fnatic आ रहा नहीं हार सकता है. अल्फा.
I've not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles. Alpha is a hard entry here, and then playing Crashies in.
The blue aim, the blue
still
impact.
Still somewhat new to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a lot of the hard entry
99
like
भाई
this.
जब अल्फा हिस्सा मारे भाई सारे जीते भाई.
Aim is insane. You're insane.
Insane
Crashies is loving his time with this team.
Yeah.
He's talked so much about how good the vibes are and surrounded by incredible talent.
Hello?
They're in full control of this map.
Which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done. Forwards again, forcing the issue. Boaster from behind.
ये कैसे slide मार के आया?
Quick work there with a stinger.
Getting funky with it.
Yeah. Born forwards will not help you much at all.
ना मान रहे भाई. Adrenaline लगा दो बंदा. I love you.
Complete control.
Who are you, Fnatic? ये वाला Fnatic. मैं बोला था ना.
Fnatic gliding, sliding forward, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster
W.
right there to claim it.
क्या हो गया? It's good
really
only. They're playing good
Falling
only.
in behind Alpha's
Insane they're
timings.
playing.
Boaster there disrespecting the smoke as well. Look at him running inside of it with a nano.
Yeah,
Knowing that he's going to catch the timing on the PRX players. And when this is your permaban, like Fnatic, there's no way of PRX knowing what's coming from. You can afford to do silly things, one and done things, because it only has to work once.
Oh yeah.
You only have to win one time on Pearl. Fnatic don't have to be an amazing Pearl team, they just have to win once. Right here.
That puts all the pressure on the PRX.
Hello Binks, love you too. Alpha को भाई नहीं पे मारने दो यार. अच्छा मारता है वो.
And I don't think PRX can afford to lose this one. I mean the round and the map.
That's a tug to the side, that's something. It's a deep TP. Claims the life of Kayak. Moving forwards though, drifting to the side. Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha! Deep dash forwards, and now you're seeing signs potentially. Things are going a little bit skewed with, not quite as practiced.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, they're still in a 2v3
भाई
here.
गजब लो फील कर रहे हैं क्या?
Danger. Especially when it's
मुंह पे टिप मार के मारा उसको पता
really
है?
good in a clutch. PRX should be able to close this out, but they also need to close this out.
69. हर मैप में तेरे भाई को शॉट आउट मिला है.
Both Fnatic players in the same position. Waiting for the dart timing. Thorns deaded. Dart back hauls. Hall's going to be used as a response for it, and there it is.
W.
Good flash timing too from Vi. Completely catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well. That's going to keep PRX in this one. Very aggressive. On the peak. From something. And Jing ready for that re-clear. Alfie has gone for it quite a few times now on defense. all 3 rounds, we've seen him slide in, trying to play somebody else in around mid. And this time, Jing wise to it.
Kya?
And look, the eco's a little wonky here for Fnatic again. Alpha with a judge. I do like this play. Seen PaperX go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up. Very difficult to contest A main against that kind of pressure.
कभी-कभी lol box क्या बात करते
समझ में नहीं आता. Inserted, and they're going to go back to contest Kayak. And they're probably going to find this timing just as the gate crash starts to expire.
Yeah, puts pressure on the Kayak. Either take it or you renew another one. Spots the body.
Yeah, look, just as he has to throw out another gate crash.
Flash overhead. Layers down his retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and look at the contest and contain. PaperX though. Get out scot-free. Now you're seeing it. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up that site. Already a fast blood attempt is going to be called for. Alpha is in your face for Judge. And my God, man, he's caught out into the open still. Kayak looking to see if he can help them out. PaperX. They obliterate them though.
Attack kill
Until the Chronicle was looking to just contain it through mid. Not for much longer.
Seize net combo का sexy था.
We'll have to concede this space.
Something घुस रहा है बे सिर्फ.
And almost certainly concede the round. One of the weird things here is that Crashy's, I'm sure he'd like to try to go for it,
just किया रे.
The economy is still not
Call
in a
लगाने
spot
busy आ
for
रहा था.
Fnatic.
किसी से बात कर रहा हो शायद.
Didn't manage to win the bonus. And then had a judge to work with here and
okay.
It's a great shot onto Forsaken. And nobody else really trying to hunt him down. So Crashies is going to be able to escape with this one with the rifle in hand. I don't think Fnatic looked that great when Alpha doesn't have
a
rifle
to
play with. I've not really liked the way he's been trying to play with the judge. Now in this round, something also hit a great teleport towards backside and it
something OP. Something OP.
But both times that they've tried to play with that lighter weaponry, it hasn't worked out. And PaperX crawling back into this one. 2 rounds the gap. Every map has been on a knife's edge so far in this game. That's what you expect with 2 great teams. 2 teams that have placed deep at tournaments many times before.
चैट तुम लोग लाइक करोगे या तुम लोग चाहते हो कि मैं माइक में चिल्लाऊं और तुम लोग उठो रात के 2 बजे.
Heavy group up their money. Taking a tumble just to stay to their bye last round.
This is a spot where Boaster might try to catch a teleport from something. They are ready to fight them.
Aura $70,000. Thank you, Aura bhai.
Looking to see if they can claim some of that space, but it's a wall up and over towards the top. And it reveals the hand. Fnatic is stacking this.
Yeah, a little early from Alpha there. He thought the PaperX were going to be committed really fast, really heavy. Instead, jumped the gun a little.
चला दे, नींद चली जाएगी. चला दे.
The spike's making its way over towards A. But I think that's just so that Pac-Man can fake like there's a little bit of pressure there, because all of these players are still set up for a B re-hit.
Still danger lurking. On every corner, Kayak ready to try and respond. He has that rifle. And towards it, flash in your face though. A lot of pressure in through mid. It's definitely split up a lot of the bodies, but still up to stand from Fnatic. Looking to try and put stop to this approach. Push coming through though. PaperX not pushed back, it's a haunt. The double jump in, Jing!
Oh my
goodness me!
God!
Absolutely filthy work!
Oh my
Rolls out
God,
the red card for the rest of the team to follow up on, and Crashies with just the Sheriff. It's a nice shot to open, but PaperX now just trailing by 1.
Really good utility pressure. C's came through into back halls.
Backhauls नहीं खेल सकते. Backhauls नहीं खेल सकते भाई. Pro team के सामने backhauls नहीं खेल सकते.
It looked like it was a judge versus a Bucky, but the stun was just wearing off there on Boaster.
किधर है?
Couldn't really get into a position and.
Hey, Games Revolver, बड़ा तेरा revolver कैसे?
This is what we saw.
Long time no see. कैसे? By the way, what if they come up with an agent who has the ability to take half the time to plant and defuse?
And a lot of it was based on that double duelist diving into the back of the site. It's really tough to deal with. You have a teleport that can go almost anywhere, front or back.
Get Sage, wall,
and then
ability
Jing's pattern could be anywhere as well. He could go with something.
Timer वाला system है लोगों बढ़िया है. Timer के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं होना चाहिए.
As a side anchor to try to figure out what the pathing is going to look like from these double duelist dives.
2 सेकंड में डिफ्यूज होएगा ना
from Forsaken and Patman.
एल हो जाएंगे ये हो सकता है एबिलिटी अल्ट कि अल्ट में जो भी तुमको देखेगा वो स्टैचू हो जाएगा
some real depth in the strategy and depth in terms of scrim experience, match experience.
10 सेकंड के लिए
and a team just kind of trying to wing it.
कोई भी अल्ट मारने के 10 सेकंड तक मतलब किसने ऐसा देखा 10 सेकंड का
really feeling like they are in control of this one even though they are trailing by the 1.
10 सेकंड ही लगेगा अल्ट 10 सेकंड पागल है 10 सेकंड कुछ भी नहीं भाई
here with the money operator in the hands of Alpha. Far back position though. This dimensional drift is going to be increasing the pace. Paper X. And take it towards them. And I just exit straight out of there. Something. You want to go for this one? Surely not! Oh my goodness!
These ults have been criminal.
And a Nightfall on top. Look at the late claim towards the back of the side. Patman is alone, by the way, and he's going for that peak swing anticipated. Hunter's Fury. Back pocket of crashes. The plant is down. He's done damage.
कैसे देव जान भाई देंगे तो 40 गेम जो रहा देंगे मतलब $10 million में जान तोड़
Judge shut down before he could even see a glimmer of a Fnatic player.
एक बंदा जिसके पास नेड है
methodical surgical picking apart the players and picking apart the site. Divide playing well but not this well. Cosmic Divide in your face, you have to give it up. Fnatic now. What a response on the backside of that timeout.
भाई रुकते नहीं है बे चुपचाप पीछे जा सकते हैं साइड मिला था क्लीन
and not have questions about the way that something plays this. He comes dry out of his ult, no utility used. And just tries to catch Boaster while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's got Alex furious.
नहीं अभी नहीं
The information that he gathered was good as well. If he'd been able to bail, they probably still have full control of the A side. Can't be making mistakes like that.
ऐसा अल्ट क्या?
Kayak.
Round से करना है.
The operator flash in your face though. Just get away from that spot. Even go over the repeat. There's a flash. Adjustment. Tries to snap to it.
Yeah.
No bodies there, but no kill claim. Jing now with that showstopper. He's looking to try and open this one up. Pacey indeed. Monster needs to get a hold of this one here, but here it is, different direction, and Jing, no dice. Can't claim it. Kayak from under. Something's been dropped. Divide is trying to take a lot of this space. Boaster.
Hey,
really a stand against it, but that stun rattles, and it connects. Shorty. Both bullets gone. Paper X.
कैसे जीता बे PRX? Huh?
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity of intercepting somebody before they get there.
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back online. Kayak trying to play the luck of the draw with a shot like that. Already backing away for the save. Fnatic.
You see, by लेकिन space कितना? Because आज जनता है काफी then you audience can specify interesting ability that Riot can come up with really use full jokes. Then I will give 10 membership today. एक तो मेरा Medusa वाला ability.
Kayak deeper into that spot with a teleport out.
एक है. एक तो बोल.
Boaster just looks so overwhelmed in those kind of positions because, again, like I said, it's super difficult to tell what the pathing is going to be like for Paper X. They explode onto the site and they can go from left or right side into back halls.
Ek home-seeking missile.
Chronicles over the lockdown, maybe. Fnatic will be incentivized to play a bit more of a retake style on B.
Ek home-seeking missile.
Kayak took so much damage
अगर
from
मैं
that,
तेरे को
but
देख
did
के
manage to
अल्ट
get a
मारा,
freebie.
तो वो रॉकेट तेरे को लगेगा ही लगेगा. No use.
Under enormous amounts of pressure.
Clear
I do
cut.
think he needs somebody
चाहे
else
दुनिया की
to
कोई
try
भी
to
पावर हो,
alleviate
तू
that
योरो
some
अल्ट
degree.
भी मारा तो भी तेरे अल्ट के अंदर जाके लगेगा. और तो आईएसओ
This
अल्ट
time,
मारा तो भी तो
Alpha
आईएसओ
is gonna
अल्ट के अंदर
choose
तू जाके
a
फटेगा
different
ही
op
फटेगा.
position.
वो एबिलिटी
Taking
का
it
नाम
instead of
रहेगा
Kayak as well.
नोइजी.
So bait and switch setup over towards B. If Paper X want to end there, they're going to have to go through Kayak and still think about Alpha playing the Neon off.
Of course, feeling that heat. What a flash! And what a find! He was the player with a lockdown. Alpha. That operator wants to get reposted.
PRX really do cook with these flashes through smokes to set up Jing. They've got so many of them. It's something that he's amazing at.
Spring.
एक बोल दूं मैं.
मेरा पहले spring.
Turret, but for utilities.
Just spots it, overstays it, but still gets out.
Like utilities तोड़ेगा वो side पे जितनी भी होगी.
Hear about it. The rumble here. Tugs in his angle. Get value. Stuns forward. Fnatic have responded. Players are waiting for it, and crashes could be that playmaker. Time to deliver it. Just the one before the trade is through. 50 seconds left. PRX. Moving forwards now, seeking to try and at least split up this side. Plant down, committed.
Something relocates. Boaster moves forwards. Smoke, though, kind of cuts his options.
Yeah, this crossfire setup still. PRX have options in this spot. A bit of spam for Forsaken. What a swing. Malva's gone, head clean off Boaster. Let's see if he can do a lot here. Him and Kayak against the world. Connection operator picked up. Still that util though. Batman not to be removed, not to be outdone. And he's locking this one down for PRX to bring it level.
भाई ये तो close गया. हाँ ये ability सुनो spring. जैसा alarm
bot
है.
More of that relying
वैसे
on that
spring
extra
ability
experience they have on Pearl. Look at that flash. Beautiful setup.
तो उस पे trip
Got a
क्या
couple of those over
कूचलेगा.
towards A main, and there's one through mid.
एकदम ऊपर.
Crashies did the best he possibly could.
और गिर के खाएगा fall
The
damage.
rest of Fnatic with quite the same.
वो ultimate हो गया तो फिर.
As they hold angles for each other, look at the
तोड़
retake.
सकती है ना अगर
The
दिखा तो
retakes
तोड़
look
सकती
really clean on the rest of the maps in the pool. But here, a little more unpracticed.
Dead नहीं. Vulnerable.
भाई Pearl में सोच Leon slide मारा जैसे spring पे गया.
Also force the economy down the drain. It's a tough one. Nobody expected Fnatic to really be able to put up a fight here
but for ability.
Said permaban. Alpha Neon.
Entry के time पे डाल दिया उसको. वो सब तोड़ देगा.
But PRX, the more we go, the deeper we get on this map, the more we're starting to see them pull out into the lead.
ये वाला भी बाप है. समझ रहे हो?
And it's a good job because we were talking about must-win maps.
Whatever she said, +1.
Fnatic on Icebox. This one,
W
was
idea.
talking about it.
Crazy.
It is a must-win for PRX. They've been in these kind of situations so often when they're in a big final and something goes wrong. They can't quite get it over the line. The must-wins become could-haves and should-haves. This one cannot slip out of their grasp. You never know how many more chances you're going to get. They've already had so many.
Time to jump.
PRX to make their own destiny at this point.
एक और सोचता हूँ.
मैं भी सोच रही हूँ.
10 to 10. The money is knocked down for Fnatic.
Trying to put Alpha in a position where he can take a fight and still have some level of backup. And Alpha, he does have the hot hand.
वो जो बिठाने वाला है
rain down some destruction. There's a full group up. PRX, they're going to be committing to
वैसा ही
this.
कोई ऐसा नेट जो डालेंगे तो नीचे वो क्विक सैंड हो जाता है ना वैसा.
Crazy.
This star on site.
तो चल नहीं पाएंगे लोग.
ये वाला भी एक
Supposed
plate.
to be able to play around it. If you can get inside it and
इसमें से
dominate
चल
it.
नहीं पाएंगे.
They're already in. Kayak is no more.
भाई लोग का
Flank
attack
position.
clean
Fnatic need to get some value with
है
this one for the stun. It's not quite ricocheting, not quite landing. Forsaken under that pressure.
भाई
But
उसको
already
भी
a team
headshot
really
पड़ा.
backing him up, helping
भाई
him out.
उसको भी headshot पड़ा.
Lighting the world on
भाई.
fire.
क्या है ये?
And another
Let me
clean
come up with
B
the agent
execute
and
for
his ability.
PRX.
They should be realistic and useful, not too useless.
Quick sand तो
4K for something as well.
Agent का नाम number और कैसे इतना वो तुम देखोगे.
Should be huge.
एक ability spring जो
In
कि
his
will work
execution
like a
of it's been a
sentinel.
little bit wobbly, but you always want that to be
Ulti
able
उसका
to use it if you
Medusa
can.
बराबर है वो. Ulti उसका Medusa.
And the variation in terms of how they're passing he and Jing.
So basically this is a full
Putting the
sentinel.
squeeze on Fnatic's brains.
ठीक है spring हो गया.
They need a timeout.
Close
And they just use one.
Ulti Medusa.
You know what
जो रुका के रखेगा. Dance net Fortnite ने चल रहा है इधर. Dance net.
Forsaken.
अच्छा idea. Dancing nade.
Forgot to buy armor.
Enemies dance
No
करेंगे.
armor whatsoever.
नेड फोड़ते ही.
PRX up to 11 now.
है वो.
नहीं चाहिए वो सब.
Fnatic to see if they can answer back.
नहीं करते हम ये
Stop
game
the
में.
tide. Kayak left guessing.
He's thinking about it. He's pinging it out so that BABYYY can watch it. Try to put a little bit of spam. Recon confirms.
Oh, and there's the damage.
That's really nice from Fnatic. Very good awareness. Great defense from Kayak. And it's been the B execs really that have been the problem for Fnatic. This hold on A looks pretty good.
अपने पास fire है, ice है, wind है.
He's just about dodged Jinx in your face, though, and what the hell do you do about that? The judge in hand, hearing with the footsteps. My God, man! From that kind of range, he's getting away with murder. PRX are all over this one now. That nade rebounding is a pick your poison situation. Crashes. He's barely there. Tucked down.
एक ice वाला agent.
Slim pickings with the help of Fnatic.
ult होगा पूरा side slow और कैसा हो जाता है पैसा.
Spam avoided.
एक ability होगी उसकी मौत पे
snowball divide. Lighten him all up. Back at the side, Kayak would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury.
Bro, ये round PRX कैसे जीता bro?
मेरा वाला अच्छा है, ये वाला अच्छा है.
Jing provides more of that magic that PRX are looking for. His entries early in the tournament were unstoppable, and here's an example why. The movement is so tough to hit. Look at him bunny hopping in through here, halting his momentum in mid-air as well. And then goes for the push on the Chronicle, anticipating that no one's going to be backing up. There's a prime example of how you can judge on the attack side. And things were tense earlier on for PRX, but now
kissing wala koi nahi chahiye. Dur hataओ. Kissing wale ability koi nahi.
Flipped here, dimensional drift spots out Alpha, and he feels the need to try and step up and take that challenge. Ults expended.
PRX is winning this.
Potential silver lining, but PRX can feel it, they can taste it. Chronicle levels it out.
5v4 है.
Through the back of the side,
5v4 है. Plant मिल रहा है free. पीछे चले जाओ. निकाल सकते हो crossfire में.
Through the back of the side with a flash and a swing and nades to try and delay. But a lockdown used and a dimensional drift with it. Fnatic are in as best a position as they've ever been. Crashies is on that cleanup. Everybody trying to exit out of the vicinity. Could even get a little bit more. Patman, damage done. The rifle rings out anyway.
Bro, W ult!
Nightfall as well. This is space given up, granted, and killed.
Bhai, W ult, bhai!
Or against the brink.
Bro, W ult, bhai!
And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map. And Forsaken.
Oh my God! That Bro! Come on,
gets him over the line at 13-10.
Gamebuzz with a $20 and 10 में जान करते हैं. Chat Gamebuzz का पकड़ के छुपा लगाओ एकदम OP वाला.
PRX take a 2-1 lead in the series, and everything from here has got to be perfect. If Fnatic
मैं imagine कर रहा हूँ भाई Pacific Trophy उठा रही है. मैं imagine कर रहा हूँ. Gamebuzz love you मेरी जान करते. चैट जिसको भी मिला टैग करके छुपा देना. ठीक है, अकेले अकेले दे टैग करके. मैं बोला था कि नहीं ये मैप PRX जीतेगा. बोला था कि नहीं मैंने.
Let me show you how to fuck stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
दो सेट मुझे भी दो. एक्सक्यूज मी. क्या केला बे अटैक भाई. क्लीन बे. मस्त घुसते बे यार. मस्त घुसते बे दोनों. समथिंग और जिंका. गुस्सा मतलब गुस्सा. फिर रुकने का नहीं. गुस्सा मतलब गुस्सा. नो वरीज. 3-2. तूने बोला था 3-1. ट्वीट करोगे कुछ चैट PRX के लिए. क्या बोलते हो? भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ.
ये मैप अगर फेनेटिक जीता, अपन सारे लोग सुबह 5 बजे सोएंगे, क्योंकि इतना लेट जब गेम चलता ना, टेक पॉज चालू होता, एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा हो सकता है चैट अपने साथ भाई, मजा आएगा, देखो मजा आएगा, नाइट आउट विद बंक्स हो जाएगा ये, समझ रहे हो। वैसे भी घर वाले अलाउ नहीं करते रहेंगे नाइट आउट, मेरा भी नहीं करता था, तो VR नाइट आउट, वर्चुअल नाइट आउट अपना। किसिंग वाला एबिलिटी को बैन करते हो, याद है शादी के पहले वाले दिन जब ऑडियंस को बर बर के गिली चुमे देता हूँ, अभी भी देता हूँ यार, मेरी जान के टूटे, ये लो, डरता नहीं हूँ मैं, ये लो। बस फैनेटिक सपोर्ट करते रहो, जीत जाएगी PRX। एबी भाई ये वाला जो मैप है ना, मेरे को लग रहा है PRX जीतेगा, लग रहा है। आई थिंक इट्स क्लियर कट 3-1, समझ रहे हो। लेकिन अगर 14 के लाइक्स हो जाते तो आई कैन टेक माई वर्ड्स बैक, तो अभी तुम्हारे ऊपर है। मेरा बूम बन सिर्फ 2 ही चीज कर सकता है, एक पैसा जो तुम फेंक के मारते हो, और दूसरा लाइक जो तुम लोग दबा के मारते हो मेरी। 14 के लाइक्स, वी आर क्लोज।
I know Forsaken, something, Jink, Hawaii. They all struggled a lot with securing trophies before. They had a lot of moments where they could do it, but sadly something was going wrong. And for them right now is like the most important thing again, like to secure it now. Now is the time again. Maybe it will not happen anymore. Maybe they'll have multiple chances after, as I said before. But you need to believe me, it will be a very great match. And with such unexpected team as theirs, and also as for us as like the kind of rookie team in some way, it will be a very interesting match with maybe unexpected outcome.
Oh dear, well.
Why are you not so much?
No, oh dear. Guys.
don't feed Alpha. Please don't feed Alpha. Out of all the players, don't let him have a round like, oh God, please. Somebody stop him. No!
The only thing I will say to PRX, as I would say to any other team in their sport, good luck and have fun. I don't like to bait or banter before the matches, but after, if you will win, I'll obviously maybe turn your PRX logo or maybe smash your plushie if you have it, just for fun. But yeah, I mean, just have fun in the game, guys.
जीत गया क्या Fnatic? Next map dance कर रहे हैं?
PRX are now one map away from winning their first ever global title in their third grand finals. I'm Mimi, and I was listening into the comms of both of these teams during that critical third map. And going into things, it was one that I think PRX expected to win. This is Fnatic's permaban, the one that they were supposed to take easily. But it was anything but that. And a lot of the questions around this PRX team have come down to the leadership. In the past, when you've asked them who's running the ship at PRX, it's been all of them. We're all adding ideas. But this year, after the slump in Bangkok, after the troubling start to Pacific Stage 1, Forsaken has really stepped up as the leader of this squad. And I can vouch that he's doing that behind the scenes as well in that last map. He has really clear ideas of what he wants to do in the pre-round, but gives a lot of room for his players to still call out micro, change things up, and really rely on that knowledge, that playmaking that all of them had. But that was a close map. PRX very well could have lost it, and it took a second half rally for them to end up winning. And I want to credit a lot of that to something. A player who in the past, I think it's been a little bit more known as a quiet player. He's a duelist. He's really just focused on the individualism, but he was so much more than that for
yes sir,
in this game. He was the guy who was bringing in the energy, adding ideas onto Forsaken and keeping them in it. You think back to the PRX of before that lost the final in Los Angeles, lost the final in Copenhagen, and they didn't have that resiliency to stay in these long series that they had to play in those tournaments. But I think that showed that here. Came back in a big way on this map with their key players stepping up, and now are one map away from that trophy. We'll talk more about that and get you ready for map 4 as we head back up to the analyst desk with GB and a very special guest.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi. Great breakdown. We're now joined by Shopify Rebellion's Alexis here on the desk. Guys, Toronto, give it up for Shopify's Alexis.
GC,
please.
Esports player.
Gracias. Thank you, thank you. Alexis, it's a pleasure to have you here on the desk. Yeah, I mean, what a game that we just saw there. If you're just joining us, which, by the way, I mean, where were you? It's now
You've missed out.
You missed out, now, for sure. It's 2-1 in the count now. PRX, one map away from being Masters champions. But Kakuka, we talked about what this Pearl map was here. This was a map that PRX needed to win because this was the perma for Fnatic.
Absolutely. It's good to see that, you know, they had a plan. Alpha going on the Neon. We could see during the attack the ideas that they had, but you just cannot go up against what PRX has ready for the attack. You see a lot of Jing going in with the judge, was funny enough. It's probably what we anticipate coming in for Lotus as the next map. We see something that Mimi was mentioning, a huge turnover from first half into the second one, because I feel like on the first one he was not finding the impact that he could have or that he usually gets to have when he's with the operator and whatnot.
I feel like it's not often that we see a permaban map be that close. It was really obvious that Fnatic had an insane plan, especially Alfier's op. I feel like his pressure on the attack op was insane. But I feel like Divide kind of handled it really well. I feel like his Vice was insane on the A site, that they had to keep pressuring, be pressuring B. The half ended up not in their favor. But then when they swapped sides, it looked really good.
Yeah, you could definitely tell here, Alexis, that Divide, there was a lot on his shoulders.
Huge plays with Vice.
To make sure that he was there to ensure that he could lock down these sites properly. How important is it for Divide to be popping off at this time? It seems like he's on another level right now.
Oh, it's super important. His utility was incredible. The timing that he was popping his thorns at was completely stopping their hits. I feel like Fnatic was pressured into hitting the B site, and it felt like they didn't want to do that. But it was impossible because you can't get through device site.
And it's so important that we speak about him, but because for the past 2-3 series, Davai has been an absolute difference maker. For if I had to choose right now, I would give that MVP bracelet for him. He was one of the people keeping that in that Icebox game. I think that the win from the day before yesterday was not only, but I think in huge part due to him. And having him play the sentinel roles, the going on the stage, thinking that he might not be able to find the impact that he would, he still does it. And I love also the fact that in a team that's so cheerful, so loud, so about being very explosive, he's always very calm in every scenario.
Yeah, and for context as well, right now in the series, Divine currently sitting plus 19 over the rest of his team. No one else on PaperX is positive right now, just Divine. That should tell you how good he is. But on the other side to that, you have Alfier. My man just crossed the 70 kill threshold right now, and on top of which, Bea, we are seeing this dude just, he's going into the Neon like we've seen him do in the past, but he just is such a reliable hand for this freaking team.
Yeah, he's having a day, Alpha's having a great performance. It's not being enough for the side of Fnatic, but it's good to see that they still had it, that they know they might have not been completely favored on this map. But Alexis, what do you make, not only of his performance, but on playing Neon on a map like Pearl?
Alpha is farming. Not only is his Neon insane, his attack up has been deadly, absolutely deadly.
Oh, yeah.
If I was them, I'd be avoiding him. No matter what, like the plate, I'd be hiding backside. I would not be looking for him. So he's been insane. His Neon tech is insane. His stuns have been perfect. He's incredible.
You genuinely couldn't have asked for a better player in this situation. Alfier, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Trent and Bangkok. We were talking about how like, this guy would have been the MVP if they win. Well, yeah, it's the same kind of conversation. It's like Divine, it's Trent. Oh, sorry, not Trent. It's Divine and
yeah,
Alfier.
Trent, you can still win it.
Apologies. But it really is something else. And that does, of course, bring us to that MVP discussion right now. You were talking before about what you were looking for here and who you think are the players popping up. I agree with you. I even said it on the Val Comp Reddit. Those guys. I was like, Alfier, Divine. Those are my two MVPs going into the finals. And I'm glad that I wasn't disappointed because both these guys are playing incredible.
I still think that there are people that can make an impression. For example, Chronicle, we've been speaking about him and all the records that he has and that all the trophies and whatnot. I think that if he's able to make that difference into Lotus, take us to that last map, he could still be in contention. But to me, I fully agree with you. I would also love to see Jing just sending it. In this last half that he played on Pearl, 13, with 11, the just saturating in, 15, making 13, a huge 10, difference, especially with Fnatic starting on the attack. I want to see how that converts because I feel like he's not having his best day, and it makes me very sad because it's Jing.
Let us up my mode singing of the lockdown TV by for every stream I have watched and had fun.
Absolutely agree on your point on Chronicle because we know that he has what it takes because he's proven it so many times already. Also with Jing, I feel like Lotus is a really good map to show his ability, and he can really shine on this map for sure.
All right, well, we're waiting for our agent select here in a moment as we get ready, but let's not forget what is at stake right now because PaperX are one map away from doing the unthinkable, a thing that we thought we would never get a chance to see. PaperX lifting a trophy at a global event. That being said, Fnatic, they have all the tools to be able to force this one. We're now diving into the agent select Kukuka. Let's see what we end up getting.
Yeah, PaperX is not going to think a lot about it. Just picking out the same compositions. We do not expect changes this further into the competition. But as what you were saying, PaperX so close to winning their first ever best of 5 win in a global stage, and for it to be their first trophy. Third time might be the charm, and 3 maps is all they need to close this best of 5. But of course, we cannot forget, it is Fnatic on Lotus. They love this map. Yes, they lost it the other day, but they also have very clear tells. The Odin that they love playing, I think that they were struggling a
Lotus
lot
map prediction.
to fight and control a Rubble. So Alexis, if you had to give some words to Fnatic to very focus on this map, on this Lotus, with them starting on the attack, what would it be?
I would say don't wait till 2.5 seconds to get into that bomb site like they normally do. If they do want to do that, we need to bait out the Vice Util, or the Vi is just going to keep farming. So I would say bait out that Vice Util, maybe hit sites a little bit faster, maybe do some more pop hits instead of just, the normal defaulting that they tend to do. Yeah, that's what I would say.
No, that's a good call there, but you know what? I do got to look at the rookies in this situation. Kayak, Bea, a lot on his shoulders here at the tip of the spear for the squad on that raid.
Yeah, I do not want to see, I think that he was a little bit lost or maybe put in a situation that he was not very comfortable on Pearl. Something unlikely that we have not seen from him throughout this tournament. And with that MVP conversation, he could go from 0 to hero very quickly.
All right, folks, can we get to a map 5?
I know this crowd wants
to see it. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters for this one. He got Brennan Sideshow on the call.
Is it a leaks? कि Arbor rework होने वाला है chat?
All sealed up entirely here. Toronto, let's get loud here.
Is it leaks? अब तो वीडियो लोग का नाम पता नहीं.
PRX. You don't expect to see them in situations like this. I mean, especially after they couldn't quite capitalize at Champs. We thought that was going to be the last time that we were going to see Jing out on the stage, and now the dev's talking about him maybe being able to win another MVP or win a MVP.
चाहिए भाई. India से L legend निकाल दी. हैं?
To some degree, it feels like PRX versus that
Arbor
trophy. They are the
है.
best team that has never
एक ज़माने
won.
में सिर्फ Arbor चलता था.
They could change the entire narrative here.
अभी meta change हुआ है.
In their previous grand finals as well, they've not been in a
वो
spot
तो
like
उधर
this.
देना
They've
इसलिए
never
मेरे को लग
led
रहा है
a
leaks
grand
है.
finals.
इसलिए
Even
मेरे
though
को
they've
लग
been
रहा
in
है.
2 of them, this is their 3rd. They won map 1. They're now up 2-1. 2
वो right
opportunities to
थी.
close.
मेरे
Here
को
on map
लग रहा है
4.
कि it's
map 5.
leak.
Oh God, what a beginning.
Okay.
Straight through, what a prediction, and Chronicle's head is gone. PRX as well, taking a lot of C-mount control, able to open this door at any time, put the squeeze on these front B players, but they don't have anybody in sight giving them info. No turret to play off either.
भाई क्या है ये walk-in?
Crawling forwards.
Boaster's going to get caught by this, surely.
Yeah.
It's just there's no way of knowing that there are 3-4 players ready to collect.
Ready to collect, and look at that. To Prowler in your face, and they're sighted. The blind is a last-ditch effort.
Question is, what's the reaction?
Making moves of their own. Head off the shoulder. Something is no more.
The plank goes down, and Kayak's thinking about cutting these guys off for going for the rotate. But Kayak, he's walking into a stack.
Kayak didn't expect the second player, and that's the right clicks. Forsaken.
सिर्फ trade लेना है ये लोग को.
Takes him out of the picture.
Oh my God!
PRX and Fnatic are trying to do it all
the
right now.
readness of the heavy reads.
The timing pass with the boombot and potentially granted, given up to Crashies. Still watchful though. Forsaken. Rattling off the shots, pulled out into the open.
Oh my God!
The closer they get to being able to get this map over the line, the more you're going to see the players stood up, stand in, popping off. The anticipation for dreams fulfilled will be such a fire to keep the engine roaring.
One enemy remaining.
For Fnatic, they've got a difficult situation here because you've also got to prove that you can do it, that you can... Let's go! Exacerbate the doubts in PRX's mind. Alpha's going to force up. He knows that he's the player to try to take Fnatic in different directions. He's got 3 players with light armor or regen armor that he could go towards.
कितना भी बोलो भाई.
Included in that list.
Best fucking player.
They reveal the hand anyway.
Best flex player.
Fired and rattled.
Crazy vibe.
Tag with the ore.
Good human. Sub
2 flashes to navigate as well.
सारे qualities है
One over towards Mound and Forsaken, of course, with his paranoia.
Just walking up.
All of this really just to try to bait PRX into challenging the Outlaw. The Outlaw should be pretty unexpected. It's not something we've seen Fnatic do a ton.
वो देख रहा था wall है
shots off earlier, so
अब ये लोग सीधा घुसेंगे utils के साथ शायद.
He's making a mental note potentially. Smoke fades. Thorns used as a response to it. Fnatic getting a move on around the rest of this map. There's a timing inside the smoke. Forsaken. Who's going to be catching the contact with these players out for it?
And the rest of Fnatic were just exploring, looking for that Vice Wall. Vice Wall actually over towards B. And Alpha's going looking for it again.
Something. Rooted to the spot here. Doesn't want to give up this space out towards A. Rubble to Haunt at his back. Takes the time and against it. Paranoia.
And they're doing a good job again of disrespecting utility. Something determined to keep this positioning.
He's definitely going to be careful from that spot. Still crashing the jump spot. Getting through B. Out and about. Alpha claims a life for Jing. Something from the side, and he needs to try and put a stop to this now.
Spike देखो कहाँ जा रहा है?
The Spike is going walkabout.
Can he even get it into the side in time? This is ridiculous. Something. He's left in a 1v3 to try to get it done. And the plant, it's got the time.
Surrounded, calling for pause. Calm in the midst of it, doesn't anticipate it. Crashes, sidelines him.
And savors the shot. Just watching as his prey walks into the crossfire. And PRX, just as they were hyped up after the pistol.
ये लोग Alex Bay को ज़्यादा push नहीं दे सकते. Simple.
Fnatic, what a response. Some of that to do with the Outlaw purchase, but a lot of these kills just coming off the back of being able to tuck people with pistols into unexpected spots.
My classic is classicing right now. My
finding the right spots for it. Chronicle is happy about
that.
Alex
Bay को push नहीं देख सकते.
By the bundle.
Simple bhai.
Pick it up and see if you can do what Chronicle's doing.
Timer, Fnatic के मैच में timer नहीं देखते.
At the start of this round, and PRX.
कभी-कभी time खत्म होने के बाद भी plant करते हो लोग ऐसे chill के लिए.
Over towards Mound, but there is always this flash.
New sub, hello, thank you.
You know that PRX are going to try to get pushed up and take risks.
Bucky in hand. Mithul's going to be hurt.
What a read.
That is beautiful. Forsaken forced and pushed off, postured away.
The fuck?
He's still going to be sticking around though, why not?
I mean, these kind of spots were what was really catching Fnatic when they played against Wolves. Recently lost on this map.
Let's get right back into it. Alpha doesn't want to contest with it. Shots are fired. Forsaken. It's a bullet to the dome.
बहुत try किया.
And Crashies, his utility cleared out Patman, who was playing at front B. Now, Chronicle could absolutely lose his life here.
There's a crossfire set up. Adjusts it though. There's a swing from Device. Going to be calling this one out though. Bodies spotted, and Fnatic want nothing to do with it. Evacuation over towards A.
It's a really nice timing that Alfie has taken. Got himself in. Beautiful kill as well, but more importantly, offering that opportunity for Boaster to call the spike to go back towards A. I know Alexis was worried about these late hits, but Fnatic are going to be doing so many of them. This time at least 20 seconds to play with.
And Alpha walking all over the PRX response. Divide. He's got the rifle.
I'd rather have the Marshal in this spot though, especially with no armor.
Chat.
I mean, only with no armor. Sure.
By Fnatic masterclass होने वाला है.
Alpha. If he can find this kill, Alpha's going to be really close to a lockdown as well. So these are the kind of kills that Fnatic are going to be searching for. Kayak already with a showstopper. He's not just thinking about keeping the gun, he's also thinking about not feeding away ult orbs.
Stopping that from getting generated. Disgusting work.
Yeah, but also,
disrespect.
I mean, Alpha's popping off about it. I think he would have preferred to get the kill though in terms of the ults. No matter. A great beginning from Fnatic. The counter punch. Now, getting towards the end of this series, map 4, map 5, these are where you get both teams in very strong parts of their map pool. Lotus, pretty excellent for both squads, though Fnatic did lose just recently to Wolves. And one of the ways that happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic loves to do, like the A reclear behind the Viper wall.
The sidestepping most of the util. Odin spam down the one line, Forsaken trying to hold this one back, and we'll respect the horn. Kayak. One Satra used because of it.
And I think the more disrespectful PRX plays, the better their chances. Something here, very disrespectful.
And he hears it, there's a scuttling around into the sand, something has to back away.
Chalo, finally TP मार के निकला वो.
His head rolling, Jing. Next up, Crashies, at least there with a trade, but the showstopper's now going to be removed from this round.
Yeah, and you've also lost Alpha as well.
चल रहा है बे PRX में.
Lockdown, so both massive ults gone. PRX rewarded for their aggression and their willingness to put people in one and dones or re-peak angles.
तीन साइड है फुल गोल गोल घुमाने वाला Fnatic.
Classic reclear here for Fnatic, going over towards where Forsaken's jiggling. Takes half of his health though. Fnatic might well realize that A is open for business.
Doors opened up, they got no choice though. Gotta land here, gotta end it here. PRX already getting into position to try and flood their way back in. There's 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Taking a peek. Ghost is gone. Through Heaven who lost control of this one, and Forsaken with that near sight. The paranoia, Odin in hand. Putting the pressure and applying it onto Crashies from every single avenue. They already know where he is. Almost lining up for him. Crashies could have got it done.
The rookie on the other side called upon to shut that down. Man, Crashies nearly had a lineup there. And that round would have been a huge recovery for Fnatic. Just lost players super early on. These first two kills.
30 seconds left.
Massive ones, and a very confident swing out into Mount from Divine.
That
does however mean that this is going to be huge in terms of the ults.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's a bit of the panic.
वो लोग भी feel कर रहे हैं, वो लोग भी feel कर रहे हैं, chat, वो लोग भी feel कर रहे हैं.
Here though, Fnatic waiting to see if PRX are going to be fighting heavy towards Rubble. Figuring out where they should be sending these ultimates, and PRX have swapped up the defense. Vice, fully set up on A.
Playing with fire there, something escapes of his life.
Only a Bulldog and light armor, and he's immediately back out onto Mound.
He's just pushing it.
Yeah, the disrespect is huge in terms of information.
Alpha zar marega.
Luck. Alpha, weapon at
My
hand.
logged in है वो मारेगा मारेगा.
Fight, but no pushing around here. Something though, getting antsy.
And Alpha choosing not to take a super heavy engagement, though might think that he has Mound info.
King drops down as a paranoia. They want to try and play for some kills, potentially picking off a bit. Odin. Spam is supplementary in nature.
It's very early, but as the clock starts to tick down a little further, remember that they still have to get through a Vixel and the Showstopper.
The wall's going to be propped up already, and that's that Showstopper. Kayak! He can't get it done. My God, man, PRX. He slammed that door shut in their face at Boaster.
बोला मैं ये नहीं जा सकता.
Left to do it all from that spot. Completely separated from the rest of his team. Alpha and Crashies.
तुम लोगों को पता है ये लोग क्यों आ रहे हैं? ये लोग बस इंफॉर्मेट था भाई इसका सेटअप किधर है.
And something waiting.
Slow खेलने का ये एक बीटी है.
Crashies is on his shoulders. Gonna try and plant this one down. They
क्या हो
claim
गया
towards it.
Crashies
That's a
को?
kill. Collected. B main cleared up, but doubled up from PRX if they play this together. Crashies under that pressure.
भाई बाप up down खेला बे.
Will not let it slip.
They navigate another spot where Crashies felt like he had a chance at a clutch. Something deserves a lot of credit in that round. The confidence to get back onto the angle over towards Mound, allowing Forsaken to make the call to stack over towards A. It's a great read, but it's what he's not able to do without his Yoru player being supremely confident early on.
It's good, but be more confident, okay?
Okay.
He's talking about being
more
confident in the
more
swing
confident.
towards the
Yeah,
end.
be something उनके base
The
में.
actual positioning in the round was confident. I liked it.
Huh?
And it's not
something
Fnatic
अब सीधा
down
उनके
onto
base
a
में
half
जाके
buy.
spawn होएगा और बोलेगा
They
भाई.
haven't actually had too much of a
You see,
chance
Bang?
to use these ults either. The only one
But
invested
it's not
early was
confident.
Kayaks.
Oh, there Alex भाई.
Responded with Jings.
एक और desk लाना.
Split up early here, doubled up onto Mound. PRX. Stomping their foot down to hear that though.
Here's that confidence again.
I'm trying to take it here with the outlaw in hand. Jing is going to try and stop them. Rifle in hand.
Jingy.
He's an absolute menace.
Oh my God.
And Alpha slinging his way through, but already revealed. And Jing is hunting. He wants it. Denied by Device.
NT.
Device shuts it down. Jing no.
बाप
He just gives a little wry smile.
भाई औरा फील भाई पहली बार ऐसा देख रहा रहेगा कि स्टेडियम में who are we Fnatic के अलावा चिल्लम चिल्ली हो रहे PRX करके बे पहली बार देख रहा हूँ मैं मतलब तुम लोग सोचो कितने जन चढ़े इस ट्रेन में चीचू वाले
Devi wants a bit more confidence from his team in terms of going for those fights. Easy to say when you're the only player positive on the squad.
Yeah.
He's been absolutely tearing people apart today. Jing up even above him after that round.
मेरा ही बेटा देखा कैसे पलटा?
With a pretty dominant beginning. I mean, look at the body language here from these Fnatic players too.
Yeah.
Just taking a breather, but also a little lost.
It's a far cry away, I think, from some of the body language we witnessed from Fnatic earlier. The pressure, the moment perhaps not playing a part, but
Fnatic जीतेगा.
Force them to take this time out here. Fist bumps across the board. They need answers and they need it now.
I think if you ask somebody who was just tuning in for the first time which of these teams was known to fail in big moments and which team had won back-to-back a big squads, you know, maybe people would be thinking the other way around. PRX are looking good here today.
Fnatic यार थोड़ा info लेगा ना कि at least 22 का setup
किधर है कि वो जीते.
लेकिन info लोग को जल्दी लेना पड़ेगा.
Bit of presence shown by Fnatic. That's out towards A and then making a move on now. Now we're in your face, Patman. Be using some util, season and
Pata, sort of
the corner, my God, Kayak barely escapes.
Really nice movement though to get himself out, and Jing tucks in. So if Fnatic continue to try to be clear over towards B, Jing's ready to support.
It's hyper proactive, but they've given up the space already.
Ultimate for information. Something's going looking. Can't spot anyone just yet. Looking to try to work off this paranoia.
2 more players forsaken. He's opened the door and he's found a step forwards. Denied them their chance. Bullets are raining down. It's a hellish scenario for Fnatic to try and get their way through. Kayak across the wall. And both players going to be stepping forwards. Alpha alongside it.
Divine might not realize that there's 2 players in here. Could come through on either side.
It's a lockdown drop down by Alpha.
Divine can save his for retake. You already know that they're going to be coming back through the Nightfall.
Pushing forwards, Alpha pushing forwards. Has to give up that space for the Prowler in his face.
It's a good plan. Open for Mount, but Forsaken.
Kayak trying to hold on to the back. There's a Nightfall, and here it is. The pressure mounting. PRX trying to put on that squeeze once more.
बाहर निकल गए, सारे बाहर
A little
निकल
bit
गए.
more fire, but off onto the Mount. He gets that loaded spam. Nothing to hold them back. Fnatic are in the comfort zone.
They're immaculate in the post plants. They know how to play those situations perfectly, and the one round that PRX actually allow them a bit of space on site. Fnatic deliver.
भाई retake smoke में था क्या वो वाला spike वाला?
Things are looking fine. When PRX respect the util, respect the ults,
अच्छा Forsaken मर गया ना.
Fnatic look comfy. So the whole game plan for PRX has got to be to continue this level of fighting.
Possible in the game, bro.
भाई smoke डाल के ऐसे blind कर दो तुम ना बाहर Forsaken.
Something has a glass cannon up to pull out. No ults though for the defending team.
Watching for it. Alpha holding, slight angle, alarm bot placed. Spotted out.
And it is Alpha's job to try to put pressure, or at least get information over towards Mound, and he's going to ping right into the op.
Swings into it. Something's handed a freebie, an easy one.
अब वो लोग को ये नहीं मालूम कि setup किधर है भाई इसका.
And look how aggressive these setups are. Something getting posted on this angle. Forsaken deep over towards rubble as well. Fnatic have no space on the map.
PRX are eager. Deny them every single inch. Pure proactivity.
Yeah, I mean, look, Forsaken alone holding towards A and doubled up on B and C. A tight forward choke point positions.
Might be about to meet his match though. That's Util going forward to that paranoia. Hold on, sidestepped. Kayak's hand committed. Was there sided vulnerable though? He got a step forwards. Just barely dodges. Double TPs to get the hell out of there.
But Jing immediately reinforcing the position. Tucks himself into a bit of a one and done. But if Jing does get one, Showstopper is online.
30 seconds.
Oh my, Boaster.
30 seconds left.
He's cracked the code, I think.
30 seconds.
But look at the clock. Less than 30 seconds and 3 players defending A.
Pivoting back over towards B. It's walled off. Something's there, but the operator in hand has to dodge and juke and hide away here. There's a seize. Just keeping him locked into place. Showstopper.
Whoa!
Wall. Jing!
That's it.
He's menace!
A calm killer for PRX. That Showstopper, he was positioning himself to try to get value from it over towards A. And instead, a back shot splashes it off. And picks up 2 with the AoE. What a player.
Rocketed Jing to the top of the scoreboard for his team. With a play like that.
Bye.
And a 4K earlier on, Bren. I mean, 2 of these rounds have just come straight from him.
Yeah.
Head in hands for the Fnatic coaching staff. But it's so predictable, these late round pivots from A to B. It's what we've seen day in, day out, and look at that! What are you going for there? On the anti-eco of all rounds.
To be going forward is relentless. It's the PRX of old.
I mean, it's a mad play.
They don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever, but they have given up something's life.
And they've also given up the operator. Althea picks that one up. I'm not sure if Divine would be happy about that because Ilya was confident or hoping he did it on a different timing.
Blue room's been opened up as well on top of it. I believe could be some.
देखो technically इसमें दवाई की गलती है.
With the operator, attack side
technically इसमें दवाई की गलती है. Technically अगर देखा जाए तो.
Steady.
But it's this control over towards Mound that's just killing Fnatic right now.
Crashies, just jump spotting. Sees signs of life from Forsaken. Forsaken is overstaying. Finally backs himself away. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but then Forsaken just jump spots and realizes it's a fake, and you keep the defenders over towards A.
And Patman with the peek. It's Kayak gone. Spike drop down.
30 seconds
Raining
left.
down with the bullets. They'll punish inside. Crashes is isolated on a bloody island. Patman by his side.
Pro 6-3 lead में लोग.
They are getting into a rhythm.
Chat.
Partman with a nervous twitch in his seat. But they're up 6-3 on what could be the final map here at Masters Toronto. PRX staring at that trophy.
बहुत confident लिया था मैंने.
Seated between these two teams.
Bunko.
A culmination of years of dreams. And the hunger will be fiercest now as they're closest to their trophy.
अरे फिर भी
3-round lead for them again. Aggression is the name of the game, but it's
Fnatic के
likewise
सामने
for Fnatic.
6-3.
They'll slow it down here, all the way up through the gun. TP backing away. Kayak tries to get it done. Rifles in hands, but a spammer on the corner, and Boaster's already up there.
A change of pace for Fnatic, really getting aggressive.
बोला
Putting
था
people in
नहीं जीत
aggressive positions. Divide, gets punished.
Misses the peak indeed. Jing's right there though, and that has stopped the plan, but he's revealed his hand, revealed his position. Plant down, pit down. Bit of covering fire. Necessary now, but it's being slowed down. The K is kicking in.
Very tough situation for Jing and something to get back in with. They need a kill to just come randomly through the smoke.
Hot shots and RNG. What's played for here? Stepping out wide. Alpha wasn't even set up for that one there. Falling in midair, but still managed to just get control of it, get the kill. Looking for Jing is left in it. 1v3.
मैं बोला था ना नहीं जीत सकते थे.
A really nice shift up for Boaster.
Fnatic है भाई.
Calling a quick round.
Fnatic है.
Instantly in on B.
Come back है.
He knows that they've been trying to post people up aggressively over towards Mount, stacking towards A. The gap should be in this middle side. A great turn on the flash from Alpha as well. Crashies, just a piece of bait.
ये whiff था.
But Alpha and Chronicle clean that one up.
ये whiff था, something whiff था.
Still a chance for Fnatic to draw this half level, and I think that would be a major win for them.
अगर ऐसे खेला ना,
Showstopper, lockdown, big tools to work with. And they're going to try to push back these defenders on C early
Next map
on.
देखते हैं. ये
The
map
C information has been a nightmare for
comeback
Boston
है
to call
Fnatic
against.
का. Absolute cinema comeback.
And it's Divide.
6-4 है 6-6 होने वाला.
The showstopper already pulled out. Kayak. Got to pick and choose your target well here, but already Divide's going to be revealed out towards it. Still that fuse, waiting for it. Something gone, taken out. Chronicle. Watchful eye towards a flank and a timing and opportunity missed by Forsaken.
Huh?
And the faster pace the Boaster's call is
जीतेगा Fnatic
working
8-6
wonders.
पट से.
Throwing
उसके बाद 9-6 क्योंकि मेरे को शॉट आउट हर मैप पे मिल रहा है. हर मैप.
Pinned in place over towards Pillar.
9-6 Fnatic. उसके बाद शायद
getting huge value as well. PRX need to make an adjustment. Their game plan is excellent against the normal pace that Boaster's going to call.
शाबाशी नहीं चाहिए.
Mid-map adaptation like this is why Boaster is currently the greatest of all time.
बस.
Can he do enough to get them back into this game?
Patman can feel it. Net's closing round him. Timing just missed there. And these guns.
They're
last-ditch effort. They are critical at
Fnatic
that.
को support के Binks अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लोग. अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
He's got to survive.
Oh, and he does.
बाप रे.
Not able to keep his armor though. Not that they had the money to be able to drop for a teammate anyway. Fnatic have set themselves up for a nice final round. Big rifling advantage. But not starting to get on the board for PRX too. Divide caught out there. Felt like he had to go for the play. Swing in front of the showstopper. There's the horn, grabbing value too. Alpha, top of the scoreboard again for Fnatic as they try to claw back into this map. Elimination on the line.
The pace, it doesn't stop there. Fnatic are trying to take it all the way to them. Put a stop to it. Try and draw it level. Jing is down. He's earned his own. Alpha! What a shot! Plucks him out of the sky. Plucks him out of the picture. And he's not stopping
भाई something ने combo कर दिया पेड़ के साथ.
It's a mad dash now and a pivot over towards C.
Boaster's got the info on where both of these players are, so he knows it's free, he knows it's safe.
बस
And
उसने
Fnatic's
लास्ट अल्ट क्या
protocols
मारा
are
था
excellent in post plants.
भाई समथिंग ने पेड़ के
He's looking for the
साथ वो
flank.
किया वे कॉम्बो समझा ही नहीं
Something
उसको
apart men have
टिपी
just
मारा
got to do
उसके
this
पीछे
without too much to work with. Haunt might come back online, but Chronicle, he's hearing this.
It's knife out for Pac-Man. He doesn't have the gun ready. Doesn't have it at all. Chronicle and Boaster play time, play their lives far back. And they're just waiting for something to play into their open arms. Something!
Bro! Time है?
Disgusting!
He tears Fnatic's post plant to pieces.
Bro, what the fuck?
And he's
Time
made
है
it to the
शायद.
defuse with so much time.
है.
He had one way of being able to deal with that 1v2. And he took his timing and delivered. A player that sometimes struggled with nerves in big moments, but a deep breath and a big play.
भाई ऐसा क्लच
The
करने
Red
के
Bull
बाद
clutch
धड़कन कितना बढ़ जाता है
pushes PRX ahead 7-5 at the half when it looked like Fnatic was about to move all things level.
The pressure is on their shoulders right now. Could be the final round, final map that we're looking at here. PRX are on the very cusp. It's up to Fnatic
खड़े होके
to
चिल्ला रहा था फिर याद है
answer
शिट डिफ्यूज करना
सोच अगर खड़े रह के बैंटर कर रहा और डिफ्यूज नहीं करता तो मजा आता था.
All right, Toronto, the game couldn't get any closer right now, but Fnatic are still behind by one map. So if you want this to go into a map 5, Fnatic fans, let me hear you say Stupefy on 3. Are we ready?
Stupefy!
1, 2, 3!
मैं पहले बोल दिया Stupefy! है बे सबको
And
चाहिए
for
बे.
PRX fans, if you want this to finish right now, let me hear you choo-choo on 3. 1, 2, 3!
Choo-choo!
Oh my God, that is a loud train. One more time, though. We gotta stop the train, Fnatic fans. 3, 2, 1, Stupefy! And one more for PRX, we're gonna stop it right here at Masters Toronto. Choo-choo on 3. 1, 2, 3! Oh, this is looking pretty tough. Good luck here for Fnatic. Let's bring it back to the game.
Bro, nah. Bye.
You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much.
मैं सुना रोहित भाई सुना ना उसने क्या बोला पक्का बोला
momentum behind them, there's no stopping them right now. Fnatic
भाई चू-चू ट्रेन ज्यादा है भाई.
like this before.
बहुत है चू-चू ट्रेन वहाँ पे.
But this is new territory for PRX. Even though they've been to 2 grand finals and seen the trophy lifted above the heads of their opponents, they've not even ever been up a map in one of those situations. This is different. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here. Boaster having a struggle in this series. So much of his brain power devoted over to trying to figure out the pace of the game, the calls of the game. But he hasn't really been able to get going in terms of his rifling. The rest of the squad, though, doing the most they can. Alpha still up, dominating the scoreboard. But the group effort from PRX and the individuals who find the plays when they need them. Something pulling out an amazing moment at the end of the half. Opening and closing rounds has got PRX in a spot where they could finally do it. The best team that has never won. It takes greatness to even make it to grand final spots, but this team has been defined by their failures, not their successes. And this half could change the entire narrative.
Potential for a bloodbath. PRX want to go again, pacey, nothing changed up, nothing switched up, double face, clone, boombot, absolutely everything. The Boaster tucked up, he's gonna put my setup. Him and Chronicle put a stop to it. PRX with that W game in trying to burst their way through the choke. 2 players though, still with tons of health here, Divine something. It is absolutely winnable. It rebounds! And it leaves it all down to something in a 1v3. The pistol round essential for Fnatic. In the driving seat and more, fake with the TP, damage done to Chronicle. He's looking for barely ahead. It's reactionary. The Haunt reveals something not planned for him. And Kayak defusing. Kayak defusing, sticking half off of it. Swapping sides, somebody needs the kills and he needs it now!
Oh, anti-ban!
The safety net that Fnatic needed.
He holds his ground, believes in Crashies. And something is denied. This double hold, unexpected. Fnatic often holding softer, further back, deeper positions. And this time tucking tight with a crossfire. And PRX step into the maw, get crunched. Look at this again though. Something forcing up the Outlaw, doing what Althea did to them. And round 2, it did go the way of the Outlaw force.
There it is, Alpha. He's already wide out.
Yeah, he's picked up one of his own.
Trying to take that peek, there's a flash in your face, Kayak.
The
Wiser barely gets control of the rifle in time.
Doesn't have a lot of health to be able to play with. The rifle might be better off in somebody else's hands. He's actually swapped it over to Boaster too. Faith in the leader. And that'll allow Kayak to go for more of an aggressive peak without having to worry about bolstering the PRX arsenal. Fnatic need this to be able to get back in the game. An eco round here for PRX would be devastating for Fnatic's chances. And Alpha is perfection as he has been basically all tournament.
Alpha mode mein.
Crashies. Eyes in 2 directions here, but he's just found the right timing on it. Jing, gone. PRX looking to group up. Up against Fnatic right now, where they're not letting anything slip, not anything at all. Chronicle. Tiny little 2-piece, flawless beginnings for Fnatic. They needed it.
Winning the pistol in the second half, winning the force in the first. It has felt like Fnatic need pistols to be able to hang in this game, honestly. I mean, across the series. PRX, they feel like they're in control of this. We said it at the start, it's almost their trophy to lose. You look at what they've done going through the upper bracket, the map veto. Double map ban.
True.
And PRX now in a round where they have the economy advantage and are expected to win.
The wall just went up. I think Chronicle's revealed his position here, and as a TP forward, Kayak defends.
Yeah.
Blind as anything.
Really dry there, honestly. And not a deep teleport either.
Satchel's in your face though. Alpha!
Oh my god,
Clay
bro.
Pigeon shooting.
Oh my, bro. Map 5.
Jing out of the skies.
Where's he going?
That's Sona nahi, map 5.
Right in
Straight
front
up.
of you. Hold on, a bit of a misstep. Patman. To the dome there. Alpha's been dropped. Players starting to form up a bit of a barrier. They need reinforcements.
Boaster's rotating over with the Odin.
And a bit of spam, my god.
I don't think the Odin's going to be here in time to try to deny the plant.
Into this corner, Forsaken feeling like he needs to take this and take the fight straight to him. Kayak. The bullet just locks down, and now a bit of patience to be played.
3v3, what an opening given to PRX. This round looked disastrous for them.
Possible nahi hai.
Shadows traveling. Random spam and hopes. Flash forwards to buy with the peak. All trying to cut this one up here with the paranoia. It's picture perfect, but not the clear indeed. Boaster straight there with the Odin. Trying to trade this one out, but the bullets are running dry. And Patman and Dubai not to be outdone.
Boaster's run out of time. He's run out of chances. And that could be a round that Fnatic look back on as a big missed opportunity. If they played that with a little more patience, I think it should have been a conversion. Pretty disastrous entries from both of the duelists on PRX. And then when Althea stepped forwards, trying to, I think, pick up a different ended up giving the C-site away.
Kita cool hai yaar.
Boaster has kept this Odin though, and is looking to do a little bit of chip damage to PRX as they come through. It's not that tree sight line though.
All grouped up. Paranoia.
पीछे नहीं जाने का something.
Up and over the top. Something forced to respect.
दवाई ने बोला था confident.
Boaster, there it is.
He knows the angles.
Like the back of his hand. It's the first kill that goes away to Fnatic, and they need that energy.
ये लोग को advantage में खेलना है अपने.
Smoked off the turret. Chronicle's waiting for it.
Putting pressure now. across all fronts. Fnatic looking to contain, looking to maintain. Forsaken's forwards though, with rifle in hand. Boaster is out in the open. The timing does not favor him. A-side cracked open, wide for the taking.
Bhai pagal
choosing a
logo
timing there through the
bhai.
smoke, catching Boaster very unexpectedly.
Oh my
Despite the aim punch, Jing on top.
One after another. All left to Alpha, yeah.
एडवांटेज में कौन पिक करके मारता है? एडवांटेज है हेवी.
Choo-choo train. Let's go.
A
बैठ
little
जा
wobble
ट्रेन
to begin
में.
the half, but now the belief comes flooding back.
We are going straight to the final destination.
Previously, when you've seen this squad
Yeah,
get
right.
deep in tournaments, the prophecy, the destiny of them being the uncrowned kings of Pacific, it seems to just suck them in. It has its own gravitic field.
Look at
And
the
this time,
body
it really
language
feels
of
like
Winners
they've escaped
just
it.
जीत गए.
हो रहा है बे.
PRX have everything set up
इसको मत
to
बिठाओ
try
ट्रेन
to
में.
close
हाथ
this
तो
one
निकाल.
out. 4 rounds
Train.
away
चलो मैं.
from
चलो.
a title
Chalo.
that's eluded them for years.
PRX
Another
जीतेगी
watch
मैप.
at the sidelines. Repeatedly. They were one of the first Pacific teams to have a chance at lifting a trophy for the region. But Gen.G and T1 stolen the honors. PRX forced to look on the sidelines, not able to get it across the blind.
Sorry.
When it was their
ठीक
chance.
है.
And they had 2 opportunities.
ठीक है. ठीक है.
And we thought for
चलेगा.
sure
Sorry
Champs
बोला
was going to be their
करके.
final one.
I
Jing
take
off
my
the
words
military
back.
service. The
Fnatic
team
comeback मारने
probably
वाला है.
crumbling.
I think Fnatic comeback मारने
It
वाला
didn't
है.
happen. They came back in, rejuvenated.
Done it.
Jing able to play once again. And he's got a chance at both a trophy and an MVP bracelet here.
Whoa.
What's
अभी वो
mad as
लेके
well is
घूम रहा है कैमरा.
they're
iPad
doing this after having some of their worst domestic results. They barely squeaked
W
into
costly.
Pacific playoffs this time. They
Barely,
were not
huh?
dominating their region. They were the 3rd seed. But the train does not care about any of that.
हाँ बे ट्रेन है. ट्रेन है.
It makes no stops. PRX are looking to send it flying over the finish line for Fnatic. They need a lifeline.
भाई वाइस फंसा. वाइस के लग गए.
All the pressure now. Boaster
Guys,
is
चलो,
in
थोड़े लग गए,
hot
Jack.
water. Slide and pass though. He's got that bucket in hand. He's going to try and take that timing.
अरे.
इससे
Lining them up.
तोड़ेगा
Alfred
फिर
does deliver,
वो.
but something is right there.
खराब लगा मुझे.
Crashes open onto the
Right,
sideline
the
again.
blue
Something
bay.
is just
कुछ
plucking
नहीं कर
these
सकते थे वहाँ
players
पे.
out of the picture. And PRX finds the
Brawler,
10th
Boombot,
round.
बंदे सब आ गए बे. अकेला है वो. कुछ नहीं कर सकता. कोई और रहता था आवाज करने के लिए तो शायद कुछ होता.
Something in his comfort
Bye.
zone.
चूचू हो रहा है. दवाई ने भी एक मैच मारा.
Delivering on these important kills, shutting down the ecos. 3 rounds left.
Chat 3 rounds chat.
Boaster's been in spots like that before, dejected, and still found ways of being able to turn it around.
Chat.
You cannot count Fnatic out until they are done,
Chat.
and the trophy is in your hands.
Actual में यार. रुक जाओ.
They've got a
रुक जाओ.
rally
जीत
here and
सकते हैं.
now, and
Fnatic
that is
comeback कर
not
सकते
the
हैं.
best
रुक
beginning
जाओ.
for it. Alpha's gone kayak.
जब तक उठाएगा नहीं तब तक घोषणा बंद होएगा. भाई
What is
साहब.
that?
Something punished for those
Bhai
over towards
sahab.
Pearl. And here he comes up with the goods. Kayak tries to respond.
Kayak
All on the
पता
rookie
है
shoulders,
main problem वो
trying
है.
to shut them down. And nades! Rebounds, a bit of bullet tag. He's left down at 30 health. PRX though, forwards, ever relentless. It's an onslaught towards the A site. There's
And a
gaps in his
backstab.
timing. Oh boy, Papman has found it. Stepping forwards, Crashies looking to see if he can make the difference, turn it around, jump it around. It's whimsical in nature, and PRX, maybe showing signs of the old mistakes. Clearing through, Crashies will be happy to capitalize. The 5 HP is not much to work with in Chronicle. Left to pick it all
Chronicle
up.
के पास.
Left to pick it all up into the
Mood में भी है
1v1.
Chronicle.
Him versus Divide. Pits online. Divide. Absolutely divine.
The opening kill
something
from
है
Divide
बे.
is beautiful. A great anti
कसम से
against
गाली देने का
Alfia,
मन
who
किया
loves
मेरे
to
को.
jump spot
कसम
over
से.
towards C. And then he closes at the end. Rock
3 kill है बैक साइड पे ना शॉट ही मारना है 1 बुलेट वाला
and stops the go in his tracks.
दिल से गाली आया था कमबैक कर सकते हैं रुक जाओ कमबैक कर सकते हैं फेनेटिक कमबैक है
touching distance.
कमबैक
2 rounds away.
Fnatic can come back.
It's being thrown together. It's a pushback that's cobbled together.
Hey गोकुल ये सब बख्शोदी नहीं चल सपोर्ट करना है कर वरना मत कर फाइनल्स खेल रहे हो लोग सारे मैप्स खेला नेक्स्ट 2 वीक दो लेग का बीच का तू कह रहे तेरे को
This is the kind of util disrespect we keep seeing from PRX, and it should allow them to realize that the A pressure is fake.
Triple देखो on दिखा बदला
so many players on this side of the map. C is really weak.
A lot of info here. It's all on Alpha. It's all on Alpha. Boast has been clean.
निकाल सकते Fnatic. अभी भी निकाल सकते.
Feeling like risky business needs to be taken. It's all on his shoulders to try and offset. Batman gone in through the back. Chronicle. He's right there with him.
Bro, क्या
How are they making this one work?
40 seconds left, still guarded in the back pocket. Precisely for moments like this, and they want to step forward. Something hungry for the kills. Lockdown even being committed. Fnatic are throwing everything at this.
Jing has an ult to be able to work with, but I don't think he can get the angle on this. The ult, though, could easily deny the defuse.
Yeah.
Jing could send it splashing against the back here.
That's what he's waiting for. Pre-aim, nightfall. Gone away. It's a tap onto it. Alpha's already taken out something. Best chance in a long while. And PRX, they bide their time. They don't use the ults. Fnatic are back in.
13-8.
One of the more unlikely rounds for Fnatic to be able to take. But the gap now reduced to 3.
I mean, PRX.
Alpha blind में मारा.
Themselves actually didn't end up committing very many ults to that. I mean, sure, they used the lockdown, they used the fade ultimate, so 2 big ones, but they still have a bit to be able to work with on the defense side. Showstopper.
Let's go, come on!
Every player on Fnatic, with the exception of Nayak, has been in a spot like this before. They know what it takes to win.
Crash is just trying to rally the troops. Caesar's avoided, disjointed, and Boaster is forward. PRX fully grouped up though. Nightfall to re-clear, flash in the face. How do you respect this one? Paranoia avoided, sidestepped. There's a showstopper, you're blinded right back. Kayak! He's gonna do it all. Patman!
Oh my!
Drops him in place and a deep TP forward. Something is way ahead of the curve.
Chronicle might have an idea. He's going to clear this. All depends how diligent he is.
And he's not precise enough. Chronicle is there with it in time. 2v2. Chronicle fast. Steps forwards with a snake bite. Plant is down though. Vulnerable applies and the thorns on top of it. Davai! Head not clean off.
Arre, लगाने बैटमैन का.
To salvation.
Showcasing exactly the kind of skills
that
put Chronicle as the winningest player in the
Yaar,
I mean, he
itna
controlled
close
and
tha
handled this
trophy,
round
bhai.
elegantly. Big play from something again to get in behind.
अब हो गया
Bit of a fumble there.
नहीं
अब हो गया
Did as much as he
अरे
possibly
आउट
could to set
रोटेशन
this
जब
one
ये
up for
लोग का
Chronicle
अच्छा
to
है
finish.
Fnatic का
Brilliant snake bite to carve up both of those players, Divine and
नहीं यार
Patman.
ऐसे नहीं यार
And now it's
ऐसा
Paper
नहीं
X.
यार
एक्चुअल में हो गया
A little bit
एक्चुअल
of
में हो गया
pressure.
comeback
4 rounds in a row, from round 15 to round 18, PRX fully in control and always believing. Now,
चुप हो जा भाई मैं क्या
hands on
किया
heads, Forsaken.
खत्म अब भाई एक राउंड
The
दिया
doubt
था नहीं
that
अभी
PRX
खत्म
have
है
felt
अभी नहीं खत्म
before,
है
they cannot
Alt
allow
rotation अच्छा हो लोग
it to blossom within them now.
I think Chronicle के पास ऑलरेडी अल्ट है अभी ये रिकॉर्ड ये राउंड भी सिक्योर कर देंगे वो लोग
Fnatic's greatest asset might be those memories of failure that PRX have from being in positions like this before. And Fnatic are known as a team that can pull off comebacks. In the back of your head, you've got to be thinking,
स्टेशन के सामने ट्रेन आ गया और वहां पे बोला टेक पॉज से रिटर्न जाओ
working against us.
पिछले प्लेटफॉर्म में रिवर्स में जा रही है अभी
But it is still PRX closer to the trophy by a long shot.
क्राउड ना मान रहा
The economy, though, on a knife's edge.
Ron kalte bhai 11-11 chat.
Knife's edge. Between aggression and
11-11
discipline,
hai.
between greatness
Kajak
and
ka bhi
failure.
ult jaldi aayega Jing se pehle.
This one, another opportunity to fall on the right side and see if they can get up to tournament point.
Operator and a flash in the face. Like that angle.
Man,
Monster's cutting it up close.
से W दबाया बे.
Pretty
पागल
passive
लोग है
setup here
भाई.
from Fnatic. They don't have anybody trying to fight aggressive
Time
over
out
towards
के बाद
Mount
ऐसा?
or rubble. Much more drawing a line in the sand
सेट लेका कुछ
deeper
chat
onto
पे.
the site.
क्या लिखा?
Kayak's operator making
मुझे
a rotation
मैप
east
भी
towards
देखना
the
है
ace.
भाई.
नहीं यार सोने का है मेरे को.
एक्चुअल में मजा आएगा सेट भाई.
नहीं.
एक्चुअल में मजा आएगा.
Get crash forward on top of it.
ए
Something.
सेट तू कल है कि नहीं है?
Long as the acknowledgement, players are moving in a different direction though. PRX set their sights towards it. They force out the pit.
Alpha, yeah, he's going to be under pressure soon, but they could be no
Viper
better
ult
player for
मारा जब
Fnatic.
3 बंदे ए पे.
There's a horn to deal with, but what a peak!
W.
What a timing, Alpha!
तू किसके साइड है पहले?
W.
Coming online here.
फनाटिक के साइड है.
Forsaken bullies his way through Boaster though. IGL diff and gets himself in a
Getting a
position.
move
Bro.
on. Diego cannot be stopped. He's feeling himself. Patman can't do
Bro.
it all against the might of
Bro
Alpha.
11-11 equal है chat.
Fnatic now just need one more step.
Bro गांड लग गए भाई.
There could not be a better player for
भाई
Fnatic to be under pressure
अभी
in a moment
गुस्से में
like
और
that.
मोमेंटम में है bro.
He follows up on a
गुस्से में
paranoia
और momentum में है
perfectly.
लोग.
Immediately turns around, ready for a push through B main, and
क्या
still
होल्ड
manages to
किया
collect
बे.
another.
क्या होल्ड किया bro.
The Pansy
मोमेंटम
has
गया.
moments like that as well as inspiring to
भाई
the rest of the teammates.
भाई
And
अल्फा
PRX's
अल्फा का
eco
स्कोर देखो 20.
crushed underfoot.
जानवर
Sometimes,
सारा
though, these
लास्ट गेम
comebacks
भी
can
मारा ये
stumble
गेम में
against
भी
an equal
मारा.
round, and PRX
भाई
can take
अकेला
more
होल्ड कर
risks
रहा है
in
वो.
moments like this.
Forward again. Flash, Prowler. Boaster's ready with it. It's already that paranoia going to be sweeping forwards. Attempted a response. Boaster's low. Dropped down to just 20. And the peak from Kai.
Shot बेकजाक.
Get the goods they're looking for.
They were expecting Jing to try to capitalize on that. Divine has been detected here in his B-lurk.
All grouped up
Kayak's
now.
got to hit a shot.
He really does. Under that pressure, there's a TP into the back of the side. He misses. Just wide. Kayak giving up that space.
भाई नेट नहीं
Boaster
रखा
doesn't have the health really
के
to be able
लिए.
to support him. Fnatic with a player advantage, but no massive ults to be able to help this retake. It is super possible that PRX can pull this off. Every fight is going to be in a good range for the
भाई
Stingers of the
स्पिट
jump.
है और सीज है.
Close quarters. What's called for here for PRX? TP Boaster rejoining him.
Just threatening that he could be trying to apply pressure on the flank.
So heads on the swivel right now, PRX. Gonna do it all, no breaking
अरे
it
कोई
And now all the way in, Kayak
Batman
leads the charge. Chronicle to the
तोड़ा
side,
कैसे
Kayak
नहीं उसको?
with safety in numbers, a full stick, and Fnatic bring it.
किसने मारा बैटमैन ने?
Not just an incredible recovery, 4 rounds instantly responded, but this
Don't
round
get
is
it, man.
basically flawless.
Fifth map,
Once they get
baby.
into this retake, the group up, the horde not broken, the kills coming through from Kayak and Chronicle are
Coach Cam.
so clean, so
Ah.
fast. And Alex,
Nice boys,
he
nice
must be
boys, nice
thinking
boys. Come on.
about the past. It's so difficult not to. Can PRX avoid the crumble, the choke?
The narratives that have been circling, swirling around these PRX players. They cannot play into their inner demons, but Fnatic are putting up a stalwart defense. An answer back to that pace. Crashies is under the pressure. There's a nade at your feet, power into the back, flash on top of it. He needs some help, but he needs it now. Chronicle is the one to help him.
खाली नहीं किया.
Crashies will be falling.
Bro,
The time has been bought.
match
and
point
Chronicle
Fnatic.
gliding in, sliding
Bro.
in.
Bro, nah bro. Nah bro, there is no way PRX comebacks like this now. I think map 5 Fnatic सीधा.
PRX had all the chances here to
Bro.
close things out on Lotus.
No way, bro.
I'm at that undefeated on
Nah,
right now.
11-7 chat.
But time after time, Fnatic's little 1-2 gameplays are allowing them to slip further and further into the lead. Now, just a narrow margin.
यार 11-3 से comeback किया.
And Alpha sending kisses across the stage.
Backside किसी चेक ने किया.
Teammate PRX take a
Backside.
timeout. Alex hits the emergency meeting button and tries
पैसा flip
to figure out
में
what
vibes.
can be adjusted with only one round
दोनों
left in
टीम के
regulation.
डिफरेंस सोचो एक इको राउंड वो जो निकाला था ना भाई Fnatic ने.
It was PRX that managed to run things back on Icebox, denying a bunch of map points, but they're going to need another one here. Fnatic are so completely in control. They're baiting PRX into overextending.
I think
and
ये लोग
kills coming out from Alpha and Chronicle in particular just look like they could never go any other way.
लेकिन वो फिक्स करने वाले हैं. I think
has been sucked out of the room for
backside
PRX.
clear करके वो लोग दोनों एंगल एक साथ
by
फाइट ले सकते हैं.
Spectre, Bulldog. That's what they're working with.
At least they have the ults though. Something's ult combined with Patman's.
Ult है. Ult काफी है.
Deafening everybody from Fnatic and then getting something out there. There could not be a better time for something to come out with a huge Yoru ult.
पहले टीपी डालेगा अल्ट मार के सीधा इनके मुंह
Hot
पे
and
आएगा.
cold with them, let's say.
Operator Alpha. Who's next? Log in your face, TP forwards, and that's what that dimensional drift spots it out. Something. Guiding the rest of his team in. Not far behind him, a bit of spam into the back of the box. This is it. Play for OT, play for map 5. All on the line for them. Something with the exit all the way out. Alpha's all the way in. And Chronicle just drops them in their tracks.
भाई अल्फा पागल हो गया भाई. अल्फा पागल हो गया. क्या होल्ड कर रहा है?
Dropped. Chron and Alpha gone. Fnatic are going to have to try to close with only Kayak and Crashies.
It rebounds.
Counter spam दिया for second.
PRX want to stay alive in this map. Fnatic want to send it that much deeper. TPs all around, sowing chaos into the mix.
Bro, Bobsies!
And a horn on top of it.
Bobsies मारा.
Be even better there. But stops to the side. Batman. Double dashing in. We are going.
Bro, Batman का shot देखो.
उसका POV दिखाओ.
Cheek.
वापस overtime.
He's forced to dig so deep. And it's the leader Forsaken who leads by example to get 4 on the board and push them through to OT. Patman as well though hit a great flick on the Crashies. Crashies knows he should have been good for that.
Let's go.
But 5 is where it is for Fnatic. 12 to 12.
Language.
A true game of greats against greats. Testing each other to the very limits.
Fuck, bhai.
Alpha yet on point for almost a 30 bomb.
गलत खेलते भाई.
And with the way that he's been playing, almost destined to get it in overtime. He's going to step forwards though into a stack. Does the damage. Half health.
भाई ये सच्चे deserving है भाई Fnatic जितना.
And now full speed ahead.
ये मैप Fnatic जितना actually
now
deserving.
TP's in. Both are going to be rejoining Kayak, trying to take control of this. Smart to the corner. But you're out in the open. And Forsaken hit the buy. Collecting all sorts of kills and attempt to even it out. Kayak still has that control. PRX all the way in. PRX are the ones in control.
Let's go!
What? Go.
Let's go!
A dominant defensive round in OT puts PRX with their first tournament point.
Next. Chalo. Look at the stadium, bro. It's going crazy. PRX.
बेचारा spike के लिए रुका था.
And just
वहाँ
like
पे
that,
ऊपर में खड़ा था, नीचे तक के spike दो कोई.
step away.
PRX.
The princes of Pacific that were ever promised have never been so close.
It's within touching distance for them now. PRX take front B control, knocking on the door of AlphaYY's site. As Boaster gets a little bit of pressure back towards him over towards C as well.
PRX Fnatic जैसे क्यों खेल रही
defensive
है?
line in the sand drawn from Fnatic. Not willing to fight over any of this map control. PRX winning a bit of that mental game.
ना और को वाला राउंड है लग गए. और को वाला राउंड है
It's all
चल.
about the execution and the delivery.
Slow खेल रहे
Saw in OT
PRX
before,
ना.
it went deep. No team was able to close out early.
एक और रोटी 100% बहुत स्लो खेल रहा है अब तक घुस के प्लांट हो जाना चाहिए था
Fnatic are going to be forced to dig deep here. Pressure mounting.
Oh, ये लोग वो वाला कर रहे हैं chat.
Lambert dealt with the paranoia, sweeps forwards. Alpha. Playmaker once more. Him and Chronicle. It dropped the PRX players like flies. 2. Something and Forsaken left to pick up the pieces of a round. It's just not gone their way.
30 seconds left.
One more OT.
So much space though given to these two on PRX, and we've seen what they can do.
दरवाजा खुलता है भाई वो गलत एंगल है वो.
Would be a magical conversion for everything that Something and Forsaken could have dreamed of. And these 4 players from Fnatic looking simply to play spoiler.
Bro, Boaster पूरा एंगल खाली करके आ रहा है ब्लाइंड देने क्या?
Looking for any sort of kill he can claim. Risky business. And Fnatic.
Oh, look, सब जगह से आ रहे हैं.
Patience is there, but a paranoia. Hold on, you out your hands. Forsaken. He's isoed the fights. And Something is wrecking them from on high. Paper.
Let's go! It's go! Oh my god, let's go!
My god, bro!
The PRX won! They finally have their trophy. God. Denying the greatest team of all time. And becoming legends themselves.
Crazy, bhai. By deserving, bro.
Everything pushed to overtime.
The fuck?
This one was not easy. It never is. But this will be a moment to remember and wipe away the tears of Copenhagen and Champs LA. Forsaken.
पहली बार स्माइल करते हुए देखा है
यार.
And the whole team together. Alex gets to join his players on stage for a celebration rather than bitter disappointment.
साथ में मिलकर ग्रुप में रो रहे भी.
Tears of joy.
Oh, mind freak.
PRX have finally done it.
Mind freak.
They've changed the narrative here today. You heard G2's Valorant talking about trying to do that earlier in the tournament, but no team had a better opportunity to clutch greatness from the jaws of disappointment than this squad right here.
Respect shown, of course.
Bro.
A hell of a challenge the Fnatic put up.
Hey, bhai. Fnatic का बुरा लग रहा है लेकिन bro, very deserving, bro.
2 finishes in top 3.
Very deserving, bro.
Placement as well.
Very fucking deserving.
There can be no denying at this point that the team is now defined by their success rather than their failures. For me, I think they change it completely. They change the narrative to being probably the second greatest team of all time behind Fnatic. Overtaking squads like Loud and Optic and RG, of which Crashies played inside of.
और हर मैप क्लोज है.
Tears of joy.
गोट आइजल है बे.
This moment means everything.
थोड़ा एम लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है उसका लेकिन भाई गोट आइजल है भाई. अरे दे किस कर दे करते किस करते.
Blood, sweat and tears. All the way to the end, but the time is nigh.
जिनको देखो best.
For the prince that was promised to finally.
Something नहीं रहेगा भाई. Something नहीं हो सकता. Something मैं मान ही सकता तो लाइफ में कि something रहे. W baby.
Pacific. एक और trophy Pacific.
Something be like. बच्चे लोग रो रहे हैं.
1,064 days since PRX's first chance at lifting a trophy.
Hey,
God, how sweet it must taste.
Hey.
PRX.
Choo baby. Bye. Love you yaar. Bye. W. Bye.
Virtual Snan.
Virtual Snan. Virtual Snan.
To finally have this success.
सब ये साल में जो भी PRX ने किया ना repeat करो बस.
We thought after champs that Jing might not even return to the stage.
Yeah.
And yet here he is.
Double game, thank you today. And with this is the end of the watch party chat.
A moment they've dreamed of.
कल से तेरा भाई का gameplay.
For almost 3 years.
Shit.
I was there, yes
and
sir.
Can still be in store.
Today, thank you so much for the $100 fucking dollars. Chat, titties की घाप पकड़ो, W कर दो, love it please.
We're gonna send it down to the floor.
This is not really about congrats to PRX team, हाँ.
The stage.
मेरे सामने next time इधर आएंगी पूरा team, real वाला लेने.
The making for PRX have finally won a trophy. Oh my goodness, look how beautiful it is. It's the PRX color too, fits your jersey so well.
हाँ, मैं बोला ना PRX team है.
Okay, I gotta get Auntie next to JJ here. Davai, I'm gonna start with you. You broke the second place curse. This is real. You managed to do it. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels unreal. You know, we've been working hard, very.
मैं रो दूँगा.
Where's Pooja?
रोना नहीं लौड़े.
Pooja, calm down.
मैं रो दूँगा.
Where you at? We need him.
रोना नहीं.
You take a moment because I know
भाई
how
मैं
big
सच्ची रो दूँगा
this
भाई.
means to you, Davai. I'm gonna come back
The
to you.
fuck?
Let me squeeze in between you and get next to something. Now something. It felt like yesterday that you kind of got plucked out as the aimer. You know, everyone knew you could aim, but today the clutches, the big moments. You won that round. You and Jason won that round. You won a trophy. So talk me through your growth as a player and to become how amazing you are on that stage today.
As you said, it feels like unreal. We've been grinding like that for example, for me for 2 years. For them, it's already like 4 or 5 years on international stage and never won before. So feels great. And wanna say thank you to everyone.
Hey, Gamzan bhai, thank you for the 140 Canadian Australian dollars मेरी जान करो डे.
And
chat सब लोग tag करके.
Thank you to our
छुपा दो, छुपा दो.
Really great job for us.
Gamzan bhai, thank you so much for the $140 and it is very thank you so much for the $100. गला गया मेरा.
Yeah, like I said, it's real. It's right there. And of course, you've come second quite a few times. So what does this mean to you to actually win?
I mean, it means everything, you know. This is kind of like end goal. Obviously, you want to go for a champ, but this is just a start, you know. And I mean, I'm very happy. I didn't plan to cry, but the tears just automatically come out, you know.
I think everyone's crying with you. I can see everyone behind you. They're cheering you on so much. I'm part of the team now. I'm part of the team now. Sorry, excuse me.
Daria, thank you so much for the $70, Milan. Finally, yes, sir.
Yes, okay. That's what I needed to hear. This trophy looks so good. How are you feeling holding this, knowing that you, this man here from the very beginning, Mind Freak is here, as well since 2021 to get to this place.
I mean,
I'm feeling thankful and grateful because we finally had some trophy, you know, and I really like proud of my team. They've been working really hard since in Pacific, and actually I want to say happy birthday to my dad as well. It's his birthday today.
अच्छा वाले इससे पहले नहीं बोला पता है?
Happy birthday.
जो पहला बोला ना लग गए.
His best gift ever.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, your other brothers must be like, oh, damn it, we're going to have to get him something better. But yeah, I guess a question also for the both of you, if you would like to answer it. I think the two of you kind of embody PRX, you know, your play style, your identity, your friendship. And for a long time, other people maybe didn't respect your play style and people were afraid to try this. But now you have a trophy, so your way is the best way. How does that feel?
I feel good. I just want to say anything can happen in Valorant, guys. Trust me.
Yeah. It wasn't easy today, was it, Jace? It wasn't easy. Yeah, will you be able to answer the same question? Jing, you know, you've been kind of W gaming for 5 years now, so how does it feel to know that this is the best Valorant right now?
Thank you for the 20 gifted me जान करो डे. Chat जिस gifted मिला please tag करके thanks बोल दो.
It's like a game that is always like changing, so there's like so many different ways to play it. I mean, I wouldn't say there's the best way to play it, but this is PRX way, and we're gonna continue playing like this always.
I want to also say your mom, she comes with you to everything. And how does it feel to be able to share this moment with her?
I mean, of course, I'm very happy, and I'm just very thankful and grateful for my life because
Thank you,
like
Kunal. Thank you.
I never
Thank
expected
you
to
so
be
much
here.
for
I was just
40.
like a kid that wanted to play game, and like now I'm a Masters winner. So yeah, I'm really happy, and thanks to all my friends and family for supporting us. And just because we win doesn't mean the train is gonna stop here, guys. We're gonna keep on going and
Yeah,
get more tournaments.
I mean, they can win another one, right? They can win another one. They can win another one. And Patman, now you didn't have to go through the trauma that the rest of your teammate had to go through the last 5 years. But you joined this team. You joined at a very critical time, and then now you end up lifting a trophy so early on in your career as well. Who or what do you credit this success to?
Mom, bichare camera shy.
Before I joined PRX, I mean, while I'm in PRX, I live on doubts, I live on hates. Like everyone is questioning about me, but like finally after a long time, I made it. So I'm so happy that I made it with the team because every night I'm crying like how to be better, how can I improve, how can I help my team more. And now I think everything is.
ये होता है बेंचों anger.
Sorry.
It's all right. I mean, it wasn't easy. So, were you stressed at any point? Because you didn't act like you were.
Yeah. Sorry?
Were you stressed at all today at any point? Because it didn't seem like you were even bothered on the stage.
I mean, while we're playing, I always keep telling the boys to smile because the smile is very contagious thing. And once we're smiling, the positive energy will come. So I just keep telling the boys to smile.
I think you make everyone else here smile as well. Now, Alex, I'm going to ask you the $1 million question because earlier this year, it didn't even look like you were going to make playoffs in Pacific. And track by track, step by step, you've taken down every hurdle, every challenge. How on earth did you win that final today? That was a crazy four-mapper.
Playoff start से पूछा था who will win answered PRX. Yeah, baby.
She basically forced me to reach out to Mini, and that really kickstarted everything.
Thank you for the
After
2000
that, all the streamers behind us, Ligi, FNS especially, thank you so much for helping everyone.
Is it like you're not
Get this
Jinx
amazing
anymore?
crowd.
I'm a true PRX fan. Thank you.
We can feel everything, guys. We feel every shot on stage. Even in the coaching booth, I can feel everything, guys. It's amazing. And I want to thank all you guys. I really appreciate it, guys. And hopefully more to come.
You don't just stop here. Now, before I throw this over, Mindfreak is here. I think this is just as much your victory, Aaron, as anyone else's.
ये ज़्यादा रो रहा है chat. अभी से Batman खेलेगा करके.
This is much yours, Mindfreak. You've been here in the coaching booth, part of this roster for so many years. What does this one mean to you?
Honestly, I think this means everything for me because I'm really proud of them. Like we were like 0-3 in the Pacific, and who knows, like we are here, like actually the champions. So I don't know what to say.
You're also one of the champions, Mindfreak. Enjoy the victory. Come on, everyone, one more time for PRX. But the celebration doesn't stop there because Vansili is already standing by to announce the tournament MVP.
Thank you so much, Yintu. Indeed, I am standing on the stage here with Leo Faria, the global head of valorant Esports. Of course, we're about to present our MVP bracelet. So, Leo, I'm going to let you take the floor.
It is my honor to present this beautiful and special bracelet. The MVP award is about the one player who rose above all others. This player has been a foundational member of the PRX roster since February of 2021. He's dominant across multiple roles.
2021.
He's also the first player to win a VCT global event. Please give it up to the Masters Toronto MVP for Satan.
I said it, bro! I did it. मैंने पहले ही बोला था मैच चालू होने से पहले बोला था मैंने
Playing up to 21 of the 26 available agents that Valorant has to offer, and it took all this time to now get the MVP bracelet and also his first international trophy here at Valorant. Leo, thank you so much. Forsaken,
well fucking
this looks really heavy.
It's very heavy.
So you're gonna have to hit the gym somewhere. Actually, show me those biceps. Show the crowd what you've been working on.
बहुत जिम जाता है मेरे जितना.
Enough muscles to also lift your first ever trophy, and now the MVP. How much does this mean to you?
It means very a lot to me because actually I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it how we even in here. because we almost get like almost lost in Pacific. So like this. I'm
sorry.
Take your time.
आराम से बेचारा क्या फायदा इतना बॉडी बना के आराम से
Yeah, I mean,
Just take the mic. It's all yours.
I wanna say thank you for all the passengers that you believe in our train, guys.
MVP.
Finally, we can lift the trophy, and it's amazing, you know, to have you guys, to have all of the fans support PRX all the time. I want to say thank you to my family as well, my girlfriend as well.
मेरे को लग रहा है वो पीछे जो लाइट है उनके मुंह पे मार रहे करके RGB
Thank you so much, everyone.
माफ करो.
Let's go.
W baby.
Thank you so much. One more time, MVP Forsaken. And that ends it here from Masters Toronto. Et on se revoit à Paris.
W baby. रुक जा मेरे को ट्वीट करने दो.
अरे हो गया खत्म है क्या?
Bye.
अरे खत्म हो गया भाई.
And there you have it. Congratulations. And it's been a long damn time coming, baby. PRX are finally Masters champions. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
What a game we witnessed there. And of course, Forsaken being the MVP. I mean, honestly, you could have given it to anyone on that stage. They were all incredible.
I think that is very important what he's referencing. It's not only the track by track that they've live in. They didn't have a good start of the season. They started 0-3, getting Pac-Man on that week 3, and they had to fight their way here. Yes, they've had a very flawless playoffs. I think that in total they've only done the one map that they lost today, so they have to be extremely happy. I love this story. Just like at the beginning of the year, we had a T1 that had to fight tooth and nail to earn their trophy. It was a long time coming, and we're super happy that finally PRX, third time was the charm.
It's incredible for them. This is the year where even before that, they didn't make it to Bangkok, a Masters tournament in Thailand, the first global event we ever had in Southeast Asia for Valorant. They weren't there, but now here in Toronto, in a year that wasn't supposed to be theirs, champions, and seeing Forsaken take home that MVP bracelet, it really has been such a long time coming from being that chaotic, wild team who made it to the Copenhagen finals and lost when he was a star duelist player back then, to now playing mostly the smokes, being a leader, growing so much with this team to finally earn a trophy.
I think that it resembles very well the way that PRX has evolved, given this MVP to Forsaken, because yes, it's chaotic, it's crazy, sometimes it might be too double to replicate in any of your games, but if there's one man to lead the charge, to lead all of these guys to victory, that was Forsaken. And also we've seen it as cheering the team up game after game on stage.
It's incredible too for the guy on your screen there, Patman, missed out on even making it to Ascension in Pacific. Lost in his regional challenger league less than a year ago, then gets this opportunity, gets signed after 2 games where PRX loses both in Pacific to replace a long-standing member of the roster, and comes here and succeeds, gets a trophy in his first ever global.
And you know what, for me, I want to give a shout out to the guy that's on that screen right there, Coach Alex, because it was a quote that I saw earlier from the event where he was talking about how the PRX organization gave these guys the space to experiment, gave them the space to figure it out. Most teams would ditch squads, they would drop them, they would leave them behind in the dust, maybe build around 1 or 2 players. But what this team does, and I'm gonna keep it $150. I met this squad. That was one of the first teams I met when I did my first Valorant event. And the thing that I got right away was how much of a family the PRX organization is. So it's not just a beautiful thing to see for these 5 boys, and also Mindfreak, we cannot forget about him, and Coach Alex, but for this organization too, who has stuck it out with Valorant from the beginning.
In many cases, right, we see like revamps, new rosters, completely new faces, or like one or 2 pieces that stay. I think that PRX has been very like coy with that, you know, not changing too many things at once. I think just keeping the tradition alive, as you're saying, giving them the space. it's difficult to find someone to trust in you that way.
It was the longest standing core at this tournament. PRX, 3 of the players who won today were the same ones that lost in Copenhagen 3 years ago. That is commitment to a squad that not many other teams in this game has. It's proof of how long a project like this takes to come to fruition through so many different metas, different players cycling through.
Bunks bhai,
finally
W Gaming.
W Gaming, baby, all day, every day, and forever. Of course, so Masters Toronto may be over, but the 2025 season, you already know, baby, it's just heating up. You got Champions Paris on the horizon, and the next stop on the road to champs is stage 2. The field, as we now know, is wide open right now, baby.
By the way, if there's any reason to go and watch the International League, it's that the team that just lifted this trophy was the 3rd seed from Pacific. They lost in the lower finals, stage 1. We had Wolves, China's 3rd seed, go on a run as well. There is so much talent in those ILs. There's barely enough time in the day to watch them all. But I guarantee you, any of those leagues you turn on, there's going to be some amazing Valorant to see.
The winners from Bangkok weren't even in this tournament, you know? Like, anything can happen in Valorant anytime. It's so important. It's so various different teams across all regions. We've also, with the points that we have awarded this event, swapped things around, and we're going to be sending a lot of teams to champs, to Paris. So tune in. You literally do not want to miss out.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable. And before we go, we do want to give a shout out to all the incredibly talented musicians who contributed to the music for this event. And I got to say, one of my favorite soundtracks that we've ever had here. So again, massive shout out to each and every one of the individuals who lent their talents to tell the story here today and really etch their place in history alongside everything that we witnessed here.
And more than just the music, this event really was a celebration of Valorant.
Chalo bhai, that is it, chat. Bye-bye, adios, adios. Thank you so much for all the love and support, and thank you for staying with me throughout the watch party, जिसने पूरा जर्नी फॉलो किया है और सारे रीजन्स का लेकर मास्टर्स का लेकर विनर तक. अभी नेक्स्ट वॉच पार्टी बिगिंस एज यूजुअल. तुम लोग ने डेट्स देख लिया है, जुलाई टिल चैम्प्स, एंड दैट विल बी द लास्ट. उसके बाद सीधा अगले साल, समझ रहे हो? तो मिलते हैं. Bye-bye chat, bye-bye, adios, adios, take care, see ya, love you, and please make sure to spread love. Take a moment to vote, pinned comment में जाके vote करो Mortal Bhai को. Take a moment to spread love about PRX. जाओ सब जगह प्यार दो, अपना अपना ट्वीट करो. मेरे ट्वीट पे रिप्लाई करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. खुद जो फील करते हो लिखो, जिधर चाहिए लिखो, प्यार दो, कान फाड़ दो बैच. ठीक है? डब्लू जर्नी थी भाई, डब्लू जर्नी थी. ठीक है? बाय चैट. डब्लू बाय आदियो चिड़े पे आदियो. टेक केयर, सी यू, बाय.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. You deserve better.